to her breasts. "You're my girl." "Sap," she said, but in a little sigh, as she gave him her lips again. She'd never been anybody's girl, had never wanted to be. It had always seemed a weak term to her, one of submission and vulnerability. But with him, it was sweet and foolish and just exactly right. With more affection than passion would come, she dropped kisses on his face. Oh, how she loved his face, the angles of it, the planes of his cheekbones, the line of his jaw. She felt that affection, the simplicity of it, the scope of it from him as he wrapped his arms around her. For a moment they stayed quiet, body to body, her lips resting on his cheek. When she pressed her face into the side of his throat, he thought it the most magnificent thing. His girl, he thought, as hands and lips began to stroke the first embers of passion. His strong, complicated, and resilient girl. He loved every corner of her mind, her heart, even when she maddened him. There was nothing he wanted or treasured more truly. Nothing he had craved or dreamed of in those dark, often desperate years of youth that was as rich or as powerful as what she'd given him. He'd believed in love, despite the lack of it in those early years, or perhaps because of the lack. But it had taken her to show him what love meant, what it gifted, what it cost, what it risked. Breath quickened as the fire built to a blaze. She moved over him, supple as silk, then under him when he turned her, when he filled her. Once again he took her hands. Once again their eyes met, then their lips. Joined, they let the fire take them. Later, in her office, her board set up, her computer on the hum, she studied the faces, the facts, the evidence, the timeline, and felt as if she studied a blank brick wall. I don't understand them. Maybe that's why I can't get a good hold on this. Acting, producing, directing, and all that goes into it. It's a business, an industry, but it's based on pretending. You're equating pretending with pretense, Rourke responded. They're not the same. Imagination's essential to the healthy human condition, for progress, for art, even for police work. She started to disagree about the police work, then reconsidered. She had to imagine, to some extent, the victim, the killer, the events in order to find the reality. Still, these people, the actors, they have to become someone else. They have to want to become someone else. Play acting, isn't that a term for it? Play. But they have to make a living at it. So you get agents and managers, directors, producers. She circled the board. The director. He has to see the big picture, right? The whole of it, even while he separates it into sections, into scenes. He calls the shots, but he's dependent on the actors taking his direction and being able to become, Rourke finished, as you said. Yeah. The producer, he's got the financial investment and the power. He's the one who says, yeah, he can have that, or no, you can't. He has to see the big picture too, but with dollars and cents attached. So he needs more than what the actors and director put on screen. He needs them to cultivate image and generate media so the public can imagine the real lives, the glamour, the sex, the scandals of the actors who make their living being someone else. She circled again. So specifically, you've got Steinberger as producer. And I imagine the suits that line up with him, because suits always line up, seeing to it the public are fed Julian and Marlowe as an item. because they consider the public largely made up of morons, and I don't disagree, who'll buy into the fantasy. More who want that fantasy, and will fork over the ready for more tickets, more home discs. Because, back to business, everybody wants a return on their investment. What does that tell you? For one thing, Julian, Marlowe, and everyone involved went along with that angle. Most of their interviews are playful, flirtatious, without actual confirmation or denial. If one or both of them is asked if they're involved romantically, they give clever varieties of the old, "we're just good friends," with little teases about chemistry and heat. The same goes for Matthew and Harris. She stopped her pacing in front of the board. That's more low-key, as the investment in their fantasy isn't as important. Katie did more playing that up. Chemistry again. How much she enjoys her scenes with Matthew. He talks more about the project as a whole, or the cast as a group. He's careful, even in the interviews, not to connect himself too solidly with Harris. He doesn't want that fantasy in his head, or the public's. That's strictly the work on the set. He's careful, she said again. And that tells you? She wasn't important to him. Not really. People kill what, or who, isn't important, but that's not what we've got here. He and Marlowe were upset, pissed off, but not murderous. If they'd argued and it got physical, that would have been that. She was alive when she went in the water. She wasn't important enough to either of them to kill, because over and above the invasion of privacy, some embarrassment, they'd both have gotten through that, and reaped public support. Everybody loves a lover. They're happy, Rourke added. Happiness is exceptional revenge. If she'd played it through, she'd have looked the fool, not them. I agree it doesn't work. There's Andrea. Katie threatened her godson, his hard-won peace, his reputation. Mothers kill to protect their young. She didn't give me a buzz in interview, but she's a seasoned and talented pro. So she's on. Then there's Julian. If the relationship between Marlowe and Matthew came out, now, before the end of the project, before he'd had any opportunity to walk back all that flirting and chemistry, some might see it as Marlowe preferring the lesser star, the sidekick, you could say, to the big guns. That could make him look like a fool, or less, chip that women can't resist me image he's got going. Added, she embarrassed him at dinner. Added, he was drunk. A confrontation, a scuffle, temper, ego, pride, and alcohol. That's got a solid ring. I think you enjoy considering me, my counterpart in any case, as your prime suspect. It has a certain entertaining irony, but more, he's just not too bright, and the drunken stupor on the sofa afterward could read as burying his head in the sand. Let's make this go away. She nodded as it played out in her head. In the imagination portion of police work, I can see him killing her. Mostly through accident, followed by cover this up, followed by avoidance of reality. She eased a hip on the corner of her desk. Steinberger, who I need to talk to again. She's threatening his profits, the shiny gleam to the project. She's a major pain in his ass. And, as she had something on several other players here, she may very well have had something up her sleeve on him. Same scenario. Confrontation, fall, cover-up. She's threatening Preston, same deal. This project's a major break for him, working with Roundtree, major stars, major budget, and she wants to screw him because he can't give in to all her demands. He doesn't have the power, but she doesn't care about that. So far, you've only eliminated Marlowe and Matthew, Rourke pointed out. And Roundtree. He just couldn't have gotten out of the room, up on the roof, killed her, and gotten back in the time frame. He was too much front and center. But Connie wasn't, and by her own admission left the theater. She was furious with Harris, and since my impression is Roundtree talks to her about the work, the ups and downs, likely already had a nice store of pissed off going. Again, no buzz, but again she's a pro. And again, KT may have had something on her, or on Roundtree. Then there's Valerie. Keeps quiet, does the work, follows orders. She's the one spinning the promotion wheel, and KT's threatening to throw pliers in it. That's wrench, but just the same. She could have confronted KT, warned her to cooperate, and the scenario plays out. All right, Lieutenant, you've laid it out. Who do you like for it? Just a hunch and supposition, or imagination, I guess. In descending order? Julian, Steinberger, Valerie, Andrea, Connie, Preston. Which means I talk to all of them again, go back to the beginning, and try to shake them up. After I talk to the PI. I may get something out of him that changes that order. She pushed up to go around the desk and sit. But it's one of them, and whichever one is nervous, worried, and sweating it out. First kills will do that to you. Chapter 13. Eve yanked herself out of the dream and into the hazy light of dawn. Breathing, just breathing, to give herself a moment to be sure she was awake and not making that jerky transition from one segment of a dream to another. Her throat begged for water, but she lay still another moment, eyes closed, waiting for her pulse to slow. Rourke's arm came around her, drew her close against him, anchored her. I'm here. It's nothing. I have to get up, get started. Shh. She closed her eyes again. She hated this waking fragility, this thin, shaky sensation, as if she'd crack if she moved too quickly. She knew it would pass. It would smooth away again, but she hated it nonetheless. Hated, too, knowing he'd broken his habit of being up, dressed, and having accomplished God knew what in the business world before she stirred. Tell me. It's nothing, she repeated, but he brushed his lips over her hair, undid her. Stella. In the bedroom of the place she had in Dallas. The one we searched. But it's like the bedroom from before, too, when I was a kid. I don't know where we were then. It doesn't matter. She's sitting at this little table with all her lip dyes and creams and paints, all that stuff. I can smell her. That perfume. Too sweet. It makes my stomach hurt. Her back's to me, but she's looking at me in the mirror with all that hate, that contempt. I can smell that, too. It's hot and bitter. I need some water. I'll get it. She didn't argue. No point. In any case, she felt a little better, a little stronger. Just a dream, she reminded herself. And she'd known it for what it was while she'd been in it. That had to matter. She took the water Rourke brought her, ordered herself to drink it slowly. Thanks. He said nothing, only set the empty glass aside, took her hand. Her throat, Eve continued, bringing her fingers to her own. Blood pouring out of her throat, down the front of the pink dress she was wearing when I busted her, when I wrecked the van. She's so angry. It's my fault, she says. Look at her dress. I ruined it. I ruined everything. Then I see him in the mirror. I see him behind me. McQueen. Or my father. It's so hard to tell. I reach for my weapon, but it's not there. I don't have my weapon. And she smiles. In the mirror, she smiles, and it's horrible. I have to get out. I have to wake up, so I wake up. Is it always the same? No, not exactly. I'm not afraid of her. I want to ask why she hated me so much, but I know there's no answer. I'm not afraid until, at whatever angle the dream takes, I go for my weapon and it's not there. Then I'm afraid, so I have to wake up. None of them can touch you, not ever again. I know. And when I wake up, I'm here. It's okay. I'm okay, because I'm here. I don't want you to worry about me. I'll just feel guilty. I'll try to worry only a little, so you'll only feel a little guilty. I guess that'll have to do. She shifted so they were nose to nose and heart to heart. Don't change your routine because of this. That'll get me wired and worried. Besides, if you don't keep up with your pre-dawn quest for world financial domination, how are you going to keep me in coffee? If you slack off, I'll have to find another Irish gazillionaire with coffee bean connections. That would never do. I'll continue my quest if you promise to tell me when they come. Gently, he trailed his hand over her hair. Don't keep them from me anymore, Eve. Okay. And since it appears the very core of my happiness rests on your addiction to coffee, I'll get you some. I won't say no, but I've got to get moving. I'm meeting Peabody at Asner's place. I want to hit his apartment early before he gets out. Asner, Rourke said, as he rose and walked to the auto chef. The P.I. Ah, yes. A light breakfast, then. The cat bumped against his legs, wound through them. For some of us. She got up, knowing he'd try to pamper her into taking her coffee and possibly the light breakfast in bed. She took the mug from him, knocked some back. I'm going to grab a shower, she told him. You'd better catch up on the world domination. I'll get right on that, after I feed the cat. He did so while she went for the shower. Then, drinking his own coffee, stood by the window. Careful with each other, she'd said. Yes, they were just now. And it looked as if they needed to be for a little longer yet. She felt like herself, maybe even just a little better due to the magic coat, when she drove downtown. She left the windows down so the brisk air could slap her cheeks, pleased that the ad blimps had yet to start their hyping lumber in the sky, and the snarl and piss of New York traffic could rage on without the blast from above. Too early for blimps, too early for most tourists. It felt like New York nearly belonged to New Yorkers. Glide carts did their morning business, heavy on the soy coffee and egg pockets. Maxi buses burped and farted their commuters to the early shift or breakfast meetings, while those on foot clipped along or swarmed the sidewalks like purposeful ants. She had a plan, and it started with cornering A.A. Asner. Charges of breaking and entering, criminal trespass, electronic trespass, accessory to blackmail, to start, and the threat of losing his license and livelihood should make him talk like a toddler on a sugar high. She'd bargained some of that against him turning over the original recording, and all copies, as well as spilling any and all data he had on K.T. Harris, her movements, her intentions, her meets. If he hadn't done some research on Harris, some shadowing, she'd eat her new magic coat. And to cover bases, she'd requested a warrant for both his home and offices, citing his business with the victim. She expected to get it. She settled for a second-level spot a block and a half from Asner's apartment building. Decent neighborhood, she noted. Better than what he'd chosen for his office. Packs of kids shuffled down the sidewalk, heading for school, she imagined, some of them herded by parents or nannies. Their chatter piped through the air as most headed along the sidewalks in what she assumed was the latest kid fashion of mid-calf boots with soles thick as a slab of wood. Those who didn't shuffle clumped. A woman in overalls hefted up the safety grill on a small market. She shot Eve a smile. Fresher weather, Eve thought. Fresher people. She enjoyed the walk. Promised herself she'd get in the solid workout the pre-shift visit to Asner had postponed until the evening. She spotted Peabody coming from the opposite direction in kind of a quick march. The cowboy boots Rourke decided Peabody had to have from Dallas flashed sizzling pink with every stride. The stride hitched, and Peabody's mouth formed a stunned O. Instinctively, Eve laid a hand on her weapon, checked behind her. But Peabody was already dancing, the only word that fit, down the sidewalk. She said, "Oh!" and reached out. "Hey, hands off! Please, 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 so pretty. Let me just have one little touch." "Peabody, isn't it embarrassing enough you're wearing pink cowboy boots again without standing here drooling on my coat? I love them. Love my pink cowboy boots. I think they're going to be my signature footwear." She snuck in a stroke along the sleeve of Eve's coat. She said again, "Oh, ultra squared. It's like butter." "If it was like butter, it'd be melting all over me." "It sort of does. It's all gushy and soft and so completely uptown. When you were walking, it just swished. It's just as mag as your long one." Now that we've discussed our wardrobe choices for the day, maybe we can go roust Asner. Since we're here anyway? Peabody's hand came up again, and Eve pointed a warning finger. "You already touched." When she turned to the building's entrance, Peabody let out her third "oh" of the morning. "The belt detail in the back. It highlights your butt." "What?" Stunned, Eve tried to crane her neck and look. Christ. No, in a good way, not in a skanky way. She snuck in another stroke. "Was it a just because?" "I love just because presents the best. Last month, McNabb gave me the cutest pair of earrings, like chains of hearts, just because. You know a guy's stuck on you if he springs for just because jewelry of any kind." Okay. Which, by Peabody's measure, would mean Rourke was stuck on her like a man in quicksand. She stopped at the door, pulled out her master. "It's lined with body armor." "Say what?" Eve opened the jacket. "The lining. It's a new material his R&D people developed. Blast, stunner, and blade-proof." "Seriously?" This time, Eve made no objection when Peabody fingered the lining material. It was, in Eve's opinion, a cop thing, and allowed. "It's so thin and light, and it moves. It shields a blast?" "So he says, and he'd know. I figured you could stun me later to test it out." "Hot damn! You know what? The jacket's like the car." "Is this a riddle?" "No," Peabody said as Eve swiped the master. "It's an ordinary thing. Well, special, but a jacket, right? And the car, it's ordinary. It even looks it. But both of them have the special inside. Cop special especially, you know. He so gets you. That's even better than a just because present." "You're right. He does. And it is." Inside, Eve paused another moment. "He's worried about me." Being in Dallas had to be hard on both of you," Peabody said carefully. "You don't push." "I read your reports, and I figure there's a lot of stuff, personal stuff, not in them. I get you, too. Partners better get each other, right?" Yeah. One day, maybe we'll have a drink, and you'll tell me what wasn't in the reports. We will. And could, Eve realized, because Peabody got her. Because she didn't push. I will. Asner's place is on the second floor. As they started up, Eve heard the usual morning sounds from an older, unsoundproofed, working-class building. The mutter and pulse of morning shows on screen, music, doors closing, the whine of the elevator, and of kids not yet shuffling or clomping toward school. No palm plates on the doors, she noted, but plenty of sturdy locks, security peeps. She studied the Secure 1 plate on Asner's door and figured it for show, a deterrent rather than the real deal. She used the side of her fist, gave the door a good trio of bangs. Almost immediately, the door across the hall opened. The man who came out wore sweats, a warm-up jacket, running shoes. He carried a gym bag over his shoulder. He gave them an easy smile as he fit a ball cap over scraggly brown hair. I don't think A's home. Oh, Eve responded. I gave him a tag a few minutes ago. We're gym buddies and usually head out together most mornings. He didn't answer, so... He shrugged. Did you see him yesterday? The smile faded into suspicion. Yeah, why? Eve took out her badge. We need to talk to Mr. Asner. When did you see him yesterday? About this time. We hit the gym. What's this about? We need to talk to him about an ongoing investigation. Then you should probably try his office. He gave them the address they already had. It's a little early, but if he's working on something that kept him out all night, he might have just bunked there. Out all night? The man shifted, obviously uncomfortable. I'm assuming. We made plans, loose ones, to watch the game together with a couple other guys last night, my place. He didn't show, and he's not one to miss game night, especially when we had a bet on it. So I figured he got caught up on work. Look, you should just go to his office. I don't like talking about a buddy to the cops. It feels off. Understood. We appreciate the time. Eve took out a card. Listen, if you do happen to see him at the gym, just tell him to contact me. Sure, I can do that. He slipped the card into his bag. Relaxed again, he smiled. If you see A first, tell him he owes me 20. Will do. Eve waited until the neighbor jogged down the steps. We might as well try the office. It's not far, and he might have bunked there, especially if he spent the day gambling and got stung. Once they were in the car, Eve ran through her suppositions, conclusions, and theories reached the night before. I agree about Matthew and Marlowe, Peabody said. They're happy lovebirds. Not that lovebirds don't kill. The inconvenient spouse, or rich just won't give up and die, Great Aunt Edna. But not only doesn't Harris apply, but neither has a spouse, and they're both more than sound financially. Was there anything on the recording I should know about? They had sex, some post-coital mushy pillow talk. They did some yoga together, then ordered Chinese food. Ate it while they, ran lines on upcoming scenes. He helped her with the choreography of a fight scene. Talk that wasn't work-oriented stuck mostly to choices of a getaway. It's between Fiji or Corfu. Or was. They watched some screen in bed, had another, shorter round of sex, went to sleep. Sounds kind of normal, Peabody observed. Settled. Happy lovebirds. The morning routine was no surprises. A workout, shower sex, which I assume, as they left the bathroom door open and the audio picked up some sex sounds. Fruit and yogurt for breakfast, more work and getaway talk. They laugh a lot. Dressed and out the door. No sign of Harris or the PI picking up the cameras. He'd have edited himself out if he had a brain. Since the recording ends with them leaving, he has a brain. No sign of Harris, and very little said about her from either spied-on party, which probably burned her ass. Eve parked, checking Asner's office window as she got out. The overcast sky made the day a little gloomy, but no lights shone in his office. He's either not in yet, or still asleep. As they went in, started up, she asked herself why, if he had a brain, he dodged the cops. He had to know they'd pin him down, and the longer it took, the less friendly the pinning. Maybe working out a story, a cover, maybe consulting his lawyer. Or maybe he'd taken his big paycheck and smoked. She didn't much like that idea, and liked the other possibility that circled her mind even less. She approached Asner's office door, started to rap on the glass. It's not secured. The other possibility stopped circling to hover. She drew her weapon, as did Peabody. He could have forgotten to lock it, Peabody said quietly. A waste of good locks. She nodded, counted off, and they went in the door together. The quick initial sweep showed her the disorder of the reception area. All that was left of the computer on the desk was the screen. The drawers had been pulled out, upended. Again at Eve's signal, Peabody moved toward the inner office. She pulled open the door, swept right, while Eve swept left. Disorder reigned here, too, as well as death. A. Asner lay face down on the floor. The back of his skull had been smashed in, presumably with the statue of a bird that lay nearby, covered in blood and matter. He wouldn't be paying his gym buddy the 20, Eve thought, and was beyond being pressured to talk about his equally dead client. Eve holstered her weapon. Go get the field kit and I'll call it in. Hit him from behind, Peabody said. Hard, and more than once. No calling this one an accident. She hurried out while Eve contacted dispatch, reported the DB, requested uniforms for securing the scene and canvassing, a sweeper unit, and a morgue team. She took out her recorder, fixed it on, engaged it. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Peabody Detective Delia entered the offices of Asner, A.A., Private Investigations. The door was not secured. Detective Peabody has returned to our vehicle for a field kit. Dispatch has been contacted and support teams have been requested. The victim, identity yet to be confirmed, has suffered multiple blows to the back of the head. The weapon appears to be a statue of a black bird, wings folded in, beak. Maltese falcon, she murmured. He got bashed with a replica, souvenir, whatever, from the vid. Book 2, she remembered. Both were among Rourke's favorites. Hero in the story's a hard-bitten PI, early 20th century. More irony, I guess. She walked out, studied the entrance door. No visible sign of forced entry. He let the killer in or came in with him. He either knew him or wasn't worried about him, as the killing blow came from behind. Careful to touch nothing, she walked toward the office again. Moving toward the desk, back to the killer. Small table to the left of the office door. Easy reach. Grab it, smash it. Asner goes down. Avoiding the congealed blood pooled on the floor, she moved closer to the body. Another blow as he's going down. Maybe a third and fourth for good measure when he's on the ground. Messy. The office has been ransacked, as has the reception area. Computers are missing, drawers searched. The Vic is not wearing a wrist unit. Possible robbery, but that's bogus. Bogus. Coincidence my ass. Whoever did Asner did Harris, and wanted the recording, wanted information, wanted... Silence. She glanced over as Peabody came back, panting slightly, with the field kit. What are the chances of it being a coincidence that the P.I. Harris hired got bashed to death in the neighborhood of 24 hours after she drowned? Slim to none, Peabody responded, and offered Eve the sealet from the kit. I say even extra slim to none. Let's verify his ID for the record. Get TOD. Take off the coat. What? It's brand new, Dallas, and extreme. Why risk getting blood or dead yuck on it? I put 3 coats of protective shield on my boots so they won't get yucked up. She had a point, Eve thought, as she took off the coat. Which was why, in her view, cops shouldn't wear anything they had to worry about getting yucked up. With the coat set safely aside, she crouched by the body. Victim is confirmed as Abner Andrew Asner, Peabody said when she checked prints. Age 46, licensed private investigator, and owner-operator of the business at this location. Working with the gauges, Eve nodded. TOD 2320. So, a late appointment or meet. She checked pockets. No wallet in his back pockets. None front pants pocket my side. No loose change, no nothing. Your side? Nothing, Peabody confirmed. No wrist unit either. No pocket link on him, or memo book, no weapon. There's a jacket on the floor over there, under that peg. Check it, then the desk. Tried to make it look like a robbery, Eve continued. The way they tried to make Harris look like accidental drowning. Make-believe, but not convincing if you know squat about police work. Because we're not idiots, Peabody confirmed. Nothing in the jacket. A couple of wrapped mints on the floor, like maybe they were in the pocket. She moved on to the desk as Eve sat back on her heels. The Vic got $100K, but he kept the original recording. Just couldn't resist. Maybe a little more to make here, he thinks. From who? He has to figure Harris is going to hit Marlowe and Matthew. Would he try a double dip there? Or would he try for another interested party? I guess we find out what all interested parties were doing right around 11:30 last night. That would be good information. They're all probably at the studio. Preston contacted me last night to tell me they're scheduled to shoot my scene on Saturday, and if I had any free time, I could swing in, take a look at some wardrobe today. You're still doing that? Well... Peabody stopped shifting through the debris on and around the desk. Do you think I shouldn't? No reason not to. If we don't have this nailed down by then, cops play act with killers all the time. I hadn't thought of that. McNabb's going with me. They may sneak him into a scene, too. And I can handle some wussy smash from behind Hollywood killer. Buffing up on hand-to-hand, remember? She flexed her right biceps.
This is the end of disc number 6. Please continue listening on disc number 7. This is disc number 7.
I hadn't thought of that. McNabb's going with me. They may sneak him into a scene, too. And I can handle some wussy smash from behind Hollywood killer. Buffing up on hand-to-hand, remember? She flexed her right biceps. When you're picking out wardrobe, pick out something that can handle your weapon, or an ankle piece. Good idea. No memo or appointment book. No pocket link, no recording. Keep looking. I'll take reception. She'd barely started when the uniforms arrived. She sent them both out to canvass the building in a 2-block radius. The killer had hauled out electronics, which meant he'd had transportation or a partner with same. So he'd had to park and make at least 2 trips up and back. They'd see how late the restaurant on the street level operated and the tattoo parlor. She had no doubt the sketchy-looking bar would have been open and doing business at the killing hour. She looked up again at the click, click, click of heels in the corridor, the giggle, and the lower male laugh. Eve moved to the door, stepped out to see Barbie in a red skirt barely bigger than a dinner napkin, doing the hair toss, eyelash bat routine for the benefit of a lanky, lantern-jawed guy in a wrinkled suit. Bobby, Eve presumed. It appeared they'd done more than have a drink. Still giggling, Barbie turned her head, and this time batted her lashes in surprise.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah.
A let you in? I didn't expect him so early. I came early 'cause I felt a little guilty about leaving before closing yesterday.
Did you speak to Mr. Asner after my partner and I left?
No, he never tagged back, so I just V-mailed I was closing up.
She bit her lip.
Is he mad? I didn't think he'd care since...
No, he's not mad. I'm sorry to tell you Mr. Asner was murdered last night.
What? What?
She screeched the second what.
A doesn't get murdered. He's a professional.
It appears he came in with, or let someone into his office last night. He was struck on the back of the head with the statue of a black bird.
Birdie! No! Are you sure? Are you sure? Because A can take care of himself. He shouldn't be dead.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
But...
Tears erupted like spurts of lava, rolled down her face as she turned it into her companion's chest.
Bobby!
Robert Willoughby. I'm an attorney. My office, he added, gestured to the neighboring door. I know you need to ask, so I'll save you time. Barbie and I left the building around 4:30, went over to the Blue Squirrel for a drink, stayed for a couple of sets. I think it was about 7 when we left, and caught dinner at Padua, a little Italian place on Mott. We decided to make a night of it, and went for music and drinks at Adelaide's. I guess we stayed till about midnight, then we
went back to my place.
She sniffled.
We can do that. We're not married or anything. To other people, I mean. Bobby, somebody killed A.
I know. Why don't you go in my office, honey, and sit down?
Can I? She asked Eve. I feel really bad.
Sure. Bobby unlocked the door, settled her in, then stepped out again. She wouldn't hurt a fly, literally. I've no reason to believe she had anything to do with Mr. Asner's death. You said he let somebody in, or came in with someone, so it wasn't a break-in. There's no evidence of a break-in, but we can't rule it out at this stage. It wasn't a break-in. Eve eyed him. Maybe you and I should have a talk, Bobby. Yeah, we should. I want to call my assistant. She and Barbie pal around some. Barbie would do better if she had somebody with her right now. Just let me get somebody to stay with her and I'll talk to you. It won't take long. Sonny only lives a couple blocks away. All right. He glanced toward his office. It's the first night He blew out a breath. This is a hell of a morning after. Chapter 14. Since Peabody was better with weepers, had a way of easing and eking information out between sobs, Eve had her talk to Barbie while she took Bobby. The layout of the law office was identical to Asner's, with the no-frills decor. She left Peabody with Sonny, the assistant, and the teary Barbie in the reception area. and sat with Bobby in his office. "What do you know, Bobby?" "It may not be anything. I know A was riding high the last couple days. Big payoff from a client. I don't know the details, and I'm not sure I'd tell you if I did." "It's okay. I've got most of them already." "Well," he shrugged. "He liked to gamble, and he was flush. I know he was going to hit a game yesterday because he stopped by. Said I should go with him. He'd front me. I don't do that kind of thing. Gamble. I can't afford to. And I don't play with money I don't have in the first place. So I said I'd pass. I had work anyway." "Okay." "It could be he played too deep, lost what he didn't have, or needed to get more from his office. Did he keep money there?" "I don't know. Maybe." His eyes tracked to the door as Barbie let loose another spate of sobs. "My partner's good with the grieving," Eve told him. "Yeah, okay." Bobby pressed his fingers to his eyes, took a couple long breaths. "Okay." Dropped his hands back to the desk. "Anyway, it could be he got into it over the bet, and whoever he owed or was there to collect killed him, but kill him, you don't get paid," Eve finished. "But we have to check these things out. Do you know where he played yesterday?" "They move around. I think he said he was picking it up in Chinatown. The thing is, Lieutenant, right?" "That's right." "The thing is, yeah, A liked to play, but he wasn't stupid about it. I went with him a couple times, and I never saw him play past his limit, never used a marker, never swung toward the high-stakes, break-your-legs-if-you're-Welsh kind of game. He just liked to play, have some fun at it. So I don't see it going here." "You see something else." "Maybe. Listen, do you want some coffee?" "I'm good, thanks." "I'm just going to get some coffee." He rose, went to a shoebox-sized autochef on a short counter. It made ominous grinding noises, then clunking ones. "I've got to replace this piece of crap." He pulled out a mug, and the steam sent out a scent worse than Morris's morgue coffee. "I don't know if it's anything, but... Bobby sat, sipped, winced. "God, this is truly horrible. A asked me some legal questions, hypothetically. Bought me a beer the other day, made it like conversation, but I'm not stupid either. Did he hire you? No, or I wouldn't be talking to you. It still doesn't feel right, but he's dead. Not just dead, murdered. I liked him a lot. Everybody liked A." What was the hypothetical? He wondered if somebody had something come into their possession, and they requested compensation of a monetary nature for that something from an interested party, how much legal hassle would there be? I asked straight out if he was talking about stolen property, and he said no. Just a kind of memento. Nothing exactly illegal. "Exactly illegal," Eve repeated. And Bobby managed a faint smile as he choked down another swallow of coffee. "Yeah, I caught that, too." I said I couldn't tell him specifically since I didn't have specifics, but if he had something that had come to him without crossing the law, requesting compensation shouldn't be a problem. But if that something was legally the property of the interested party or obtained by illegal means, he was in a very shadowy area. He said something about finder's fees, possession being 9/10 of the law. I hear bullshit all day, and I know when somebody's trying to rationalize. I also know sometimes A skirted the line in his work. I also know he wanted to retire. "And adding things up," Eve prompted. "Yeah, adding them up. I told him maybe he should give this idea more thought, which isn't what he wanted to hear. He had this thing about moving to the islands and opening a little club or casino bar deal. I got the feeling he saw this as a big score, something that would polish off his retirement plan. I actually thought that's why he was flush yesterday, and asked him if he'd exchanged the memento for compensation. He said he was working on that. Then he rubbed his eyes. Sorry, still taking it in. Yesterday, when he dropped in about the game, I poked at him a little about it. It just bothered me. He said how current events had changed. How did he put it? Changed the complexion. How he was rethinking his position. And maybe he'd just pass the memento over to the interested party, take his bird in the hand and be done. He said how we'd grab some coffee today, and he'd tell me how it went. Bobby stared down at his hands. I'm afraid it didn't go well, at all. I'm afraid I wasn't clear or strong enough in how I answered when he asked me. Hypothetically? Eve waited until Bobby looked up into her eyes. I'd say this event was in motion, and that there was very likely nothing you could have said to stop that motion. I'm sorry you lost a friend. Will you notify me about his body, its disposition? He's got a couple of ex-wives, no kids. I don't think either of his exes would be interested in seeing to that. He had a lot of friends. I think we could pool together, take care of him. I'll let you know. She started to the door, stopped. What are you doing in this place, Bobby? Kind of a dump, huh? He said as he looked around. But it's my dump. I did a couple years as a PD. It's necessary work, but you don't get a choice. This may not be much, but I get to choose my clients when I get one. Good luck. I'll be in touch. Outside, Peabody took a gulp of air. She was really broken up. I got the impression she thought of him as sort of an honorary uncle. She didn't have anything, Dallas. Nothing she didn't give us yesterday. Bobby might have. On the drive to the studio, she gave Peabody the rundown. It pretty much confirms, hypothetically, that he was trying to sell the recording. Or maybe after he heard his client got dead, just give it over. And his interested party found killing easier the second time. Stupid and greedy. It looks like he saw another big windfall, all for one job of work. Wanted to pad his retirement fund. Now he's retired, permanently. The killer must have the recording. If Asner took him or her to the office, the recording must have been in the office. We search his apartment. He might have been in negotiation mode in the office, still feeling it out. I had the uniforms go over and seal it. We need to check with the night shift at the restaurant, the bar. Fat chance, Eve thought, but shrugged. We could get lucky. This isn't over a sex recording of a couple of single actors breaking no laws or moral codes. You're right about that. It's a power struggle turned very nasty. It's about greed, obsession, and a need to control. About eliminating obstacles or problems. Back to it being almost any one of them. If the killer wanted the recording, whatever the reason, and it was in Asner's possession at the time of the murder, he'd had enough time to destroy it, lock it up, make 1,000,000 copies. Whatever, again, the reason. Yeah, Eve said, and began to think about it. An assistant to somebody's assistant met them at security and escorted them through the labyrinth to a sound stage where a set had been dressed as the conference room in Eve's home. There, in reality a year before, they had interviewed the 3 clones known as Avril Icove. In the observation area, Marlowe and Andy enacted a tense emotional scene between Eve and Mira. Roundtree cut, retook, and cut again, pushing them both. At the end of a take, Marlowe walked to the observation glass, stared through, face set. At nothing Eve could see. She supposed that would be added with vid magic. Julian walked in and to her, so they both looked through the glass. And cut! Perfect! Let's reset for reaction shots. Now Eve stepped forward. I need you to hold on that. Roundtree turned, scowled at her with the expression of a man deep in his work and unwilling to surface. 5 minutes while we reset. Preston, I'm going to need more than that. If you need to ask questions again, ask one of us who isn't trying to work. We've lost one of our cast members. We have the media and the paparazzi and the goddamn cops crawling up our asses. I'm going to finish this scene before... You're going to have the media, the paparazzi, the goddamn cops, especially me, crawling up your asses for a little while longer. There's been another murder. The fury on Roundtree's face died off into sick dread, while others on the set reacted with gasps, mutters, and oaths. Who? He demanded, looking around swiftly, like a father doing a head count of his brood. Who's been killed? A. Asner, a private investigator. Something like relief, chased with annoyance, took over. Face, voice, the sweeping gesture of his hand. What the hell does that have to do with any of us? Considerable. Now we can arrange for me and my partner to interview the individuals we feel pertain in a manner that causes the least amount of time and inconvenience to your production. Or we can shut this production down until we're satisfied. She wasn't entirely sure she could pull that threat off, but it sounded ominous. Roundtree went the color of overcooked beets. Preston, get legal on the line, that asshole Farnsworth the studio stuck us with. I've had enough of this shit. Enough! Mason. Before Eve could respond, Connie rushed onto the set. What's going on here? You take a breath. She pointed a finger at him. I mean it. You take a breath. He looked as though he might explode first, but he took the breath, then another when Connie wagged that extended finger at him. His color cooled a few degrees. She wants to shut us down because some private dick got killed. I'm not taking any more of this harassment. A private investigator? Murdered? Something in Connie's tone had Eve focused on her. A. Asner. I don't think that name's unfamiliar to you. I'm not looking to shut anything down if I get reasonable cooperation. I've got a job to do, she said to Roundtree, who'd gone back to tugging on his red goatee. We can both do our jobs, but mine comes first. That's not negotiable. An hour, he told her. We'll start with that. I need to speak, individually, to everyone who attended the dinner party. Steinberger and Valerie aren't here. They're off dealing with this fucking mess. Nadine's probably off somewhere writing another book about this fucking mess. Matthew's not on the call list today. Let's get them here. The sooner we can get this done, the sooner we can get out of your ass. His lips twitched in what might have been a reluctant smile, quickly controlled. Preston, I'll take care of it. Take an hour, Roundtree boomed it out. I want everybody back here and ready to work in 1 hour. Nobody leaves the premises, Eve added. We'll speak to the cast members in their respective trailers. Go there, she ordered. Wait. I need a place to talk to non-cast members, she told Roundtree. I've got an office here. You can use it. That'll work. I'll take you first. She turned to Connie. All right, I'll take you to the office. I'll follow up with you, she said to Roundtree. Then Preston. I want to know when the others arrive on the premises. I'll take care of it, Preston said again, then scurried off. Peabody, why don't you go after Preston? Make sure everybody goes where they're supposed to go. And to save some time, contact Nadine yourself. Get her whereabouts and so on. Yes, sir. This way. Connie, in sensible flats and casual trousers, led the way. Why are you here today? Eve asked her, as they exited the soundstage. Everyone's on edge, upset, as is to be expected. I'm useful. The cast and crew can talk to me. I make a good wailing wall. And you can keep your husband from imploding. Connie sighed, negotiated a turn. Yesterday was grueling. In our business, we're used to the microscope of the media, but yesterday, even with buffers in place, was grueling. I don't know how many contacts I fielded or avoided or passed on to Valerie. Not just reporters, bloggers, entertainment site hosts, but from vid people, actors, directors, producers, crew, who either knew KT or just wanted to know what was going on. She unlocked a door, stepped into a roomy office with a huge, deep sofa, a trio of generous club chairs, a shiny galley kitchen, a private bath. I want coffee. Would you like coffee? I've had too much already, but, well, it's too early to start drinking, isn't it? I wouldn't mind coffee. Black. Mason feels responsible. Connie began as she programmed coffee. He won't admit it, but I know him. We hosted the party. She died there. We've been annoyed and impatient with her, and he regretted casting her in this project. We both knew she was difficult, but she handled herself so well initially. Connie shook her head, passed a hand over the hair she'd pulled back in a casual tail. She was so enthusiastic, so cooperative, at first. But in the last 2 or 3 months, it's been a series of arguments, demands, frustrations, delays. Makes it tough to work. Tough for Roundtree to keep it all going. It does. Did. He's not one to suppress his feelings or thoughts, as I'm sure you've observed. So he made it very clear how he viewed her behavior. He swore he'd never work with her again. And now, of course, he won't. And he feels responsible. He's not, unless he's the one who drowned her. He couldn't. Graceful, contained, Connie moved to the sofa, set both cups on the table that fronted it. She sat, folded her hands. I want you to listen to me. He rants, yells, stomps, and snarls. He'd have blackballed her if he could, and that's not out of the realm of possibility. But he'd never do physical harm. Eve took a seat. How about you? Yes, I'm capable. I've thought about this. I think most of us are capable of killing under the right, or wrong, circumstances. I would be. I think I would be. I know I could happily have slugged her, then done a victory dance. I was that angry with her on the night of the party. I can only tell you I didn't. I want you to find out who did. But I don't want it to be anyone I care about. It's hard to reconcile that. Tell me about Asner, the P.I. You know about Marlowe and Matthew. And apparently so do you. She confided in me yesterday. She told me everything, that they'd fallen in love, were sharing a place in Soho, that KT found out, hired a detective. She told me about the recording. As I said, I'm a good wailing wall. It has to be the same detective who's been killed. You wouldn't be here asking questions otherwise. But I don't understand it. He had the original recording, and from what we've gathered, intended to sell it to an interested party. The media. I don't think so. Who else? Marlowe or Matthew? Obviously exasperated, Connie threw up her hands. I hope to God they have more sense than that, or that I talked some of that sense into them yesterday. Who cares? She flicked the wrist of one lifted hand. Yes, the media would salivate, the blogs would bloat, the video would garner millions of hits. Is it unfair? Certainly. Is it a terrible invasion of their private lives? Absolutely. If you want fair and privacy, find another line of work. That's pragmatic. It's survival, Connie said flatly. I was furious for them, disgusted with KT, even though she's dead. It was a horrible, unstable, selfish thing to do. But they're two young, gorgeous, happy, talented people, and this is nothing to get so worked up over. If the recording leaks, it leaks. Then you deal with it. Someone like Valerie will take that ball and spin it. Even if it leaks before the project's finished, while Julian and Marlowe are supposed to be the hot ticket. That's just nonsense anyway, isn't it? Maybe it does boost the numbers, at least initially, but it's nonsense. The numbers people latched onto this angle, partially because Marlowe and Julian do have wonderful chemistry, and partially because the characters they're playing are real people. A couple, a hot ticket, that the media and public are fascinated with. She smiled at Eve's expression. If you wanted to stay out of the public eye and consciousness, you should have found a different husband, and shouldn't be so good at your work. A little hard to argue, Eve decided, with pithy common sense. Does your husband share your opinion over the nonsense? He liked the idea of Marlowe and Julian perpetuating a relationship off-screen. He felt it kept them in character for longer stretches. But he didn't know about Matthew. I don't think anyone did. Where were you between 10 and midnight? Home. Yesterday was exhausting, and it wasn't the time to go out and socialize. Was Roundtree with you? Of course. They shut down production for the day yesterday, for obvious reasons, and also to add to security. Added to it all was the problem of logistically shooting a handful of scenes that involved KT. Mason, Nadine, and the scriptwriter holo-conferenced off and on during the day, working that out. After dinner, Mason went down to view and edit, to make some of the changes work more smoothly. I don't think he came to bed until after 2. Then he wanted to be at the studio by 6, for a breakfast meeting with Joel and 2 of the studio execs who'd come in from California. What were you doing while he worked? I put a droid on the links, programmed to get me only in case of emergency. I'd had enough. I read scripts in bed, or intended to. I think I must have gone under by 9. So you and your husband weren't actually together in the same area of the house during the time in question. Connie sat silent for a moment. No. If you're asking if either of us has an alibi, I'd have to say I don't. I didn't take any communications, didn't speak to or see anyone from about 8:30 until Mason took the script I'd been reading out of my hands and climbed into bed at about 2 this morning. Okay. Thanks for the time. That's it? For now. If you could send Roundtree in, we'll keep this moving so he can get back to work. While she waited, Eve made notes, took a moment to poke around the office. The walls held numerous framed photos, Roundtree with various actors, some she recognized, some she didn't. Of Roundtree on some outdoor location, high in a crane, baseball cap backward on his head, as he scowled at a monitor. One of his Best Director Oscars sat on a shelf along with some other awards, and she noted a football trophy for MVP from his Sacramento high school, in what she calculated would have been his final year. Family photos sat on the desk, facing the chair. He walked in, kind of lumbering, like a bad-tempered bear. I'm supposed to apologize, but fuck that. I don't like anybody coming on my set and telling me what to do. Yeah, I got that. and if you try shutting us down, you're going to have a fight on your hands. Then why don't you take the stick out of your ass, sit down, get this done, so we don't have to face that issue?" He bared his teeth at her, then grinned. "Fuck it. I like you. You piss me off, but I've been living with you for better than 6 months now. You're a hard-nosed, hard-ass, hard-working bitch. I like that. Yay. Where were you between 10 and midnight?" "Working. I'm a hard-nosed, hard-ass, hard-working son of a bitch." "At home. Alone. I don't like somebody breathing over my shoulder. We've got a goddamn problem. I have to fix it. I've got a cast and crew tied up in knots. Connie." He dropped into a chair, and for the first time let the fatigue show. She loved that fucking lap pool. He sat, tugging his goatee, brooding. "I surprised her with it a couple years back. Had it done when we were back on the coast. She loved to swim, and she uses it every day we're in New York, every morning. Even if she's working and has a 6 a.m. call, she uses the pool first." He trained those sharp blue eyes on Eve, and the anger and bitterness came clearly. "Do you think she's going to be able to do that now? Go up there, enjoy her morning swim? She feels responsible for what happened to KT. Eve angled her head, thinking how Connie had said the same of him. "Because she laid into KT after dinner. She planned the party, right down to the goddamn mince. It was her idea to have the whole stinking thing, and now she's sick about it, and trying to hold up for everybody else. That's who she is." He rolled his shoulders back. "Now what the fuck is this about some PI, and what's it to do with any of us?" Harris hired Asner to plant cameras in the loft Marlowe and Matthew are living in Soho. His brow beetled. "What? What the hell are you talking about?" Eve laid it out for him, or as much as she wanted to lay out, and watched him absorb, chew on, spit out until he shoved to his feet and prowled the office. "Idiots. Bunch of idiots. What the hell do I care if Marlowe and Matthew want to screw like college kids on spring break? Christ's sake. And I swear to fucking God on a mountaintop, if that stupid, selfish, crazy-ass bitch wasn't dead, I'd strangle her." He kicked his desk, a sentiment and gesture she understood, as she was prone to the same. "Why the hell didn't you arrest this Asner asshole?" "I would have, but it's hard to book a dead guy." "Shit." He dropped into the chair again. What a fucking mess. How much damage would the recording do if it leaked? How the hell do I know? You can't figure the public. You just do good work, try to pick good people, good scripts, then throw the dice. It'll be embarrassing for Marlowe and Matthew, and for Julian, but that won't last. It'll make the studio look stupid, at least to those who know how they fabricate some of the hype. Other than that, it's still rolling the dice. Peabody poked her head in when Eve sent Roundtree out. Want an update? Eve crooked her finger. Nadine's still a little pissed. She didn't latch onto the Marlowe-Matthew connection before you did. She wants exclusives right, left, and sideways. She contacted everybody we're talking to via link yesterday and actually managed to get into Julian's hotel room with his permission for a one-on-one in the afternoon. She didn't have much to add, which I figured was what you wanted me to find out, but she's digging like a terrier. Good. Preston's alibied. I verified. He and Carmody were in her room until after midnight. We can check the hotel security on that, but it feels solid. All right. Matthew's in the studio, was actually in his trailer. He and Marlowe came in together this morning. Steinberger and Valerie are also here. They've been in his office working on spin and media angles. Why don't you take the lovebirds, separately, then Andrea. I'll take Valerie first, then Steinberger. Round it out with Julian. Works for me. I'll get Valerie on her way. Eve busied herself with more notes, linking names with lines until Valerie clipped in on her important shoes. She wore an earlink, had a pocket link, and a PPC clipped to what Eve supposed was a fashionable belt. She carried 2 go-cups. "Mango smoothies," she said, setting one on the table. "I thought you might like one. Now," she sat, crossed her legs. "How can I help you?" "You can start by giving me your whereabouts last night, between 10 p.m. and midnight." Valerie held up one finger in a one-moment gesture and unclipped her PPC. "Let me check my calendar. It's cross-checked, of course, in my memo book. I have that in my briefcase in Joel's office. I hollowed with reporters on the West Coast until 10. I believe my memo book will have that conference ending at approximately 10 after the hour, as it ran over a bit. I had a meeting scheduled with Joel at 10:30. I believe we brainstormed and handled a variety of issues until about 1 this morning." "And where did you conference and meet and brainstorm?" "At Joel's pied-à-terre. I stayed in the guest quarters last night to simplify the situation." "Situation?" Valerie maintained her pleasant, slightly smug expression. K.T. Harris's murder is a situation. "At least." "Are you and Joel Steinberger sexually involved?" "No, that's insulting." "Insulting because you're no longer sexually involved? Because I have 2 different statements verifying you had been previously." "It's no one's business, and not at all pertinent. Mr. Steinberger and I are not involved in the way you imply." "But you were?" "Briefly. Several months ago. We ended that phase of our relationship amicably and worked together. Nothing more." "Uh-huh. And last night, you and Mr. Steinberger worked together in his pied-à-terre from 10:30 until 1. "That's correct. I conferred with my assistant, as I recall. All of us are putting in considerable overtime." "On the situation?" "Yes." "How are you handling the Matthew and Marlowe as lovers portion of the situation?" "I'm sorry, what?" "Tell me this. How much overtime did you put in on K.T. Harris while she was alive?" "I don't know what you mean." "I mean, how did you spin, cover up, keep quiet, her addiction problems, her threats, the blanket dislike for her on this project?" K.T. was a talented actor whose work was celebrated and respected. As is often the case with artists, her temperament was often misunderstood by those outside. "Does anybody actually buy that bullshit? Amazing!" In response, Valerie just folded her hands in her lap. "Send me a list of your Hollow Conference attendees and a copy of your brainstorming notes. I'll take Steinberger now. It would help considerably if you could speak with Joel in his office. We're enormously busy this morning." "Sure. Lead the way." The offices were in the same section, hardly more than a 30-second walk. Power play, Eve decided when she went in, after Valerie's knock and Steinberger's answer. He sat behind his desk, a busy man. His office boasted a wall of screens, several of them tuned to media channels with the sound muted. His comp, link bank, disk files, memo cubes crowded his expansive desk. He, too, had a sofa, chairs, awards, photos, and a small conference table now holding the debris of meetings. Yes, sit. I'll be right with you. Valerie, I don't know where the hell Shelby went off to. Get Lieutenant Dallas some coffee. I'm good. You can leave, she said to Valerie. I need Valerie to— It'll have to wait, Eve interrupted. This isn't a business meeting, but a police investigation. You're entitled to have your lawyer present, or you can designate Valerie as your legal representative. However, she would be under no legal constriction to hold what's said in this room confidential. This won't take long, Valerie. We'll deal with the next round in— He checked his wrist unit. 20. Take a break. I'll be close by. Valerie stepped out, shut the door. I'm sorry to be abrupt, Steinberger began. We're dealing with a great deal of difficulties on every level. I'm told you're here about some private investigator's death, and you think it's connected to KT's murder. That's right. I need your whereabouts for last night, from 10 until midnight. Well, let's see. He scrolled through his book, searching with shadowed eyes. I watched Valerie's media conference. She did one via Holo with the West Coast last night. It was booked from 9 to 10. We reviewed that, then spent considerable time working on how to handle the situation. There's that word again. Sorry? Go on. We discussed the memorial here at the studio and holding another on the coast. He sat back, swiveling in the chair. We covered a lot of ground. How to respond, which specific interviews to accept or assign. It was a very full day, as I'd worked with Roundtree and some associates earlier on what editing and amendments needed to be done on the script and the vid already shot. I think Valerie and I stayed at it until about 1 in the morning. Right now I'm living on coffee and boosters. Valerie stayed in the guest quarters in your New York residence. We worked late and wanted to get back at it early this morning. While you were working late, did you decide how to handle the media regarding Marlowe and Matthew's relationship? You mean Marlowe and Julian? No, I don't. She stood up. Thanks for your time. She paused on her way to the door. I meant to ask, do you keep a car, a vehicle of some kind in the city? I have a car, yes, but most often use our car service and driver so I can work more easily coming and going. Why? Just curious. She stepped out. Roundtree and Connie both had a vehicle, as did Steinberger. Easy enough to check Reynolds on the others. She reconnected with Peabody. We'll take Asner's apartment next. What did you get? No alibi for Andy or Julian. Both of them claimed they stayed in, keeping a low profile due to the media hunt. Andy spoke with her husband, but that was about 9 in the evening. He's heading into New York today, so she won't be alone. Julian admitted, or claimed, he had a bottle of wine, took a trank with it. He remembered he contacted several friends back home during the evening, but doesn't remember who or when due to wine and trank, and that he dropped his link, broke it, and threw it in the recycler. Convenient. Yeah. And you? A lot of calm and compassion from Connie, which seems genuine. But again, a lot of pissed off from Roundtree, and surprise that again seemed genuine regarding the two. Ms. Connie knew. Marlowe confessed all to her yesterday. The Roundtrees have 2 vehicles in New York, and were in separate areas of the house during the time in question. No alibi. No. Valerie and Steinberger state they worked together until 1. Their stories match, and real neatly, too. Uh-oh. She bunked in his guest quarters, for efficiency. And another uh-oh. He also keeps a vehicle in New York, but most interesting to me was learning they both should stick with their jobs and not try acting. They suck at it. Valerie's plugged in like a valve in a heart, and yet she pretended she didn't know anything about the two lovebirds and Kissy Face. I might have bought that if she hadn't been so crappy at lying to me. And if she knew, Steinberger knew, and vice versa. But he also opted to lie, then didn't even bother to demand what the fuck. He just let it slide away. The third uh-oh might be the charm. Just might. Let's see if Asner's apartment has anything to tell us. Chapter 15. Unlike the early morning pulse and mumble, Asner's building held quiet midday. Everyone off to school, Eve thought, or to work, or to the shops, running errands. The minute she unsealed and unlocked the door, she thought someone else had run errands. Well, either Asner was a really messy guy, or somebody beat us to it. Peabody stood, lips pursed, as they surveyed the jumble of the small living area. The contents of upended drawers scattered over the floor mixed with debris from closets, cabinets. In limp gray puffs, the stuffing spilled out, like disgorged intestines, from the cushions of the faded sofa and armchair. It's empty, but let's clear it anyway. Eve drew her weapon, peeled off toward the tiny bedroom. It wouldn't have mattered if they'd come in sooner, she thought, replacing her weapon. But damn, it was annoying. The killer wanted to make sure he got all copies of the recording, or Asner didn't have the original in the office. Either way, this is a thorough job. Careful, too, Eve observed, as she picked her way through. Even with the mess. He didn't heave things around. Too much noise. Somebody might complain that time of night. He kills Asner, tosses the office. He took Asner's wallet, and the Vic didn't have any key code on him, so... Yeah. And I missed something. The vehicle. The killer didn't have to have transportation. No PI can function without his own ride. He could have taken Asner's vehicle. She took the steps in her mind. Loading it up, driving it here, tossing the apartment, then ditching the car somewhere, ditching or destroying the electronics. It's thorough. He had more time to think this one through. But it's still stupid, Dallas. Peabody towed a pile of drawer junk. It's a recording of a couple of Hollywood stars getting some. It's just not big enough for all this. Yeah, it seems stupid. Seems like overkill. All around. So there's more somewhere. Could be Harris had Asner do another job, and he dug up something on the killer. We could be chasing our tails on the recording. Red herring, or only part of the story. His fee was pretty steep. So, maybe 50 for each job. Fuck. Eve slapped her hands on her hips. We're running in circles. Let's get a search team in here, save ourselves the time. And we need to verify Asner has a ride, and if so, get a bolo out for it. I want the search team to bring sensors. Asner might have had a hidey hole the killer didn't look for or find. No computer or links here, so he took them. It's a lot of hauling. Let's check around, see if anyone saw somebody loading up last night. After spending considerable time learning nobody saw anything, heard anything, knew anything, there or at the office building, and being offered tattoos at 10% discount, Eve and Peabody walked back to the car. Sometimes I think about it. What? Getting a tattoo, Peabody told her. Just a little one. Something fun or meaningful, or why would you pay somebody to cut a picture into your flesh? Well, when you put it that way. Stick with temps. Eve pulled out her communicator at its signal. Dallas. Yeah, she said after a moment. Have it hauled in. It'll need to be processed. They found Asner's ride parked at the Battery Park Marina. Marina, water, dumping ground. Yeah, I think we should do a run. See which of our friends has a boat. What's better than dumping a bunch of electronics off a pier? Dumping them out in the river. It could be our killer's using a brain this time around. Let's head in. She wanted to put her feet up and start using hers. She found the ME's report when she got to her office, and wished she'd felt able to carve out the time to talk to Morris in person. Still, the report verified her own on scene. Multiple blows from behind, with the Falcon statue. Reconstruction indicated 2 blows of considerable force came after the victim was prone, and the first 2 of 4 had been enough to kill. The talk showed the Vic had several ounces of bourbon in his system at TOD. No other signs of violence or struggle. Eve added the report, Asner's picture, the crime scene and apartment photos to her board. Then she got a large coffee, sat down, put her boots on her desk. She studied the board while she drank her coffee. All sorts of connections, she thought. All sorts of egos. Throw in sex, money, fame. Start with sex, she decided. Connect Harris to Julian and Matthew. Indirect to Preston, due to her threat to shout sexual harassment. She was tossing his alibi for now. In a tight-knit group, people lied for each other. Possibility Harris connected by sex to others on the list, she mused. Sex was always a possibility. Connect Matthew with Marlowe, and again, indirectly, due to publicity hype, to Julian. That connects Harris and Marlowe through sex, 1 degree removed, ×2. Connect Roundtree and Connie. Possibly one or both unfaithful at some time, either with the Vic or one of the others. Harris claimed to have had an affair with Roundtree. Cannot verify. Claimed Marlowe engaged in sexual acts with Roundtree. Cannot verify. Connect Steinberger and Valerie. Whether that sexual connection was past or present. Harris had had a talent for digging up dirt. Very possible she'd known, threatened to use the information somehow. No discernible connection through sex with Andrea. Money. It just didn't feel like money. These people had money, though more was always good. Then again, numbers, which equaled money in this case, were the reason for the publicity hype, read Julian and Marlowe, and the spin and cover on the continual problems with Harris. So, money. She needed to find out more about how that end of it worked for all involved. Fame. That was like sex, wasn't it? A rush, a need, and particularly applicable to this set of individuals. Celebrity. The need to have it, the need to maintain it or grow it. And like sex and money, celebrity held power, could be used to wield power and to control. Circling, she thought, and yet... Sex, money, fame, power. It was all a mix, all a stew these people worked in, lived in. And all of those things could be weapons, vulnerabilities. Could be threatened, lost, diminished. Motive, to maintain power at all costs. First murder, a snap of temper, or even the victim's own clumsiness, followed by impulse, calculation. Quick, opportunistic, no real plan or deep thought. But the second, blow after blow? That's anger, she thought, with a little desperation thrown in. From behind, not personal. Opportunistic again, grabbing the heavy statue, but not face to face. And a careful, thorough follow-through on murder, too. Laborious even. Transporting the electronics, loading them into the victim's car, doing the same at his apartment. Risky, too, though on the low side. Pumped with adrenaline, a definite task to accomplish, a plan of action. And there had to be more to it than recovering a recording of two people having sex who were perfectly free to have sex. Add blackmail to sex, money, fame, power. Dallas? Distracted, she frowned over her shoulder at Peabody. Working. I know, but K.T. Harris's brother came in. He asked if he could talk to you. He's been to the morgue. They're going to release the body tomorrow. I thought you might want to talk to him and didn't think you'd want to do it in here. Eve looked back at the board, the crime scene, and dead photos of Harris. Have somebody escort him to the lounge. I'll be right there. She sat for a moment, checking Harris's family data to be certain she had it straight. She stood up, surprised to see rain splatting against her window. She'd been in too deep to notice. When she walked into the lounge with its vending machines, spindly tables and chairs, she picked out Bryce Van Horn right away. He didn't look anything like a cop. A big man, broad in the shoulders, with short dark hair that looked freshly cut, he sat brooding down at a tube of ginger ale. He had a raw-boned, sunburned look about him, a corn-fed farmer's look to her eye. He wore jeans and a plaid shirt with boots that had seen a lot of miles. He lifted his head when Eve approached the table, and she saw eyes as faded a blue as his jeans, and the lines fanned out from them from squinting into the sun. Mr. Van Horn, I'm Lieutenant Dallas. Ma'am. He got to his feet, shifted the other chair. It took Eve a moment to realize he'd pulled it out for her. She sat so he would. I'm very sorry for your loss, she began. We lost Katie a long time ago, but thank you. He cleared his throat, folded his big, calloused hands. I felt like I should come here. I didn't want my ma. I guess it doesn't matter what a child does or doesn't. A mother's always going to love her anyway. I didn't want her to make this trip, so I asked her to stay back home with my wife and kids. Told her she had to help look after the farm while I came to bring Katie home. He stared down at his ginger ale again, but didn't drink. I went to the place where she is. The doctor there, Dr. Morris. Yeah, Dr. Morris. He was very kind. Everybody's been kind. I've never been to New York before, and I didn't think people would be kind. You shouldn't feel that way about places you haven't been, people you don't even know, but it's a long way from Iowa. Lord, yes. A smile ghosted around his mouth, then vanished. I know you're the one who's been looking after her. Eve felt the phrase keenly. That's right. I wanted to thank you for that. Katie, she was a hard woman, but she was my sister. You know, it's been more than 5 years before today since I laid eyes on her. I can't do anything about that. I can't do anything to change being mad at her all this time, having all the bad feelings I had for her. But she didn't deserve to die like that. Do you know who killed her? We're actively investigating. He looked so sad, she thought. So big and out of place. So lost. I think I do, but I can't prove it yet. I'm working on it. We'll do everything we can to identify her killer, to get justice for your sister. Can't do more than that. Even after all Katie did, my ma's kept up with what she's doing. All the Hollywood shows and that. Ma watches. She told me Katie was working on a movie about you." The old-fashioned words suited him, Eve thought. Not about me, about a case I worked. They said how you were there when she died. I was, yes. He nodded, looked off. Ma wants to bury her back home. Katie hated everything about home, but Ma wants it, so... Did you know her? No, not really. I guess we didn't either. Now, I mean. We only knew her before. He took a drink, set the tube aside again. My father was a hard man. He lived hard, died hard. Katie loved him. Or I don't know if love's what it was. She was like him, and I guess that's why she was the way she was. Eve said nothing. If he needed to talk it out, she might learn something. He used to hurt my ma. Used to hit her. He was big, like me. Like I am now, I mean. She's not. She used to tell me to look after Katie, because Katie was younger. When he came home drunk and mean, she'd tell me to take Katie off, keep her away. I was just a kid. I couldn't do anything to help my mother, not then. And Katie, she didn't want to be away from him. He pressed his lips together, shook his head. Nothing he did was wrong in Katie's eyes. Even when our ma was bleeding, she didn't see he did wrong. When she got a little older, she'd tell him things, like if Ma talked to one of her friends too long or didn't get some chore done. Sometimes she'd just make it up. Make up something to get him going on Ma, especially if Ma said no to her about something or wouldn't let her have what she wanted. Learned early, Eve thought. Go with the power, take the power. He called Katie his princess. Told her how she was better than anybody. How she had to go out and get whatever she wanted, take it if need be. She took that to heart. She was only a child, so maybe it wasn't all her fault. And he'd buy her things, like a reward when she told him something about Ma. It got so Ma would give Katie most everything she wanted. You can't blame her, but it was always more and never enough. It was hard on you, Eve observed, caught in the middle, without the power to stop it. One day I thought I was big enough to stop him. I wasn't, and he beat me so bad I pissed blood for... I beg your pardon. Eve only shook her head. Is that when your mother left him? I guess you know some about it. It seemed she'd take him beating on her, but when he did it to me, she wouldn't take that. She waited till he passed out drunk. Then she took me to the hospital, and she called the law. And there's Katie screaming how she's a liar, and her daddy never touched me. People around there knew my father well enough, and his hands were raw from beating on me. Then He paused, took a careful drink. Then she said how he'd been protecting her because I'd tried to get at her. That way. He lowered his head, shook it. My own sister. They didn't believe her, and she kept changing the story. But they had to ask questions, do tests and that. Anyway, at the end of it, they locked him up. And your mother took you to Iowa. Yeah, packed up and left. This woman talked to my ma about things she could do, and gave her the name of a place we could go, live a while, till we got settled in. I had to stay in the hospital near a week, but when I could travel, we left. Katie hated her for that. Hated the both of us, I guess, as she surely made our lives a misery whenever she could. But she had to stay, go to school and counseling, because the judge said so. Besides, the old man, he didn't want anything to do with us. Katie either, when he got out of jail. She blamed Ma for that, too. He looked up again. I'll tell you something, ma'am. When we got out, it's the first time I could ever remember my ma going a full week without being hit. How can you blame somebody for wanting to go a week without being hit? I don't know. I think for some, violence becomes a way of life. It becomes the normal. I guess that's true. Anyway, he got in more trouble when he got out, and I guess he took on somebody meaner than he was. And that was the end of it. Katie blamed us both. Blame, I guess, that was her normal, too. She got into trouble at school, stole things, got drunk whenever she could, started smoking Zoner and whatever else she could get. And when she could, she lit out for California. Ma had changed our names legal, but Katie took his back. That shows you something. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It helps me to know her. Whatever she was, whatever she did, it helps me know her. And knowing her will help me find who killed her. His eyes watered up, and he struggled in silence a moment for composure. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel. My ma's grieving, but I can't. I can't grieve for my sister. You came here, all this way, to take your sister home. That shows me something. For my ma. A single tear spilled out. Not for Katie. It doesn't matter. You came, and you'll take her home. He closed his eyes, sighed. When my wife was carrying our first, I was so afraid. I was afraid I'd be what he was, that I'd do what he did, that it was in me, in the blood, like in Katie's. Then I had my boy. He turned his palms up as if cradling an infant. And I couldn't understand how a father could... I'd cut my arm off first. I swear to God. But Katie, it was like she couldn't be any other way. Now someone killed her, like someone killed him. Was it supposed to be like that, right from the start? No, I don't believe that. No one had the right to take her life. She made bad choices, and it's hard for you to reconcile that. Murder's a choice, too. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure the person who made that choice pays for it. I guess that's what I needed to hear. I guess that's why I came to see you. I can tell my ma that, and I think it'll comfort her some. I hope it does. He sighed again. I guess I better figure out what to do with myself until I leave tomorrow. You've got 2 kids, right? One of each, and we're having another. She pulled out a card, her last, made a note to dig out more. There's this kid, Tico, she said, scribbling on the back of the card. He sells scarves and whatever else on this corner in Midtown I'm writing down. He's a good kid. Go buy your wife and mother a scarf. Tell Tico I sent you and he'll make you a deal. And ask him where to get your kids some souvenirs from New York at a good price. He'll know. Thank you, I'll do that. You can contact me if you need to. The information's on the card. People oughtn't say New Yorkers are cold and rude. You've been kind and friendly. Don't spread that around. We New Yorkers have a rep to uphold. When Eve walked back into the bullpen, Peabody got up from her desk to meet her. How'd it go? He's having a rough time. Guilty because he thinks he's not grieving, but he is. He couldn't be more different than Harris. Like a big, sturdy tree, and she's that itchy vine that climbs up it. He gave me some insights into her. Speaking of insights, Mira's in your office. Shit, I forgot about the consult. She's only been here a few minutes. She said she had an appointment in this sector and just came by. All right. Stay on top of the forensic guys. Maybe the killer got sloppy with Asner's car. And I want the search team on the apartment to let me know if they find a drop of dried spit that wasn't Asner's. Will do. Meanwhile, I dug on the boat angle. None of them has a boat in New York. Crap. But Roundtree and Steinberger both had one back in New L.A., and Julian and Matthew are both experienced sailors, as is Andrea Smythe. She and her husband have a sporting yacht in the Hamptons. So I was thinking, maybe one of them has a friend with a boat docked at the marina and borrowed it, or just stole one to do the dump. That's good thinking. A good angle. Work it. Can I use McNabb? I've told you I don't want to hear about your sex life. Ha ha. This is going to take a lot of search and cross-referencing. He's got skills. Oops, I forgot not to mention my sex life. And again, ha ha. Ask Feeney if you want him before end of shift. Once you're both off, it's your party. And that's the end of allusions to your sex life. She walked to her office, saw Mira standing at her skinny window. A dreary kind of rain, Mira commented. It's going to make traffic a little slice of hell going home. That balances out the easy, stress-free drive I had in this morning. I'm sorry about the delay. I'd have come to you. I was nearby anyway, and Peabody told me you were talking with K.T. Harris's brother. She turned, pretty in her rosy suit and favored pearls. That sort of thing is rarely easy or stress-free. He's a very decent sort of man, beating himself up some because his sister wasn't a very decent sort of woman. His father tuned the mother up regularly. Harris not only sided with him, but passed on info, often false, so he had an excuse to smack the mother around and reward the daughter for her loyalty. When the son finally got old enough to try to stop him, he ended up in the hospital. The mother finally called the cops and had the fucker put in a cage. Harris wasn't pleased, claimed it didn't happen, even though her brother's pissing blood in the hospital. Then claimed the brother tried to molest her and the father protected her. Lie, blame, lie to shift blame, and protect your status quo. Whatever it takes. She also wasn't pleased when the mother relocated herself and the kids. It seemed she made it her mission to follow in Daddy's footsteps. Taking his name professionally and legally makes a statement, Mira agreed.
This is the end of disc number 7. Please continue listening on disc number 8. This is disc number 8.
Whatever it takes. She also wasn't pleased when the mother relocated herself and the kids. It seemed she made it her mission to follow in Daddy's footsteps. Taking his name professionally and legally makes a statement, Mira agreed. She saw her mother as weak, her father as the one with the power. She sided with power and enjoyed being rewarded. When her mother ended that cycle, it wasn't just seen as punishment, but again as taking her power away. And she spent the rest of her life finding ways to have it and keep it. Lies, blackmail, threats. Everyone says she had talent, and she must have enjoyed the work, but that was secondary to taking control of the people around her. And I think making them fear her. Fear and respect, the same thing to her. I agree. She compensated with drugs and alcohol, which probably made her feel more powerful. Did the brother indicate there was any sexual component between father and daughter?
No, but I'd say her father was her first obsession.
Young girls often fantasize about marrying their father. A benign fantasy, non-sexual, normally outgrown. Harris's may have been more complicated. She took her power from him, from the bond of violence and betrayal. The men she became involved with later, like Matthew, became obsessions, yes, but not substitutes. She wanted to take more power from the men she involved herself with, wanted to take her father's role and have the control. Her mother severed her father's power by leaving him. This couldn't happen to her. It couldn't be accepted.
Eve turned to the board, to the face that, oddly enough, brought nothing of Peabody to mind any longer. The more we lay her out, the more she sounds like killer rather than victim.
Had she lived, she might have escalated to that. Your killers escalated with the second victim. More violence, more complicated planning. The first murder was passive. This, with multiple blows, shows a rage he hadn't felt or perhaps admitted with Harris. There's a pattern. Taking her link, taking Asner's electronics. The attempt to make Harris's death look like an accident or misadventure, and the attempt to make Asner's look like burglary.
Crappy attempts both times.
Also a pattern. Your killer believes himself, or herself, clever, careful, believes he can create this deception, and with Asner went to considerable time and trouble. He's intelligent, organized, focused. There was a purpose to the killings, making the motive of this recording feel weak.
Oh boy, do I agree with that.
It could hold up with Harris's murder if we theorize an impulsive, angry act, then a hurried cover-up. Asner's takes this to another level.
I think Harris hired Asner for at least one other job, and that he found something more damaging than a couple of Hollywood types in an off-screen sex scene. It may be Marlowe and Matthew used that recording as a blind, gave me that so I don't look under it. Or, if they're not involved in the murders, something damaging to the killer. Something the rich and famous would risk killing for.
You may be right. We know it fits Harris's pathology. You've already discovered she held threats over several heads.
And again, like Marlowe and Matthew, nothing worth killing Asner over, since the individuals had related those threats on record. Asner gave her something else, or the killer feared he would, something that didn't come out in the interviews. She glanced at the board. I need to look at it all again. I told her brother she didn't deserve to be killed.
Do you believe that?
I believe she needed to be stopped. You'd say she needed help, therapy, counseling. I lean toward she needed to be punished. No, it's not a lean, Eve realized. It's a solid stand. Bullies need to pay. But murder's not the price. So I take that solid stand on punishment and still stand for her.
I think she needed help and punishment. She had an abusive childhood. I know you don't see it that way, Mira continued at Eve's instinctive shrug, but she did.
Maybe, but she found a way to make it work for her. I wonder.
What?
Sometimes I wonder what kind of family or environment Stella came from. Was she born bent, selfish, violent, heartless? Or did she get caught up in the cycle? I don't excuse what she did or was either way. Cycles have to be broken.
I'm sure you know Rourke could find out.
What I'm not sure of is if I really want to know. Maybe. Eventually. He's worried about me. I know he wants me to talk to you."
Should he be worried?
"I don't want him to worry."
That didn't answer the question.
She sighed. She found, for once, she didn't want coffee, and got them both a bottle of water. "I dream about her. Not nightmares, not really, but strange, lucid dreams. She blames me, which would fit with the way she was.
Do you blame you?"
Eve took a moment before answering. "Harris's brother? Part of him feels guilty because he couldn't love his sister, and part of him grieves for her. I don't know if it's guilt or just acknowledgement that part of me feels. There's no grief. I told you that before, and it hasn't changed. I know I'm not responsible for what happened to her. She is. McQueen is. Even my father holds more of the blame than me. But I started the chain when I took her down in Dallas, before I ever knew who she was." Eve studied her water bottle even as that moment flashed through her mind. That defining moment when she'd yanked a suspect around and looked into her mother's face. "I started the chain when I pushed her to flip on McQueen. The chain McQueen broke when he slit her throat. I can't and won't pretend otherwise. I was doing my job, and other lives, innocent lives, were on the line. But doing my job was a factor in her death."
Doing your job saved those innocent lives. The choices she made ended hers.
"I know that. I believe that. But I'm involved in the death of both my parents. Directly with my father, as my hand held the knife. A child, self-defense, yes, all true, all logical, but—" She fisted her hand as if around a hilt. "My hand held the knife. With her, I started the chain. It's hard knowing that, no matter what they did to me, no matter what he'd have continued to do to me. It's hard knowing I ended, or had a part in ending, the two people who made me."
They didn't make you. They performed an act that resulted in conception, and did so with the purpose of investment and profit. They weren't your parents, and were your mother and father only in the strictest biological terms.
"I know that."
Do you? You've begun to call her Stella. That's an emotional distance. But you continue to call him your father. Why is that?"
Eve stared, fumbled. I don't know."
It's something to think about. Something we might talk about again.
Mira rose from the visitor's chair, laid a hand briefly on Eve's shoulder.
"Tell Rourke we talked. He may worry less."
"Okay." Alone, Eve frowned at her board. Only her mother and father in the strictest biological terms. By that same benchmark, K.T. Harris was only a daughter, a sister in those same terms. By choice, Eve decided, Harris had died no man's child. Chapter 16. Returned to the scene of the crime, Eve decided, and revisited all 3 locations on her way home. Where, she'd determined, she'd attacked the case fresh. At Asner's apartment building, she talked to the gym buddy neighbor again. Shaken, but cooperative, the man couldn't add anything relevant to his earlier statements. She knocked on some doors. Everybody liked A, and nobody had seen anyone entering or exiting his apartment or skulking around the building the night before. She toured his apartment, the search team's report fresh in her mind. They hadn't found so much as a stray data disk, Prints, yes. The victims, the gym buddies, another neighbors who checked out, and a licensed companion named Della McGrew. Eve intended to make another stop and have a chat with Della. She imagined the apartment before it had been tossed. Spare, she thought. Inexpensive furnishings, except for the monster wall screen. A guy thing, she noted. A couple of prints on the walls to spruce it up. Average-looking landscapes. 2 sets of sheets, one that had been on the bed, she assumed, before the killer yanked them off to check the mattress. Spare and simple wardrobe in the closet and drawers. A couple of suits, 1 black, 1 brown, a half-dozen shirts, some socks, some boxers. 3 pair of shoes, 4 with what he'd worn when he'd had his head bashed in. 1 black dress, 1 casual scuff and gym shoes. Sweats, shorts, t-shirts, a couple of ties. The same style in toiletries, nothing fancy. Nothing fancy in the goodie section either, she decided. A sexual performance aid in pill form, 1 box of condoms, 3 missing. She sat on the side of the bed. A simple guy who liked to gamble, who went to the gym in the morning, had a brew and watched his majorly big-ass screen in the evenings, had an LC over occasionally. A PI who didn't mind blurring the line for work. She imagined he enjoyed it, the slightly shadowy areas. Dreamed of owning his own little casino bar somewhere warm and tropical. A friendly sort, one who inspired grief in his neighbors at his death, genuine tears from an employee. A. Asner. Had Harris picked him because his name came first in the listings? She imagined he'd gotten a lot of clients just that way. Should have taken a pass on this one, she murmured. As Della McGrew lived only 3 blocks away, Eve tried her next. The buildings mirrored the same style, but when a puffy-eyed Della let her in, Eve saw her apartment couldn't be more different than Asner's. Color and clutter, the yippy bark of a little fluffball dog Della clutched to her ample breasts, a harem's worth of pillows piled on the red sofa, fat candles, decorative bowls, sparkly glass animals covered tables. Della stood, her blonde hair a luxurious wave framing a face of tipped-up nose, baby doll lips, and red-rimmed blue eyes. She cooed to the dog to soothe it. "We're both so upset," she told Eve. "Frisky just loved A. Can we sit down? I haven't felt good since I heard about A. I'm having a soother. Do you want one?" "No, I'm good. Was your relationship with Mr. Asner professional?" "Sort of, but not really." Della cuddled the now quiet but trembling dog in one arm as she drank a pink soother from a tall glass. "If we had sex, I had to charge him. I've got to make a living, and A knew that. I always gave him a discount, though. But sometimes we'd just go out to dinner or a vid, just to spend some time with a friend without the sex. I liked him a lot." "I'm sorry you lost your friend." "He was in a risky business, I guess. I mean, mostly it was insurance stuff or divorce stuff, but detective work's risky. But I never thought anyone would—" "When did you last see or talk to him?" "Just yesterday. He got a big payoff from a client, and he was going to buy into a game. He wanted a good luck bang first. I don't work that early in the day unless it's a friend or a regular." "Did he tell you about the client?" "Not really, except he didn't like her. He said she had a nasty streak, but her money was good. Oh, and she wasn't who she said she was." "Did she kill him?" "No. But any information on or about her might help me find who did." "He didn't say much. He was in such a good mood. He brought Frisky her favorite doggy treats, and he brought me chocolates. He was sweet that way.
Did he tell you why he was in a good mood?
Not really. He just said how he'd made some decisions, and something about how sometimes bad things happen to wake you up, to tell you to play it straight, even if straight puts you in a squeeze.
Did he talk to you about it? Give you any details?
No, just that he felt good about it. And, he said he was going to retire. He said that a lot, but it sounded like he meant it this time. He was going to go down to the islands next week, check out some property. He said maybe I could come. Maybe I would have. He was fun to be around. Then we went to bed for a while. After I made him a sandwich, then he... Oh, I forgot. Somebody tagged him. He got all professional, so I figured it was a client.
Did you hear any of the conversation?
Not really. He walked back in the bedroom with the link. I did hear him say something about meeting at 10. I think it was 10. When he came out, he was thoughtful. That's how I'd say it. He gave me a big kiss, gave Frisky a rub, and left. I'll never see him again.
Eve tried a few more angles, but realized she'd wrung that source dry. Asner hadn't given names of clients or specific business with them to friends. But she had a fresh bone to chew. It appeared as though the killer had contacted Asner, not the other way around. When she arrived at Roundtree's, the house droid informed her Mr. Roundtree was still on the set, and Ms. Burkett was not at home. Better yet, Eve decided. I need to review the theater area and the roof. Do you want me to contact Ms. Burkett? What for? It's not the usual practice to allow someone to wander the house without Ms. Burkett or Mr. Roundtree in residence. I'm not someone. I'm the cop serving as primary investigator on a homicide, one that occurred in this house. We're all very upset. I'm sure you are. You'll probably be less upset when the individual who murdered Ms. Harris is identified, apprehended, and charged. So, I'm going to work toward that by reviewing the areas I mentioned. Of course, I'll show you to the theater. I know the way. Eve took out her PPC, pulled up Asner's ID shot. Does he look familiar? No. The droid went into that momentary dead pause as it scanned. No, I don't know him. You never saw him around the neighborhood? I have nothing in memory. Is there something I can get for you while you review? No, but thanks. I'll let myself out when I'm done. Eve went directly to the theater. She stood for a few minutes, bringing the scene back into her mind as it had been that night. Everyone milling around, getting drinks or desserts, talking in little groups or lounging in the chairs. Big, happy group, she thought. Except for Harris. She'd been sulky and withdrawn, off to herself. Drinking and watching, Eve thought now, annoyed she'd paid so little attention to the woman. Of course, neither of them had known Harris would end up dead in under an hour. She dimmed the lights, took the chair she'd had that evening, and tried again to bring it back. She'd been focused on the screen, but Roundtree had never been far away, seated near during the show. People laughing or calling out remarks. She closed her eyes, heard Mavis's wacky giggle, Andrea's voice making some comment. But when? When? She couldn't be sure. Lots of laughter, gurgles of it, shouts of it, groans of it. Rourke murmuring in her ear when Marlowe fumbled her prop weapon during a take. All right. Not what she heard, then. There was too much of it. What hadn't she heard?
No comments from Harris, at least none that had reached the front of the theater. None from Valerie, Preston, Steinberger. Again, not that she'd heard. Nothing from Connie after the first few minutes. Julian? He'd said something, his voice slurred from the wine. Early on, she thought. Maybe. She brought up the lights again, studied the layout. A good-sized room. The sloped floor allowing every chair or sofa a good, unobstructed view of the screen. One exit on the side, and the main in the rear. Easy in and out, and they hadn't been seated in a tight group. People had spread out, and as Roundtree had drawn both her and Rourke to the front, seated them, she hadn't seen exactly where everyone settled. She pulled out her notes, did a rough outline from the statements of seating arrangements. Dimming the lights again, she tested by sitting in each area, getting the angles, the views. Interesting, she decided, but a long way from conclusive. She left the theater for the roof. She took the elevator. The killer would have, she thought, the quickest way, a way least likely to be seen by other guests or staff, direct to the rooftop lounge. 2 minutes or less, then out to the pool. Harris pacing, smoking her laced herbals, drinking. Argumentative, threatening, bitchy. Had the killer argued with her? Impossible to say, or if so, if the argument had been brief or protracted. The fall. The decision. Drag her in, search the evening bag. Get the bar rag, use the pool water to wipe up the blood, toss the rag in the fire, take the elevator back down. Minutes, really. It could have taken only minutes, hardly more than a quick run to the John. Why would anyone notice? Eve looked up. The dome had been partially opened. A nice October night, but... Curious, she went downstairs again, hunted up the house droid. Question. This time of year, is the pool dome generally opened or closed? Oh, closed. Ms. Burkett uses the pool every day, or did. It's been a warm autumn, but she likes to keep the dome heated, the water very warm, and the mechanism needs to be seen to. For what? It sticks off and on. It doesn't close completely unless you turn it off, then on again when it sticks. She was going to have someone come out and fix it, but since the night of the party, she hasn't used the roof. No one was allowed up there. Did anyone else know about the trick to close it? Mr. Roundtree, of course, most of the staff, the pool maintenance crew. No one else? Not to my knowledge, no. Okay, thanks. So the killer opened the dome, Eve thought as she drove home. If Harris had opened it, why close it, or try to? The information bumped Connie down the list. If she'd wanted it closed, she knew how to make it close. The killer hadn't. Maybe hadn't noticed it hadn't closed completely. Just flick the mechanism and go. Why open it in the first place? Smoke, from the Zoner-laced herbals. Good possibility, she decided. Maybe the killer disliked the smell, was allergic, or just wanted the fresh air. With her mind rolling that angle over and what it might mean, she zipped through the gates of home. Rain smacked at her as she made the dash to the door, and inside she found the foyer empty. Too quick for you this time, Scarecrow, she thought, and deliberately shed her jacket and tossed it over the newel post. She missed doing that during warmer weather, just because she knew it got under Somerset's skin. Pleased with herself, she bounded up the steps and into the bedroom to change to workout gear. An hour in the gym, some hard laps in the pool, would loosen her body and her mind. To avoid running into Somerset, She took the elevator down, then stopped short when she saw Rourke, already sweaty, doing bench presses. "Fancy meeting you here." "I didn't know you were home." She walked over, looked down at him. "Did you buy everything already?" "Everything worth having. Today. Did you catch all the bad guys?" "Made my quota. I thought I'd sweat out some theories, suppositions, and probabilities, then shower before scooping up another load of bad guys." "Good plan. Nice to see you." He clicked the weights on their safety, sat up and reached for his water bottle. "After a run?" "Initially. I wouldn't mind one." "Where are you going?" "Hadn't decided. I've got a new VR program, and two can play." She narrowed her eyes. "I'm not after sex sweat." He tipped back the water, eyes amused. He'd tied his hair back and his skin gleamed. He could probably change her mind on the sweaty activity, she decided. Strange, isn't it, how often your mind leaps straight to sex? Maybe because you're always nailing me. Maybe. But for now... He pushed off the bench, walked to a built-in cabinet for the VR gear. It's more than a run. There are various obstacles, choices in directions, all of which have their own consequences or rewards, different scenarios. We have urban, rural, suburban, seemingly deserted landscapes of myriad types. Night, day, a combination. Whatever you like, basically. Is it a game or a workout? It's both. Why not have fun at it? Where would you like to go? She started to pick an urban background. It's what she knew. But if it was a game, too, that meant competition. Let's go rural. You surprise me. We'll both be off our turf. Mix up day and night. He passed her a set of goggles, began to program. The goal is to reach the destination that will be shown on the map in the insert at the bottom of your play screen. If you fail to navigate an obstacle, or you're injured, you lose points and distance. Clear one, gain them. Clear so many, you're rewarded with something useful. How many times have you played this? A few, but not the scenario I'm putting on. We'll start even on this. 30 minutes, do you? Yeah, that should do it. Eve fit on the goggles, studied the landscape that surrounded her, checked the insert, and saw the snaking, winding paths, intersections, blocks, and the pulsing light that indicated the goal. Thick woods, dim light, a rough track, and a lot of undergrowth. The sort of place strange animals wandered. Animals with teeth. She'd be more comfortable running through a dark warehouse full of homicidal chemi heads. Which was exactly why she'd gone against type. She'd work harder. Watch for pulses on the map. They'll indicate obstacles or some element of trouble. Ready? Okay. The roar of wind came up, whipped the trees as the scene came to life around her. She heard crashing, branches falling, and a kind of whoosh and pound that might have been a waterfall. But what did she know? Eve started off at a warm-up jog, chose the left fork on the track. Another, bigger crash, and a tree fell across the path only a few feet ahead of her. She vaulted over it, racked up a few points, increased her pace. She veered right, heard a rumbling, echoing growl, and decided to backtrack. She'd just take the longer route. She ran flat out now, finding her rhythm, muscles warming. She saw the narrow, swaying bridge ahead, rope and open planks with some gaps over a wide chasm. A river, the color of mud, roared and churned below. She rushed the bridge, leaping over gaps, nearly crashed through when wood cracked under her feet. Then the whole business began to vibrate. She thought, "Oh, shit," as frayed rope snapped and the planks behind her tumbled down to splash into the swirling river. She sprang up, snagged dangling rope, and propelled herself forward. The surge of wind, speed, struck her, as exhilarating as it was terrifying. She landed hard, a jolt from ankles to knees, on a narrow ledge. To the right, the ledge widened and stacked into rough stone steps, on which stood a howling pack of wolves. Even as she considered her options, they began to slink forward. She stopped, considering, and started climbing, dragging herself up the cliff face. Sweaty, straining, she reached the top. "Reward," the screen flashed. "You now have a knife." She patted her hip, felt the sheath. Frosty. Panting a bit, she ran left, away from the wolves. Just as she found a rhythm again, something snaked around her ankle. The next thing she knew, she hung upside down, dangling from a rope from a tree branch. Somewhere, drums began to beat. Probably cannibals, she thought. It would figure. By the time she levered herself up, her aching abs, and cut the rope, landed hard on the forest floor, the drum sounded a whole lot closer. She caught her breath, glanced at the map to choose directions. An arrow dug with a thwack into the tree an inch away from her braced hand. She ran hard, climbed a mountain of stones, fell into a bog, jumped off a cliff into a river to avoid a really big bear. Her next reward, a flashlight, came in handy when dark fell like an avalanche. Wet, winded, momentarily lost, she found herself surprised when the screen flashed, "End time." She pulled off her goggles, turned to Rourke, and was pleased to find him as winded as she. Plus, she'd edged his score by 3 points. "Apparently, I have a broken arm," he told her. "It cost me. I was nearly snack food for a bear and lost my knife when I fell into a bog. That was fun." He grinned. "It was. Want another 30? She'd planned on an hour, she reminded herself. So why not? "You're on. I want a quick swim after, then I've got work. Questions. Lots of them. Maybe if I bounce some off you, you'll have an answer." "All right, then. Loser deals with dinner. I've a mind for red meat after this." "Again, you're on. From the beginning or where we left it?" "Where we left it." At the end of 30, she slid down to the floor, limp. "I was attacked by a pig." "A boar," Rourke corrected. "A mutant pig. I always knew there were mutant pigs with really sharp teeth in the woods. Why do people like to go there? And there was a meadow. Pretty. It looked safe. Snakes. I should have known there'd be snakes. I had a machete. It came in handy." Seated beside her, he studied the tallies. "Make my steak rare, would you, darling?" Crap. I was kicking ass here until the pig. Fucker cost me the game, and neither of us got to the goal. Next time. He pushed to his feet, offered her his hand. "Still want that swim?" he asked, as he pulled her up. "I had one. In a river. With jagged rocks. There may have been alligators." She rolled her shoulders. Hell of a workout, though. She grabbed a shower instead of a swim. And fair being fair, put the meal together. With fair being fair, she put it together in her office, but didn't object when Rourke opened a bottle of wine. They'd earned it. So, she took a long, slow drink. "Could you say who you heard, maybe who you didn't hear, while we were in the theater watching the gag reel?" "Not for certain, no. I wasn't paying attention." "Me either. That part of my to-do list was mostly a bust. I talked to an LC Asner used for palship and sex. Always nice to have sex with a pal. She has sex with her pal the afternoon Asner was murdered, then made him a sandwich. Now that is a pal, says the man eating steak. Where's my sex? You ought to be able to find it. She sent him an easy smile. So, Asner told the sandwich-making LC he decided to play something straight, even though it might put him in a squeeze. Interesting. Do you think he'd decided to turn over the recording? Maybe. Piecing together his state of mind, from his secretary, conversations he had with his lawyer friend, and now this, I'm leaning toward him learning his client, who I'm betting he made as Harris, had been murdered, which caused him to rethink any possible bonus round with the recording. Play it straight, turn it in, retire, and move to the islands. But end up dead instead. Yeah. His sex pal said he got tagged on his link right before he left. She didn't hear the conversation, except that he agreed to meet the caller in his office that night at 10. Indicating his killer contacted him. Exactly, indicating the killer knew about him and how to contact him. From Harris's link? It was good to have someone who connected the dots. That's my bet. He arranges the meet, kills Asner, hauls out the files and electronics, covering all the bases. People kill for all sorts of strange reasons, but I'm not buying this is over that recording. You think Asner, through Harris or vice versa, had something on the killer. Something he intended to turn over along with the M&M recording, yeah. Or the killer was afraid he would. Digging into dirt, that was Harris's M.O., and that's what fits. Her brother came to see me today. They ate as she told Rourke about the conversation. It's a sad commentary on a life, isn't it? He commented. She not only turned against those who loved her, but used them for her own gain. She'd rather have had that gain, wield that power, than have real affection, real friendship. Did she choose to be like her father, or was she just like him? Rourke laid a hand over hers. You're living proof of the power of choice. Mostly, I believe that's how it works. You decide, like the workout game. Go right, go left, up or down, and deal with the results. So, yeah, I think she made the choices. I think she believed she liked it that way, but she wasn't happy. You could see she wasn't happy with the choices. Yet she continued to make them, until someone chose to kill her. It wasn't Roundtree or Connie. I'm saying, at least with what I have now, it wasn't Marlowe or Matthew. It wasn't Preston. You've narrowed your list considerably. The killer opened the pool dome. How do you know? Because he or she tried to close it. If Harris had opened it, there'd be no reason for the killer to close it. None I can see. The dome was partially open when we discovered the body. I remember that, yes. It's acting up, doesn't close properly unless you turn it off and on again. The killer didn't know. Connie would have, as she used the pool daily. Are you thinking someone came in from the outside? She paused with the fry halfway to her mouth. Outside what? The dome, darling. Shit, I hadn't thought of that. How would they get up there? All manner of ways, he said, smiling. Sometimes the best way to get in is to go down. A remote to open the dome. A weak spot security-wise, I'd imagine. You're thinking like a B&E man. Not anymore, or only in the service of my wife. Ha! I'll have to run probabilities now that you put it in my head, but I don't think anybody came from out or up. I think the killer opened the dome from the inside. Harris had, or was smoking, those doctored herbals, and 6 of them would put up a hell of a cloud in a smallish enclosed area. She couldn't have been up there long, but there were 6 buts. Enclosed dome, smoke. Yes, I can see that. He wanted the fresh air. Or she. You seem to be down to 2 of each. Julian and Steinberger, Andrea and Valerie. Or a combination thereof. Somebody could be covering for somebody. And I'm looking at Steinberger and Valerie as far as I know, they're the only ones lying to me. She'd be more likely to cover for him than him for her. Unless she knows too much about him. Things he'd prefer didn't get out. He might be willing to cover for her then. Yeah, they used to bang, and people tend to blab after a bang. I'll be sure to guard my tongue. It's usually tired from all the work during the bang, she pointed out, and made him laugh. True enough. What I can't get is, saying it is Steinberger. Why kill her? I mean, lots of reasons, sure, but why now? Why not string her along, pay her off, do what she wants until the project's complete? He'd have given himself a major headache by offing one of his own stars. The boar or the river, Rourke said. Neither choice is particularly pleasant, but you have to make one, sometimes under pressure. That's good. Eve pointed at him. That's pretty good. On one hand, you've got the mutant pig with the big sharp teeth who wants to chew your leg off. On the other, the river with jagged rocks where you may or may not bash yourself into bloody pieces. Most people jump. Because the threat from the mutant pig is more immediate. Better to take your chances with the water and rocks. But better altogether to kill the mutant pig, then stroll away on dry land. I'm beginning to wish I'd suggested pork instead of steak. When she laughed, he topped off her wine. Easy on that, she said. I'm going to switch to coffee. I have to dig into Steinberger and Valerie. If I'm right and they're in this, there's something to be found. If a PI can find it, I sure as hell can. I have every faith. And so have faith you can handle a glass and a half of very nice Cabernet. Tell me why you've zeroed in on Steinberger. It's not just because he wasn't truthful. If you lie to a cop, you've got a reason. Often the reason's stupid, but it's there. More, he went on the offensive in the first interview. And offense is defense. There you go. Add one more. This has been about power and control. Hers against the freaking world, from what I can tell. Who has the most power and control on this project, in the industry, among the players we've got? The one with the money. It's nearly always the case. Yeah, being a rich bastard, you'd know. Naturally. Steinberger's the one with the money. He owns the production company and has the longest, shiniest rep. He's labeled one of the most powerful men in Hollywood. You've been reading the trades. Know your turf, Eve said. He likes the spotlight, does a lot of publicity, pumps on the hype. And he's a liar. He's defensive. He's the hand on the money wheel. He's also got a young, attractive liar at his disposal in Valerie. It's enough for me to choose that direction. She smiled again. Even if I fall into a bog. Chapter 17. Rourke lingered over his wine, while Eve updated her board. She seemed relaxed in the work, and despite the manner of her waking that morning, more rested than she'd been since their return from Dallas. Her wounds had healed. He thought, hoped, the wounds that didn't show had begun their healing as well. I can hear you worrying from over here, she told him. Actually, I was just enjoying the view of my wife and thinking she looks well. It's the first solid workout I've put in since a while. I needed it. She continued her update. I talked with Mira a little. Did you? She gave me some things to think about, and I will. I'm dealing, Rourke. He got up, walked behind her, wrapped his arms around her. So am I. He kissed the top of her head, then stepped back. If I didn't think you were dealing, I would have let you beat me in the game. Like hell! He laughed, hugged her again, harder. You're right, but that just shows I'd never pander. I have too much respect for you. And the shit keeps rising. You have too much ego to take a dive. My ego and my respect both cast long shadows. What shape is the respect shadow? I'm sorry? Because the ego shadow's shaped like a penis, so I wondered. He turned her around, flicked a finger down the dent in her chin as she sent him a big, sunny smile. I believe I'll take the shadow of my penis to my office. Is there anything in particular you want me to look for? Sex and money. I thought we'd done talking about my ego. That's a good one. Sex and money as applies to Steinberger and or Valerie. Because there's something there. She looked too damn smug this morning, like she just got laid or got a big bonus in her paycheck. There's something. I'll see if I can find the something. One thing I'm chewing over. If the killer arranged the meet with Asner with murder in mind, he'd have taken a weapon. But he used a statue. Maltese falcon. Really? Killing the erstwhile Sam Spade with the black bird. It's very nice irony. I can't imagine Asner thought so, but yeah. Point is, either the killer opted for the irony and the convenience, or didn't bring a weapon. If no weapon, the meet wasn't about murder. It just ended up that way. Another fork in the road, another choice. Rourke nodded. Maybe the meeting was to be a negotiation, and the killer didn't care for the terms. So the hell with it. I'll just bash your brains in. Killing comes easier the second time for a lot of people. Once it's seen as a solution, why not use that solution again? She studied the crime scene stills of both victims. I don't think either of these murders was planned as much as decided on the spot. Back to the game again. Once you make one turn, you have to make another, or backtrack. You can't unkill, so he made the next turn. And there's usually another to come. If it's Steinberger, and he's used Valerie for cover, she's another threat. Another turn may be to eliminate that threat. Yeah, it might. Taking it now, that's very risky. But down the road, at another fork, he might see it as another viable choice. I need the why. I can pressure him with the why. Otherwise, all I've got are impressions. Hands in her pockets, she rocked back on her heels, thinking about turns in the road, choice, consequence. For an amateur, he's done a good job of cleaning up after himself. So far. Maybe he's done it before, Rourke suggested. Taken this fork, made this choice. She stopped, turned. Done it before? Wouldn't that be interesting? Could that be the why? Sex and money, she said to Rourke as she strode to her desk. I'm going to take a deeper look at his background. See who else might be dead. That's perfect, isn't it? I'm sex and money, you're dead bodies. What a team we are. Best to stick with our strengths. What if he had done it before, she wondered. Accidental, deliberate, momentary impulse. And got away with it. And what if, she continued, Harris either knew or suspected, had Asner working on digging deeper? Eve sat back a moment. And who was running down a fork in the road now? A waste of time, a rush to nowhere if she was wrong. But with no evidence, what choice was there but a walk in the dark? Computer, search for Steinberger, Joel, as identified in these files. Match with any deaths associated with him. Acknowledged. Working. Secondary task. Search for any unsolved murders in which subject was detained, questioned, or connected. Further task. Search for any self-terminations or accidental deaths connected to subject or Big Bang productions. She pushed up as the computer acknowledged the tasks. She went into the kitchen, programmed coffee, and took it with her back to her board. Facts, she thought. Harris threatened Marlowe, Matthew, Julian, Preston, Andrea, Connie. Harris had words or confrontations with Matthew, Julian, Andrea, and Connie on the night of her death. Harris spent time in the dome on the roof, smoking Zoner and herbal tobacco. Harris incurred an injury due to a fall on the back of the head. Death by drowning. It was only supposition that she'd had a link in her bag, and the preview of the recording as well. Solid supposition, high probability, but not fact. Dome partially opened. Blood washed away with bar rag and pool water. As she went through it again, Eve fiddled with the arrangement on the board. Harris hired Asner to plant recorders in the loft shared by Marlowe and Matthew. Asner did so, retrieved same, provided Harris with a copy. Again, it was only supposition he'd retained the original. Witness statement, rather than hard fact, had Asner tagged on his personal link, then making arrangements for a meet. Asner met the killer in his office. That was a fact. Asner died as a result of multiple violent blows with a bronze statue. Killer, because who the hell else, removed all records and electronics using Asner's car to transport. Asner's vehicle found at Marina. Task 1 complete. Okay, let's see what we've got. Data on screen. The list was long, but she'd expected it. She deliberately aimed the first search wide. 3 out of 4 grandparents, his father, a stepmother, 1 sibling, various cousins, aunts, uncles, and 1 ex-wife. She ordered family members as a subset. Non-family made for a longer list. A college roommate, several actors, other industry professionals, his gardener, his longtime family doctor, a business partner, his current wife's former voice coach, retired at the time of her death. Eve ordered subsets of professional associates, another of non-business or non-industry connections. She then ordered the computer to cross-reference any connections on or between subsets and to generate another subset with those results. As she studied the list, the computer informed her there were no unsolved murders, other than those currently under investigation, connected with the subject. That's too damn bad, Eve muttered. Accidental, or self-termination, proved a different matter. There were plenty. Eve got more coffee and began to sift through. At some point, Rourke sent her the record of a transfer, the evening before, of $50,000 from Steinberger's to Valerie's accounts. She copied it to her file before starting a second board. She believed coincidence was as rare as an honest thief, and that if she scraped away long enough, thoroughly enough, coincidence revealed pattern. It was pattern she saw now as she took a step back from the new board. Son of a bitch. She walked over to Rourke's open office door. Come have a look at this, will you? I need a fresh eye. I have 2 you can borrow. I've just been playing around a bit with the financials, he said as he rose. There may be more of that to come. I do love the legitimate opportunity to poke into other people's private affairs. It keeps me honest. More or less. "You've expanded, I see," he commented about her second board. She'd centered Steinberger's ID shot, fanned out others from it. Below each circling photo was a date. "What do these people have to do with Steinberger and your current case?" "Oddly, they're all dead." Chronologically, Bryson Kane, college roommate. They, along with two others, shared an off-campus rental. Kane died as the result of injuries sustained in a fall down a flight of stairs. His death was ruled accidental, the high level of alcohol in his system a contributing factor. Due to a similar intake of alcohol, the other roommates, including Steinberger, slept through the sound of the fall. The body was discovered by one of the other roommates in the morning. Kane was 20. Young. The next wasn't so young. Marlon Dressler, 87, great-grandfather of Steinberger's fiancée at the time, and first ex-wife. Also a bigwig in Horizon Studios, where Steinberger had his first job in the industry, basically an assistant to Dressler's assistant. Dressler had a getaway place in Northern California. He fell off a cliff. Is that so? He was an avid hiker, an amateur botanist. He had, allegedly, hiked up the canyon from his getaway place, collecting samples. He lost his footing, broke his leg, a couple of ribs, incurred internal bleeding. The ME estimated it took him 12 hours to die. After Dressler's death, Steinberger moved a couple rungs up the ladder. Handy for him. Yeah, isn't it? Dressler died 6 years after Kane. 3 years later, I'll add Steinberger had married the fiancée and had moved up again at Horizon. Angelica Caulfield, an actress, yes, I've seen her work. She was known for her excesses as much as her work. Nobody was particularly surprised when she died of an overdose. There was some surprise that she was pregnant at the time of her death, about 5 weeks into it. Father unknown. While it was rumored Steinberger might have been romantically involved with her, which he vehemently denied, the rumor was never substantiated, and in fact there were plenty of rumors about Caulfield's other lovers. Steinberger, however, was one of the producers of her last project, and had, in fact, campaigned hard with the studio to cast her. His wife was also expecting their first child at the time of Caulfield's death. While her death was officially ruled accidental, there was, and still is, speculation of self-termination. But not foul play. Not yet. Forward 4 years. Jacoby Miles, a paparazzo who'd hounded Steinberger, among hordes of others, was beaten to death with a 10-pound dumbbell inside his home. All of his cameras and electronics had been taken. Police believed Miles had walked in on a robbery in progress and, in fact, subsequently arrested a B&E man apprehended in the same neighborhood a few weeks later. While the B&E man denied the burglary and murder, he served 25 years for same. Within a month of the murder, Steinberger and his wife separated and filed for divorce. 2 days after the divorce was final, Steinberger married his second ex-wife. Sherry Wendell, Eve added, tapping the next ID. An actress known for her comedic timing and fierce temper. Their marriage lasted 4 years, was described as tumultuous. 3 years after their divorce, Wendell died in what was determined to be an accidental drowning due to a fall and alcohol consumption. It was the tragedy and scandal of the Cannes Film Festival that year. Steinberger attended as one of the partners in the fledgling Big Bang Productions. She was brilliant, really. You've seen some of her vids. Yeah, funny lady. 5 years after the funny lady drowned in the south of France, Buster Perlman, one of Steinberger's partners, ingested a terminal cocktail of barbiturates and single malt scotch. The ruling of self-termination was additionally fueled by speculation of embezzlement on his part, and what Steinberger regretfully testified was the threat of internal audit. "Yes," Rourke murmured, "I'll be looking more at finances. We go 7 years. A long stretch, so I'll be going over the interim again." Alice Beaker, 22, an intern at the studio, found dead in her apartment. She'd slipped in the shower, the report claims, and fractured her skull. Her ex-boyfriend was detained and questioned, but there was no evidence to charge him with anything. He did, in his statement, claim he believed Alice was seeing someone else, an older man, a married man. This supposition was reinforced by a female friend of the deceased, who stated Beaker believed the man she was involved with intended to leave his wife and marry her. Steinberger was 2 years married to his last ex-wife. Which brings us to current events. So, with this data, what do you see here on the board? A pattern. You believe he's been killing for, Christ, 40 years? Without slipping? Without suspicion? I stopped thinking it halfway through the 40. I know it. It's a way to solve a problem. It's a choice. It's going to take more to find out what the problem might have been in each case. Some are obvious, she continued, gesturing at the board as she paced in front of it. An affair resulting in a pregnancy, and the other party wouldn't let go. Money difficulties pawned off on a partner, one who might have either been in on the skimming or learned of it. A nosy photographer who saw or photographed something damaging. A stupid young girl who pushed for marriage, likely threatened to tell his wife. Sex and money, as you said all along. Most are violent, somewhat impulsive, a shove, a blow, a cover-up. He might even see them as accidents, or self-defense in a twisted way. Rourke laid a hand on her shoulder when she stopped beside him. 9 people. Very likely more, but it's a hell of a start. He's a serial killer who doesn't fit the standard profile. He doesn't escalate or stick to type, stick to method. His connections or involvements with each pop out when you lay it out, but otherwise it's just a 4-decade span of accidents, suicide, misadventure. Just bad luck. Who's going to connect an almost 90-year-old hiker slipping off a canyon path with a drunk 20-year-old college kid falling down the stairs 6 years earlier? You. She shook her head. I don't know if I would have. I looked at this, at Harris, as a first kill. I looked at the list of suspects and thought argument, impulse, period. Panic, cover-up. Mira thought the same. Though she did talk about there being 2 different styles. The impulse, the calculation. I saw it, but I didn't. Not clearly. Then you said maybe he'd done it before. I never considered that. Never considered this. What do you see now when you look at the pattern? Ambition, greed, self-indulgence, an obsessive need to preserve status and reputation. Sociopathic tendencies and a need to control, absolutely. He killed Asner rather than pay him off, risking that second kill. But there's calculation there. He's alibied. And while Asner was connected to Harris, he was also connected to any number of unsavory types given his line of work. He paid Valerie off for the alibi. He can't afford a 3rd kill, not now. But eventually, she'll have an accident. He'll make sure she's paid and rewarded until he can get rid of her. He killed Harris because she'd seen the pattern. Eve nodded, or some of it, even one element, and she hired Asner to dig into it. He may have seen more of the pattern. We'll probably never know the full extent of what he and Harris knew. She sat on the edge of her desk, picked up her empty coffee cup, scowled at it. I can't prove any of it. Yet. It's nice having somebody believe I can work small miracles. Every day. It's likely he's made other payoffs. I can look for that, near the dates of each of these deaths. I can look into the embezzlement for accounts opened during that period, and starting with the college roommate into his academic records. I've got a couple of ex-wives I can approach, police reports I need to go through again, investigators to nudge. There's no such fucking thing as a perfect murder. There will be mistakes, more connections. He may have gotten away with this for longer than I've been alive, but his time's up. It's up, she murmured, and he's going to pay for every face on these boards. I need coffee. Then let's start working some small miracles. Cold cases had their own tone, approach, dynamics. Memories faded or altered. Evidence was misplaced. People died. For once she had an advantage in the time zone area. It was early enough in California for her to start making contacts, asking questions, requesting additional data. She got lucky with Detective McCone, now Detective Sergeant, who'd been secondary lead on the Buster Perlman suicide. Sure, I remember. Perlman downed enough barbs to kill himself twice. Waste of good scotch, or so my partner said at the time. He had the lead on that. He's retired now, lives out in Helena, Montana, spends all his time fishing. The data I've been able to access indicated Perlman was, allegedly, embezzling funds from the studio. He'd skimmed 50 large just that morning into an offshore account under his wife's maiden name. She swore he wouldn't steal a gumball. They weren't living over their means. Their means were pretty damn good as it was. The funds skimmed came up to 10 times what we found. Never could zero in on the rest. What tipped you to the embezzlement? The wife? She and the kids had been visiting her parents for a few days. When they got back, they found him. She said it couldn't have been suicide. He'd never kill himself, never leave her and the kids. Pushed and pushed. It didn't take long for us to find the money, or to smell out the problem at the studio. They had an audit scheduled for the next week. Tell me about Steinberger. Is he on your list for K.T. Harris? He was there, so he's on the list. I remember he was adamant about Perlman being innocent, about it being some kind of accident. Pretty damn pissed we'd smear a good man's name, upset his family. Went public on it, too. Got a lot of play for standing up for his friend and partner, trying to support the widow and kiddies. Did it ever angle as a setup to you? It looked straightforward. The rest of the money was a puzzler, but from what the forensic accountants could pull out, he'd been dipping here and there for a couple of years. Could have washed it a dozen different ways. No records, he prodded. No second set of books. He'd wiped his electronics, given every last one of them a virus. We couldn't do as much back then as we can now. Do you still have them? Jesus, that's a while. What, 15 years, give or take? I can't tell you. I'd appreciate it if you'd check, D.S. McCone. And given what we can do now, if those electronics are still in evidence, you may find something relevant on them. I haven't thought about this case in God knows. I can check. You're liking Steinberger for Harris. I am. And if he killed my Vic, I'm betting he killed yours, too. Son of a bitch. That's what I said. She talked to more cops, made more notes, drank more coffee. Rourke came in, eyed the coffee pot on her desk. He went into the kitchen, came back with a bottle of water. Change it up a bit. What? Are you the coffee police? If so, you'd be doing life without parole. I've a couple of potentially interesting transactions. One, a transfer from an account Steinberger has quietly buried under the name B.B. Joel. Big Bang Joel? Really? Not particularly inventive, but B.B. pays his taxes like a good boy. The day of Angelica Caulfield's death, he transferred $20,000 into a new account, one opened by Violet Holmes. The day of? Yes, the body wasn't discovered until the next day. Possible premeditation. Setting up the alibi in advance. Wait a minute. Eve swiveled back to her machine, calling up files as work continued. Holmes was, at that time, an emerging star, young, fresh, primed for her first major starring role. Steinberger and Big Bang made her a full-fledged star. He and Holmes have been linked together a few times between marriages. She has a boat, moored at the marina where we located Asner's car. Peabody and McNabb found 4 possible connections between individuals who have boats here and Steinberger and others on the list. Holmes and Steinberger lived together for a few months at one time, Rourke told her. Apparently remain friends. Friendly enough, I bet he knows where she keeps her boat, how to operate it. I wouldn't be surprised. There was also a withdrawal of $10,000 from the B.B. Joel account the day after the ex-wife drowned. No transfer, but then some people will insist on cash in the hand. Fussy. Where does the money in this account come from? Working on that. Going back, small, under $5,000, deposits were made during the first months after the account was opened, which was some 20 months prior to the partner's supposed suicide. They graduated to larger amounts, but still under 10. He taps the account regularly. He may see it as a kind of petty cash drawer. Want a bit of something you'd prefer your accountant didn't see? Tap. To the public, he lives a high life. Power, glamour, shiny friends, juicy travel. But it's a straight one. Maybe B.B. Joel likes the more sinuous. She looked over at her boards. Time to tie it together so it holds enough weight to convince Whitney and the PA. Eve, he said when she turned to the link. It's past midnight. Who are you waking up?
This is the end of disc number 8. Please continue listening on disc number 9. This is disc number 9.
She looked over at her boards. Time to tie it together so it holds enough weight to convince Whitney and the PA. Eve, he said when she turned to the link. It's past midnight. Who are you waking up? Peabody. We need a conference room in the morning, with Whitney, Rio, if we can get her, Mira. She paused, gave Rourke a thoughtful look. I have several steps toward world financial domination scheduled in the morning, but no, who wants to get in the way of that? Can you just copy everything to Feeney? I'll bring him in with his favorite boy. I'll see to it. There was a breathy pause on the link, then a husky, Peabody, with blocked video. Locate Violet Holmes, Eve ordered. Huh? Who? Oh, sir? Eve ignored the sound of rustling, a slurry male murmur, a quiet groaning sigh. Holmes, the boat. I want her location. Arrange a conference room, 0800. Be there. Bring McNabb. Okay. What? Sorry. We were just... I don't want to know what you were just. In fact, I'll issue a 30-day rip if you so much as hint what you were just. Holmes, conference room. Report to my office 30 minutes prior for an update. Yes, sir. Good work on the boat. Thanks. Go back to just, Eve said, and cut her off. She sent priority requests to the others she wanted at the briefing, but through message only. In case they're just, Rourke wondered. I'm ignoring that, because I'm not picturing that. I need to put this in solid order. I'm close, but I want to fine-tune. I'll do the same so Feeney can easily intercept the pass. Appreciate it. I guess I just owe you. He laughed, leaned down and kissed her head. I'll just have to collect another time. In the meanwhile, lay off the coffee. She waited until he'd gone into his office to roll her eyes, but she reached for the water instead. Chapter 18. When he felt her stir beside him, Rourke drew her closer, rubbed her back. Shh, he said. Shh, now. Hold on to me and sleep. She shivered a little, burrowed closer still. He'd lit the fire before they'd slipped into bed. Now, only a few hours later, it simmered in the hearth and tossed its gold-washed red light into the room. Quiet, warm, soothing. It's what he'd wanted for her in sleep. Yet she clung, anchored to him against the dreams. He brushed his lips over her hair, wanting to will the tension in her body away, to erase those images and emotions that gave her so little peace. With his eyes closed, he continued to stroke her back in light rhythmic movements designed to lull. In the dark, curled against him, her body seemed so fragile. It wasn't, he knew. His Eve was strong, tough, and athletic. He'd seen her take a punch more than once, and execute one. He'd been on the receiving end of her fist, so he could attest she packed some power. He'd tended her wounds, as she had his, and knew she healed well, healed fast. His resilient, hard-headed cop. But there were parts inside that tough, disciplined body that remained fragile. Perhaps always would. And those vulnerable places pulled at him to protect, to comfort, to do anything he could to spare her a bruise or blow. The vulnerability undid him, even as the strength brought him pride, and the whole of her brought him love beyond the measuring of it. Of all he'd craved in his life, all he'd dreamed of having, all he'd fought to gain by fair means or foul, he'd never imagined having such as she as his own. Never imagined himself the man he'd come to be because she was. Now he felt her begin to relax again, degree by degree, and hoped she drifted toward that quiet and that warmth where there were no bruises or blows, and he let himself drift with her, wrapped around her like a shield. So when she lifted her face to his, when he lowered his lips to hers, it was another kind of dreaming, as soft and lovely as the firelight playing on the walls. His heart poured to hers, a murmured stream of Irish, while she melted against him. She knew some of the words. He'd said them before. But there was more now. He always seemed to have more to give her. Now he gave her tenderness when she hadn't known she'd needed the tender. He gave her unity when alone hurt. A touch, a taste, all slow, all easy, as if patience and love were one steady heartbeat. Worries that had dogged her in her sleep broke apart, dissolved so there was only the welcome weight of his body, the lazy stroke of his hands, the stirring taste of him on her tongue. She flowed along that gentle current of sensation, its lazy rise, its graceful fall, breathing him, touching as she was touched, as if nothing in the world mattered more than the moment, and nothing existed in the moment but them. When she opened, he filled. When he filled, she surrounded. As they moved together in the dance of firelight, the tenderness brought tears to her eyes, a catch of them in her breath. "I love you." Overwhelmed, undone, he pressed his face to her shoulder. "Agra, agra macrei." "Love," she sighed, as she rose to peak, light as a feather on a cloud. "Love," she repeated, when she lay warm against him. She rested her hand on his cheek. He curled his over her wrist. She slept, in the quiet and warm. Rourke slept with her. When she woke to sunlight, it pleased her to see him in the bedroom sitting area, drinking coffee. The cat sprawled over his lap while he watched the financial reports whiz by on screen, and fully dressed in one of his God of the Business World suits, which meant he'd been up an hour, probably more, and tended to some of his realm, so not as worried about her. She glanced at the time, grunted, then rolled out of bed to shower. In the drying tube, she closed her eyes as the warm air swirled around her. "Time to get your head in the game," she ordered herself. Who the hell had a head to get into any game before coffee? She grabbed the robe on the back of the door, shrugged into it as she strode back into the bedroom and straight to the auto chef. She drank half the first cup as though her life depended on it, then turned, studied Rourke again. "Morning." She speaks, and she's gonna have to do a lot more of it. She crossed over to the closet, started to reach for clothes at random. "Not today," Rourke said from behind her. "What? I'm not wearing clothes today?" "Oh, if only. Today you take a rare moment to think about clothes." "I think about them. They keep me from being arrested for indecent exposure. And if I have to tackle some asshole during the course of the day, it prevents him from thinking I'm a sex fiend. Both excellent purposes for wardrobe. Another is presentation. You're going to be presenting your case and yourself to your commander and others, which is cop work." She may have been barefoot, but she prepared to dig in her heels. "I'm not fancying up for cop work." "There is, Lieutenant, considerable area between indecent exposure, sex fiend, and fancying up, such as—" He selected fitted trousers in chocolate brown with a kind of nubby finish, matched them with the 3-button jacket in deep, strong blue, then managed to add an Oxford-style shirt with stripes that picked up both tones. A clean, confident presentation of someone who's in charge and prepared to get down to the business at hand. All that. "Wear your new boots." He passed her the clothes. "They'll work well with that, and with the coat as well." "What new boots?" Her eyebrows drew together as he took them off a shelf. "And where did they come from?" "The boot elves, I assume." "The boot elves are going to be pissed when they're dinged and scuffed inside a week." "Oh, I think they're more tolerant than that." "Those elves keep this up, I'm going to need a bigger closet." But she dressed as advised, then sat to pull on the boots while Rourke programmed breakfast for 2. They slid on like, as Peabody might say, butter. "Okay." She stood, took some strides. "They're great. Sturdy. I could definitely kick some teeth in with these. The elves had that as top priority." "Huh." She did a quick squat and rise, then paddled her heels. "But they're not stiff or heavy. so they could handle a serious foot chase. Second priority, I'll pass your satisfaction on to the elves. He set 2 plates of waffles on the table, gave Galahad a cool warning stare, then looked Eve up and down. You look confident, streamlined, and absolutely capable of kicking in those teeth. I like the last part the best. Only one of the myriad reasons I love you. She sat, and when he joined her, she laid a hand over his. I feel confident and streamlined. I woke up that way because you were with me last night. Because you loved me. And because you were sitting here this morning, doing what you always do instead of worrying about me. Does that mean you're going to stop worrying about me worrying? It's moving that way. We probably just need to have a good fight over something, finish it off. A good fight can work like a good orgasm and clear things out. Well, now, I'm longing for a good fight. We'll have to schedule one in. Better, I think, when they're more organic. Organic orgasm through temper. He laughed as he passed her the syrup he knew she'd pour on in a flood. I'm filled with anticipation. Remember that when I piss you off next time. She drowned her waffles in syrup. Within 30, primed by waffles, Eve checked her link. Everybody's a go for the briefing. I'm going in early. Make sure everything's set up the way I want it. Good luck. I should have some time this afternoon, either to deal with that fight we need to have, or give Feeney some help. Maybe we can work in both. She gave him a quick kiss before heading for the door. Look after my cup, he called after her. Just you try licking off that plate, boyo, she heard him say to the cat, and see what happens. It made her grin all the way downstairs. She didn't have as much luck with traffic as she had the day before, but used the time in snags and snarls to work out her approach. She wanted a warrant to search Steinberger's residence, his office, his vehicle, and one to dump all his electronics on Feeney and EDD. Odds of getting them were slim, she knew. She damn well would, convince everyone in the briefing that Steinberger had been killing people who annoyed him, got in his way, or just posed a serious inconvenience for 40 years. And yet the pesky issue of probable cause would remain. Still, she'd push for it. And if, most likely when, she got shut down, she'd push for one to monitor his links and comps. And she wanted that in place before she talked to his ex-wives, the surviving ones, his boat pal, former college roommates, Buster Perlman's widow, before she had another round with the Hollywood set. A lot of people were going to feel the heel of her new boots on their necks before she was done. She pulled into her slot in Central's garage. She rode up in an elevator that stopped to let cops on, let cops off, and wished she'd opted for the glides when an undercover detective she recognized stepped in hauling a midget. The midget boasted a shaved head covered with tats and showed gaps in his teeth in a feral snarl. That bald head might have only reached McGreedy's waist, but its owner looked mean as a rattler. Both of them smelled, strongly and distinctly, of shit. Jesus, McGreedy! One of the cops stepped as far to the side as the car would allow. You sleep in the sewer? Chase this fucker into one. Caught you too, didn't I, you fucking little fucker? Fucker bit my ankle. I got midget teeth marks in my ankle. Even as he said it, his prisoner issued a sharp kick to the wounded ankle, another to the shin, and let out a kind of war cry as he leaped, fast and nimble as a spider, on the back of the uniformed cop ahead of him in the car. Amid the chaos and the unbelievable stench, Eve considered. 2 cops were currently trying to haul the crazy little bastard off while he yanked hair, kicked feet, sank teeth. She decided on a different approach. She drew her weapon and, keeping a careful distance, leaned forward, pressed it to the crazy little bastard's head. "Want a taste of this?" He swung around, bared his gapped teeth, and she calculated he intended to use the uniform as a springboard into her face. "I'll drop you like a stone," she warned. "No, like a pebble, an ugly, smelly pebble. Then I'll personally drop-kick your ass into a cage." "I got him, Lieutenant." Panting, snarling, sweating, McGreedy ripped his prisoner off the uniform, shoved him face down on the floor of the car. "Fucker!" "Officer?" Shit. "Bingley, Lieutenant." "Officer Bingley, as you're already due for a shower and a change of uniform, why don't you assist Detective McGreedy in securing his little fucker and hauling same into detox?" "Yes, sir." "Shit." "It ain't roses," McGreedy agreed. "Hold him back, would you?" Eve requested, and hopped off the elevator. Never a dull moment, she thought, as she took a cautious sniff of herself just in case. She bypassed her office for the conference room, where she recreated her caseboards, loaded data into a computer. By the time she was finished, she expected Peabody to clock in. Deciding she wanted another hit of decent coffee before things got rolling, she secured the conference room and started to her office. She spotted Marlowe, despite the long sun-streaked brunette wig and oversized sunshades, coming off the glides. "Dallas, not working today?" "I'm not doing hair and makeup until 9, so I thought I'd take a chance you'd be in and have a few minutes." "I'm in, and a few minutes is all I've got." She nodded as Peabody and McNabb came up the next glide. "Hang on a minute," she told Marlowe. "Is that Marlowe?" Peabody asked. "Yeah, I'm going to talk to her. The two of you can head right into the conference room. I've got boards set up. Study, ponder, prepare to discuss." "What's in the box?" "Donuts." McNabb grinned at her. "We figured, hey, cops, breakfast time, briefing. It's the necessary ingredient." "It couldn't hurt. I won't be long." Eve considered the fact her murder board stood in her office, and deciding it might be an advantage, led Marlowe in. "Thanks for—" Marlowe trailed off, her gaze on the board. "God, that's stark. And really, really disconcerting to see my own face up there, those of people I know and care about." "Can I sit down?" "Sure." As she did, Eve rested a hip on the corner of her desk. Her mind went, unfortunately, to the idea of how many asses had sat on her candy in the last couple of days. "You know, I thought I'd gotten so tough, prepping for this part. I've always kept in shape, but Christ, I trained for this. Physically, I mean. And I thought, mentally. But I learned fast. I'm not half as tough as I thought. I can work. I can put myself there. But as soon as I step out of you and into me, I'm just Marlowe Dern. And I'm scared." "Of what?" "There's no way around the fact one of us—" Her gaze went to the board again. "One of us killed KT. There's no way around it. And I know you believe whoever did that killed the man she hired to spy on Matthew and me. So I'm scared because I'm working with someone who could do that." "Did Asner approach you, Marlowe, or Matthew, about compensation in exchange for the recording?" "No." She stared at his photo on the board. "I've never seen him before. He was in the loft. In our bedroom. And now he's dead." "Has anyone approached you?" "No, I'd tell you. It's way beyond the invasion of privacy, the embarrassment, even the anger over it. I wanted to come here, see you, ask you if you're any closer to finding out who. And I know you probably can't tell me, but I hate being this way. Hate being scared. Hate wondering about these people I care about. Hate locking my trailer door even when I'm inside. Are you afraid of anyone in particular? Marlowe shook her head. Matthew's handling it better, and so's Andy. Julian's worse than I am. He's a wreck. Connie was supposed to fly to Paris to shoot some ads. Their daughter was going to meet her so they'd have a few days over there together. She rescheduled because she doesn't want to leave Roundtree. I know that's not really important in the bigger sense, but it's hard to reorder your life, even in the short term. It's hard to wonder if someone you know isn't someone you know at all. Yes. Marlowe closed her eyes. God, yes. Can you tell me anything? Anything at all? We're having a major briefing on the investigation, and some new angles this morning. That's good, then. Marlowe let out a breath. That's good. And that would get around, Eve thought. She wondered what Steinberger would think when he heard. There's a minor detail I meant to check out, Eve continued. You'd probably know. Save me some steps. Anything. Does anyone besides Harris smoke? Herbals or otherwise? Oh. Marlowe slumped a little. I do. A little. Occasionally. Not herbals. Tobacco, and I know. Bad for me, painfully expensive. And you have to hide like a thief. I've cut them out almost completely because of that, and more. Might as well be honest, because Matthew dislikes it so much. He insists I can get the same effect with yoga breathing, which only proves he's never smoked anything. So he objects. Disapproves, worries. I tried to switch to herbals, as he's not as rabid about those, but hell, it's not the same. Anyone else? Smoke, or object to it? Andy will bum a drag now and then, either from me or off an herbal. A lot of the crew sneak off for an herbal during breaks. Roundtree designated an area for them, though the studio wouldn't approve. And Joel pitched a fit. Inside, Eve smiled. Did he? He's the smoking Gestapo. She straightened again, rolled her eyes dramatically. I swear, he can tell if you've had a single puff an hour before from a half-mile away. She made sniffing sounds, lowered her brows, roughened her voice, and did a dead-on mimic of Steinberger. Who's been smoking? I won't be exposed to it. Preston, Valerie, get this place aired out right now. She made hacking noises, covered her mouth with her forearm. Somebody get me a lozenge and some spring water. Then she laughed, sat back. I swear, his eyes start watering if somebody so much as thinks about smoking. He and KT were at it on that all the time. Oh, I didn't mean... It's not like he'd kill somebody over it. He just can't stand it, and his eyes do get red. Understood. Eve smiled. We know Harris smoked herbals on the roof, inside the dome. DNA. From what you've said, it doesn't seem likely she got them from someone else at the party. She wouldn't ask, believe me. Or share. Then that covers that. Just a minor detail, as I said. I've got to get to the briefing, Marlowe. Okay. Thanks. Really. She rose, took Eve's hand. It's probably stupid, but I feel better just talking to you. Glad I could help. I'll walk you out. You probably think it's silly, Marlowe said, and tugged on her wig. Wigs and shades and oversized coats. I think I'd hate it if I couldn't walk down the street, buy a soy dog, take a stroll, grab a slice without having people staring at me, pushing at me, taking pictures of me. It's part of the package. Everybody's got a package. You don't have to like all of it. Matthew and I are talking about going public. What the studio wants. It just doesn't seem important now. 2 people are dead. That's what's important. So, and you know what else? She pulled off the wig, shaking out her short hair as she stuffed it in her bag. God, that feels better. Screw it! I'm Marlowe Dern. She shot Eve the megastar smile and strolled toward the glide. Armed with the additional data, Eve strode to the conference room. Inside, McNabb stuffed the last of a donut into his mouth. Peabody turned from the board, goggled. Holy shit, Dallas! Convinced? Are you kidding? The pattern's there, right there. He kills people. Not quite a habit, McNabb put in. More than a hobby. Or maybe there are others, people who didn't have a connection to him. In between, he kills complete strangers. Possible. But it strikes me as more likely his killing is, to him, just part of doing business. Sometimes you fire, sometimes you dissolve a partnership, sometimes you kill. It's almost sicker that way. Peabody looked back to the board. If he profiled like a true serial, we could at least say he's compelled. But it's not compulsive when you go years between. It's convenience. Sicker. And to think I was so juiced because he talked to me about the cameo and how they'd play me up. We'll get him, she-body. Now I want a damn donut. Got your cream filled with sugar glaze right here. McNabb pulled it out of the box for her. She took the first enormous bite as Whitney came in. Commander, Eve began, thank you for making the time. You made it sound urgent. Are those donuts? Peabody, unable to speak with the mouth full of cream, nodded. Detectives Peabody and McNabb thought they were called for, Eve told him. When aren't they? Whitney selected a jelly topped with sprinkles, but the board caught his eye before he could sample. In silence, he studied the data, the pattern. 9? Yes, sir. It's possible there are more, but these dates, times, circumstances I can verify. I'm expecting Dr. Mira, Captain Feeney, APA Rio, and would like to brief everyone on the data and my conclusions at once. Yes. Kyung will join us here at 0900. I can bump that time if you need more. Hopefully not. Whitney shook his head. This is a shitstorm. A lot of that going around, Eve thought. She stayed out of the way as Feeney came in, reacted enthusiastically to the donuts, then stood munching one as he studied the board. Mira and Rio came in together, and Eve heard a snippet of their continued conversation about a shoe sale. Eve waited as each caught the board. As Mira accepted the cup of tea Peabody brought her, as she sat, sipped, studied. Eve judged the timing, then walked up to the board, faced the room. The data, my gut, and a probability of 73.8 say that Joel Steinberger killed the 9 individuals on these boards. Motives may be murky as yet, but beginning with Bryson Kane, when the victim and the suspect were 20 and 21 respectively, the suspect had received a warning of imminent academic suspension due to spotty attendance and failing grades. While records show the suspect's attendance did not significantly improve, he went from near suspension to honors list in a 4-week period. You figure he cheated, Feeney commented. I do. I figure he paid the victim, who was a straight honors student, to write his papers, crib any tests or exams. I believe the victim either wanted to stop or ask for more money. They argued, and the suspect pushed him down the stairs. The suspect's grades dipped sharply for the 3 weeks after his roommate's death. This was put down to natural emotional upheaval at the time. I call bullshit. His grades dipped because he killed his source. He had to find another. How do you prove it? Rio asked her. By analyzing financial data from that period, by interviewing the other roommates, instructors, students. Second victim, she continued. His fiancée's wealthy, influential great-grandfather and the suspect's boss. At his death, the great-granddaughter, who married the suspect, came into a considerable inheritance. And from the pattern that emerges here, the suspect has a fondness for women. A cheat's a cheat, Feeney commented. He cheats on the girlfriend. Granddaddy finds out, tells him to blow. That's the one I like, Eve agreed. The suspect ends up with a wealthy wife, a solid position at the studio, and the potential to become heir apparent. Victim 3, Eve said, and worked her way down. She juggled data and theories, answered questions, reasserted timelines. Considering the length of time we're dealing with, Rio began, it would take a miracle to access all the data. The financial records, travel, wit statements, much less locate and interview all parties involved. Then we have to jog and trust those memories and impressions. So he keeps getting away with it because he scatters his kills, changes his method. 9 people, maybe more, are dead because Joel Steinberger wanted them that way, because he wanted money or sex or fame or a reputation he'd never earned. They're dead because he wanted the easy way to the red carpet, the media spotlight, the power chamber of a glamorous industry. And he wanted all the benefits that go with it. The money again, the sex, the envy of others. I don't disagree with you, Dallas, but you've got pattern. A logical pattern, a convincing one. You don't have evidence. We'll get it. How close are you to getting him for K.T. Harris and or Asner? Closer than I was. Closer still when you put them together with the others, when you see the pattern. Get me a warrant to search his residence, his office, his vehicle. Get me one to confiscate and search his electronics. And would you like me to get a pony while I'm at it? The Southern in Rio's voice went to steel. Where's the cause? The judge and any decent lawyer, which believe me Steinberger will have a fleet of, will point out that many men in their 60s can be connected to 9 deaths over the course of their lives. That only one of these cases was designated homicide, for which the individual charged was convicted. I can get a judge to look at this, to see what you see, what I'm damn well seeing too, and we still won't get a search warrant. So that's it, Eve shot back. You don't even try. Of course I'm gonna try. Damn it. I want to put this creepy bastard away for the rest of his life. I'm telling you, we're gonna get a big, fat, solid no on a search warrant. Eve paced away. I'll talk to your boss, Whitney told Rio, and as many judges as it takes. If Dr. Mira will reprofile. If you have some thoughts on this, Dr. Mira. Yes. It was the first word she'd spoken since entering the room. I have some thoughts. Before that, as a backup, Eve turned back. What about a warrant to monitor his transmissions? An EDD trace on his links, his comps, everything. He's my primary suspect in 2 current murders. I can eliminate several of the others present at Harris's death. I have a partially open dome, evidence the Vic was smoking herbals laced with Zoner, and a statement that can and will be verified that the suspect has a strong, even passionate aversion to smoke. The dome was closed, and the mechanism faulty. The suspect was unaware of this. When he opened it to clear the smoke, he was unable to close it completely after he killed Harris. I can work with that, Rio calculated. I could work a trace. And we'll work with the prosecutor on the Perlman suicide. If your contact on that can locate the evidence, the files, we may be able to toggle back now that we have this secondary account. But if you don't get something off the trace in short order, we're going to have a tough time keeping it in place when he leaves New York. And the rest. Rio turned to the boards again. I want to believe we can prove it. But realistically, it could take years to put it all together. He'll kill again. Mira spoke up now. He won't wait years between this time. He's killed twice in 2 days. It's a new kind of power. He murdered Asner with extreme violence, the kind he's only exhibited, that we see here, one other time. There's a pattern there as well. His privacy was infringed. He reacted with violence, then took, and we assume, destroyed all that pertained to him. In this case, Asner isn't the end of it. If Valerie was paid or compensated to give him an alibi, she's now a new threat. He'll need to eliminate her. And I don't believe he'll wait. Not years, not months. Weeks, perhaps. He'll need to finish it to feel fully in control again. She looked at Eve. He's more dangerous now, without that feeling of control. He is organized, so he'll plan. He's self-serving, and can justify all his actions as necessary. And he is ruthless. Whatever gets in the way of his comfort, his success, his ambition must be eliminated. He's killed for his own needs for 40 years, and has become a powerful, respected, famous, wealthy man. On the one hand, killing is the same for him as it is for a paid assassin. Business, Eve said. Yes, and on the other, it's intensely, intimately personal. Friends, lovers, former wives. You may find he had a sexual relationship at one time with Katie Harris. Only twice were his kills not part of his intimate circle. And those he killed with extreme violence. He could let that violent nature out with them. I believe when you interview his ex-wives, and any former or current lovers, they'll tell you, if they're honest, he preferred rough sex, likely with rape role-playing. The violence is there, always. Ending lives gives him a sense of control, and at the same time, the need to end them, when threatened, controls him. He's going to be real unhappy when we take away his control and put him in a concrete cage. Get me a warrant, Eve told Rio. Whatever you can get. After a quick knock, Kyung stepped in. Do you need me to wait? No. Eve angled her head. It's good timing. If everyone could stay a few minutes more, I've got a way I think we can get something on that EDD trace sooner rather than later. She jerked a thumb at the box on the conference table. Have a donut, she invited Kyung. Chapter 19. You need to set up another media conference, Eve said to Kyung. I'm afraid so. After a brief perusal, he selected a conservative glazed, broke it tidily in half. It's necessary. Okay, but it has to wait until APA Rio finesses a warrant and EDD is set on a tap and trace. Well, Kyung spread his hands in surprise. You're very agreeable. I hope to say the same about you. We're going to announce there's been a break in the case, and I feel an arrest is imminent. Excellent news. Kyung continued to study her face. If it's true. The break part's true, in my opinion. The arrest depends on how the killer reacts to the true part. Eve turned toward Whitney. With your permission, of course, Commander. I follow you, Whitney told her. You expect the suspect to make some sort of contact after this announcement, that he'll be compelled through panic or curiosity. He'll want to know what we've got, and if any of it casts a shadow on him. His alibi for Asner is another person, A person and an alibi I believe he bought. Price could go up. His alibi may contact him to renegotiate terms. They could deal with that face-to-face. Feeney lifted his shoulders. May not use a link or comp to work it out. True, but I've got someone else who'll engage the suspect face-to-face. Nadine's good at getting people to say things they don't expect or intend to say. Every and any little slip he makes adds weight. I want to bring her in, Commander. Not only does she have a vested interest, but I know she won't go public with any information I give her until I give her the go. Especially when I agree, reluctantly and with some annoyance, to giving her an exclusive on Now in exchange for her assistance and discretion. He manipulates, Mira commented. No one can live as he's lived, do what he's done for 4 decades, and not have a mastery of manipulation. Nadine also manipulates expertly. And so, she said to Eve, do you. You know he'll lie to her. Yeah, but about who? Because at a point where he believes we're nearly ready to make an arrest, he has to throw some dirt on someone else. There's a limited number of suspects. He's going to have to toss one of his own into the fire to feel safe. He'll have to lie or shave the truth into another shape. The more he does that, the better chance he'll slip up. He may kill one of his own, Mira pointed out, and, as he did with his partner, stage it as a self-termination, one executed out of guilt. Yeah, so we'll have to take steps there. I'm working it out. Excuse me. Kyung held up a hand. I'm not a detective, but am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Eve glanced at the board when he gestured. That information stays in this room. Understood. Of course, but... Have you actually connected 9 murders to Joel Steinberger, one of the most respected, revered, successful, and celebrated producers in the industry? Just because he makes a good vid doesn't mean he's not a stone killer, and I'm about to end his streak and his celebrated status. This is going to be huge. The media will explode over this, and the NYPSD, and you, Lieutenant, will be at ground zero. You sound happy about that. He only smiled, took a neat bite of his donut. We all do what we do. You got that right. Eve went straight to her office from the conference room to contact Nadine. Boat lady, she said to Peabody, lives in Tribeca with her cohab. Contact her. I want her to meet us at the boat. At the boat? ASAP, Peabody. Nadine, she said the minute the reporter came on, we have to talk. I have a window this afternoon about now. Dallas, I'm right in the middle of, believe me, whatever you're in the middle of isn't as juicy. Really? What's juicier than finalizing arrangements for an exclusive with Isaac McQueen as he awaits transport to his new facilities, an off-planet maximum security penitentiary, to tie in with interviews with the Jones twins, with the young girl McQueen and his accomplice snatched from the Dallas Mall, and interviews with every survivor a certain rookie cop freed when she took McQueen down in New York over 12 years ago. We're getting a 6-hour special in 3 parts on this. It's gonna be mega. Good for you. Want something else mega? The kind of mega that could mean another book, and sure as it's sweaty in hell, would have Hollywood bearing down on your door. When and where? The Land Edge Marina, Battery Park. Hold on. She glanced over as Peabody came back, held up a finger, mouthed, In an hour. In 2 hours. Don't be late. She clicked off. It is mega, Peabody said. I don't mean books and vids. I mean cop mega. When I became a cop, it wasn't for cases like this. I mean, it's hard to even imagine anybody could do what he's done for 40 years. It makes me feel depressed, Eve finished. Like he should have been stopped long before this. If one cop had looked right instead of left, up instead of down, had asked one more question, maybe he would have been stopped. Yeah. I know some people never get caught, or they slip through because you just can't nail the case shut, but it's been decades, Dallas. And I look at the board, and I see that college guy, a guy younger than me. He'll never get older, never graduate or fall in love. He'd be old enough to have grandkids now, but he's always going to be 20. He's a good one for you to keep in your head, a good one for you to stand for in this. You remember his face and his name, Peabody, and remember he never had a chance to be older than 20 because Joel Steinberger cut off that chance. He cut it off and he got away with it. So he cut off other chances. We're going to make sure he never does it again. She answered her beeping link. Dallas. McCone. I got lucky. Found the evidence box, case book, the tagged electronics, the works. Couldn't get it off my head after I talked to you, so I went in, started digging. I owe you. Look, we're hot here. If I could have what you found, I can get our top dog in EDD and a civilian consultant with mad skills to dig into the E stuff. I'd appreciate getting my hands on that casebook and the rest. If you find something that lets me tell Perlman's widow he wasn't a coward and a thief, we'll be square. I've got to push through some paperwork to clear sending this out to you, then make arrangements for secure transport. I can expedite some of that. I'll have my commander deal with the red tape, and I'll get the transport. If you ever need anything from me, D.S. McCone, just reach out. I'll do that. Get Whitney to get this rolling, she told Peabody. I'll get the transport moving. She started to contact Rourke, winced, hissed, paced to the window and back. It was wrong, she knew it, to interrupt him every time she needed something he could supply. Maybe it was like swallowing sand, but she contacted Somerset instead. Lieutenant, I need a fast, secure shuttle to transport 2 NYPSD officers to California and bring them and sensitive evidence back to New York. I see. I'll need the exact destination and your preferred departure center. That's it? I assume you wish this transportation expedited, so yes, destination and departure centers will suffice. Okay. Still suspicious, she told him. Very well. Have your men at departure, with valid identification and signed authorization, of course, in 30 minutes. Signed authorization from who? From you, Lieutenant. As the shuttles are always at your disposal, the officers only require your authorization. Unless you intend to accompany them, then it won't be necessary. No, I'm not going. They'll be there in 30. She swallowed more sand. Thank you. Of course. She frowned at the blank screen on the link. How was she supposed to know it was that easy? If she'd known it was that easy, she could have contacted the transpo station herself. Still, Somerset could likely cut through it all faster anyway. Dallas. What? Distracted, she glanced over, saw Rio at the door. Yeah. You got your warrant. I'll let Feeney know. Good. We'll start rolling the ball. You don't want to hear it, I know, but you're going to have to be really lucky for him to say anything you can take to court on these murders. He may say something that leads to something else that can be. It's a process, Rio. and one that may take years, if ever, to build a case against him for the old murders. Shouldn't you focus on the two already in your hands? I can focus on more than one goal at a time. A college kid, a pregnant woman, a husband and father, an old man, a woman smart enough to divorce him, some guy just doing his job. Who do you want me to forget? None of them. But if you can close it down on Harrison Asner, he's never going to see daylight again. He's only got one life, Dallas, and if we do this right, he'll spend what's left of his in a cage. That'd be fine, if it was only about him. It's also about 7 people and the lives they'll never get to live. Did you look at them? Eve demanded. Yes, I know, Dallas. I want him for all of them. I want to prosecute him for every one and win, which is a fantasy, because if we ever got enough to take him down for all of them, my boss would be all over it, and I'll settle for first chair. But I'd settle, now, for a solid case on one count, put him away, and hope we can gather the others over time. I'm not ready to settle. When we get enough to box him on Harrison Asner, or either, I'm going to break him to pieces on the rest, on the whole. Then I'm going to hand you those pieces on a platter. And I'd take them. Mira's worried. You got that, too? She's worried he'll find a way to block the light on him and beam it on someone else. Or worse. We don't want to add another to his scoreboard. I know how he thinks now. I'm going to stay ahead of him. Keep me in the loop. And if you get me a couple more slivers, I'll do a hard push for the search warrants. You could try it now. Rio only shook her head. I try it now. I'm going to get a no. I get a no, it's harder to get a yes later. Eve saw the logic, even if she didn't like it. You know, when me and Peabody, went to the set before Harris got dead and things got sticky, they were shooting this scene where a feisty young APA accompanies 2 homicide cops into the Icove residence, and when they find a DB, the APA passes out cold. Crap! They put that in there? Her face, a study in mortification and annoyance, Rio did a quick circle. Crap! It was my first body. It could have happened to anyone. It happened to you. The actress went down really graceful. You enjoyed it. Eyes slitted, Rio pointed a finger. You enjoy my video humiliation. It doesn't suck for me. And if memory serves, you made up for it. You stuck your neck out. You got things done. Rio sighed. Get me a sliver. 1 sliver, and I'll stick it out again. Get ready to do just that. Eve grabbed her coat. Oh, my God. Rio made a hum of almost sexual pleasure. Really? Keeping some distance, Eve shrugged into the coat. Seriously? Sex noises over a coat? It's delicious. Don't lick it. Once, Eve said, knowing damn well she wouldn't get past Rio without it. You can touch it, but just once. It's gushy. What is that word? Eve muttered, striding out into the bullpen. Peabody, with me. We'll get you the sliver, she said to Rio. The wind whipped over the water and blew the scent of it inland. It was a pretty enough day, and the tourists took advantage, wandering the park, piling on ferries for a trip to Liberty Island. Gardens continued to bloom. The colors edged toward the rusts and umbers of fall. Vendors had their stalls, the ever-enterprising locals, to hose those tourists on the price of a soy dog, souvenirs, guides, toss-away links and cameras for those who'd lost or forgotten their own. Eve stood studying the marina where sleek boats rocked on the busy water. The private section was gated off to discourage the curious, those inclined to vandalism or thievery, but she didn't see it would be much of a problem to bypass. Just as she imagined, those who could afford to dock, moor, whatever it was, their spiffy boat in this location, had security measures on the spiffy boat. "That's Violet Holmes." Peabody lifted her chin toward the woman walking toward the gate. She wore a crisp red jacket, jeans embellished at the pocket with thin gold braid, and a striped red shirt. The floral scarf looped around her neck trailed behind her in the breeze. A jaunty navy cap perched over her short silver hair. "Detective Peabody. And you're Lieutenant Dallas." Violet had a firm, no-nonsense handshake. "I feel I know you after reading the Cove book, and, of course, following the reports on KT." "You knew her?" Eve asked. "Only slightly. I consider New York home now, and only get to the coast occasionally. It's interesting to meet you both, but I don't understand your interest in Simone." "The boat," Peabody explained to Eve. "Named for my signature role. You're both too young, but Simone launched my career. The boat's 10 now, and one of my greatest pleasures." "Speaking of that, your professional beginnings. Can you tell me if it's usual for Joel Steinberger to give a rookie actress $20,000? "I'm sorry." "It's just one of those old details that popped up in routine investigation. 20,000 transferred into your account. A brand new account on July 18, 29. Was that a usual practice?" "No, not at all. Which is what makes Joel so unusual and special. I remember it very well as it deals, again, with Simone. The role. I wanted it desperately, and my readings went well. I worked on them for days." She laughed a little, looking back. "I ate, slept, breathed Simone. But while Joel wanted me for the part, the rest of the suits were holding out. I wasn't beautiful enough, sophisticated enough. I wasn't sultry, I wasn't sexual, and so on." "Okay. 20,000 changed that?" "You'd be surprised. Joel gave me the money out of his own pocket, took that risk. He had me hire one of the top consultants at the time. For fashion, hair, enhancements, attitude." She laughed again. "God, it was exhilarating. And with this entirely new look and the tude that went with it, I went back in for another reading. And I got Simone. I owe Joel for that, and a great deal for everything that came after." "Were you lovers?" "Not then. We were later, for a time." "These are odd questions." "I know it seems that way. I have another. Since you remember the incident so well, you should remember what Joel asked you for in return." "To get the part. A little favor, something he asked for at or near the same time." "I just don't understand what this has to do with my boat." "There are all sorts of details we have to nail down." "Well, I do remember, as it was a particularly exciting time for me. It's simple, really, and sweet, though I never really equated it with an exchange, as you're saying. Not a favor for money." "What do you remember?" Joel was planning a surprise for his wife. They'd just found out she was expecting their first child. He wanted to take a quick trip down to their villa in Mexico, check on the preparations. He just asked me to say, if asked, that he was with me and the consultant at our first meeting that evening, which he was, actually, for the first couple hours. Then he had to leave for the flight. Is that what you mean? Yeah, that clears it up, thanks. I guess when the police asked you, you stuck to the story. Oh. Violet laid a hand on her heart. Angelica Caulfield's overdose. Yes, I see the police connection now. What a tragedy. What a waste of a life and talent. The police questioned you. They'd spoken to Joel. There were rumors he'd been having an affair with Angelica. Honestly, I can't count the number of affairs I've had, according to rumor, with people I've never even met. It's part of the business. When they talked to you, you told them he'd been with you and the consultant. Well, yes, I did tell them he'd been with us. Germaine, the consultant, was there when the police made the inquiry. Just routine again. And he automatically confirmed Joel had been with us, so I did too. It seemed easier. She paused a moment, let out a breath. I haven't thought of that in years, but I guess it would have been better if we hadn't. Joel certainly would have had his flight records and so on, but the media would have been all over the trip to Mexico and spoiled the surprise. And Lana was wonderfully surprised when he threw the most amazing party for her at their villa. My first real bash, Violet said with a smile. Now that surprise isn't a factor, would you mind clearing up the discrepancy for the record? For the files, Eve said. Oh, all right, sure, if it's really necessary. Just cleaner, Eve said casually. We'll take care of it later. Would you mind if we took a look at Simone? Not at all. At the gate, Violet swiped a card, entered a code. She's in 6, my lucky number. Have you been out on it, lately? Eve asked. Not in a couple weeks. I've been in Baltimore on a location shoot for a new series. I only got back to New York yesterday afternoon. Does anyone else have access to the boat? Philip Decatur. We've been cohabbing for the last couple years, but he hasn't taken her out. He was with me in Baltimore, and he's a shaky sailor. His only flaw, she said with a smile, as she gestured to a pretty white boat with shining brass and gleaming wood. You take friends out for rides, I imagine. Yes, friends, family, when we can arrange it. What is this about? It may be nothing. Is there a way for you to tell if the boat was taken out during your absence? If you're thinking somebody took her out for a joyride, I don't see how. They'd have to get through the gate, then get through the security in the wheelhouse, then access the start code. If you went through all that successfully, why not keep sailing and sell the boat up in Nova Scotia? Good point. But if someone did, can you tell? I can check the digilog. It would have a record of the last use, the coordinates, the time elapsed. Really? A new toy, Violet admitted with a grin. Philip got it for me for my birthday last month. Hardly something I need on a pleasure boat, but he knows I love Simone, and I enjoy gadgets. Can we check your gadget? Why not? Come on board. The galley's always stocked, Violet said, as she stepped nimbly from the dock to the boat. Can I offer you anything? We're fine, thanks. Gosh, it's beautiful. Peabody brushed her fingers over the trim. I don't really know much about boats, but I know wood. This is really gorgeous. Reclaimed teak. We do a lot of entertaining on her in the summer. She'll sleep 8 if we want to make a weekend of it with friends. She climbed up a narrow flight of stairs, entered another code at a glass-fronted door. Though the room looked like a command center, it held an old-fashioned ship's wheel. The helm, Eve supposed, and a view out the wide ribbon of glass of the harbor. Eve tried not to think about the way the floor swayed gently under her feet. Here now. Violet moved to the right. Gadgets. Sonar, which is fun for tracking schools of fish, or whales if we take her out far enough. Various global weather stations. And this is the Digilog. She opened a counter screen, spoke her name, the name of the boat. Philip had this voice activated for fun. Display full log, she ordered. You'll see, she said to Eve. We haven't been able to take her out much since... This doesn't make sense. It did to Eve. Am I reading this right? The boat was taken out yesterday morning, 01:16, and returned to dock just over an hour later at 02:22, for a total of 2.6 miles, and this is the average speed? Yes, the knots. Violet pulled off her cap, raked her fingers through her hair. This is very upsetting. And these numbers, the coordinates? That's where the boat was taken, how it got there. Yes. Damn it, I'm going to be speaking to Marina Security about this. If someone on staff decided they could help themselves to Simone, they're going to find out differently. Maybe you want to check the boat, Peabody suggested, just to make sure nothing's been disturbed or nothing's been taken. God, yes, of course. Damn it. As she strode out, she dragged out her link. Eve heard her say, Philip, someone's been at Simone. No, she's fine. I have the police right here. He didn't know about the gadget, Eve said. It's new. I bet he knew she was in Baltimore, knew the boat would be here, knew how to get through the gate, through the door, and start her up. They used to be lovers, Peabody whispered. She lied for him once that we know of in an official inquiry. Because, my read, she was young, grateful, naive. And whether she knew it or can admit it, felt obligated because he gave her the money for the consultant, was supporting her for the role she wanted. She told us about it too easily. No worries, no evasions. Yeah. Peabody glanced toward the wheelhouse door. He'd have had no reason to give her a warning about it. She wouldn't have expected to be asked after all this time. She looked surprised, but not scared. She's probably changed security measures since they had any sexual deal going. She's cohabbed for a couple of years with this Philip guy. But Steinberger would have been on board since. He's a friend, and he has a boat of his own. Eve went out and down, then down again when she heard rummaging below decks. Everything seems to be as it should be. Violet stood in an organized galley kitchen, mixing a drink. I'm having a Bloody Mary. I'm so mad. Philip's on his way. He's a man you can count on. You said only the two of you had access. But what about emergencies? Marina Security. Yes, I didn't think. They have emergency bypass access. And you said you often entertain on board. Maybe some of your friends and family know the codes. Maybe. She took a quick drink. But they're friends. They're family. If any of them wanted to use the boat, they'd ask. They'd hardly skulk around the marina in the middle of the night when they'd only have to contact me to get clearance. Have you entertained any of the cast and crew on the ICO vid on board? Violet lowered her glass. You think this incident is somehow related to the murder? I want some air. She moved past Eve and Peabody and went up on deck. Eve gave her a minute, then followed. Did you have a party on board for some of the cast and crew? Connie and I are friends. I adore Roundtree. Andy and I have gotten friendly, as well, now that we don't compete for the same roles with regularity as we once did. She sat, sipping at her drink. I'd met Julian before, and found him just adorable. And Joel and I were, as you know, very friendly once upon a time. We've remained friends. Philip and I hosted a harbor party on Simone at the end of August. They were all here, and KT, Marlo Dern, Matthew Zank, several others. We did an overnight for a smaller group. Connie and Roundtree, Joel, Andy. We all have boats, you see. We're all sailors. I don't see how this applies to a murder. It's a detail we need to follow up on. Have any of them been on board since that party? She rubbed her forehead. There's rarely time for too many parties when you're in the middle of shooting a project. Connie and I had lunch on deck one afternoon last month, I think. We didn't take her out. Just had a fancy ladies' lunch catered here in the marina. And, I lent her to Joel a few weeks ago. He wanted to take some of the money people out and was looking at renting a boat. I told him not to be silly, he could use Simone. You had to give him the codes. Yes, I suppose I did. I meant to change them, just a matter of course. But I've been busy with the new series, and it slipped my mind. Besides, as I said, Joel, none of them, would have any reason to sneak in here and take her out in the middle of the night. Just a detail, Eve said easily. We appreciate your time and your cooperation. Before we go, I'd like to make a copy of your digilog.
This is the end of disc number 9. Please continue listening on disc number 10. This is disc number 10.
Besides, as I said, Joel, none of them, would have any reason to sneak in here and take her out in the middle of the night. Just a detail, Eve said easily. We appreciate your time and your cooperation. Before we go, I'd like to make a copy of your digilog. Please do. Shouldn't you look for fingerprints? Eve smiled. I think the log copy will be enough. Since we're here, why don't we just get that correction for the record? 30 years ago, Violet began. Really? Is it necessary? Just to keep the record clean. Peabody, why don't you go make that copy while I take care of this? Once done, they left Violet brooding over her Bloody Mary. Peabody. I know. Get the log data to the water cops, coordinate with them about pinning the dump location, sending divers down. Make it their priority, Eve added. We got the first sliver and more with her recanting his alibi for the night of Caulfield's death. He planned all that in advance. Set it up, lavishing the attention, the consultant, who, I'll track down, the clothes, and dangling a big part in front of a young, hungry actress, who was probably half in love with him, Eve added. Rio's gonna like it. And locating the dumped electronics would be a really nice boost. We'll get the search warrant. It was just luck she had that digilog deal. Steinberger's had luck his way long enough. Without the log deal, there'd have been something else. Fuel consumption, something. I want a couple of cops to canvass the marina. See if anybody saw Steinberger, saw anything. And I want EDD to check out the gate security. She needed to swipe as well as code to get us in there. Let's see how he pulled that off. On it. Here comes Nadine. I see her. This better be good. Nadine clipped up to them. It better be mega. I'm up to my ass in work putting this special together. I barely got 3 hours of sleep last night, and I ate 2 sticky buns for breakfast because they were there. Now I'm all the way the hell out here when I should be putting together my questions for that fucker McQueen. It sounds like you could use a nice walk in the park. Peabody, take care of those items, will you? You can catch up to us. I don't have time for a goddamn walk in the park, Nadine began, but Eve just strolled away. Oh, if I didn't know she could kick my ass, I'd seriously try kicking hers. Trust me, Peabody told her. It's going to be worth the walk. Chapter 20. If you had to be out in nature, Eve figured, a city park did the job in a civilized manner. The wildlife ran to squirrels, pigeons, muggers, and the inevitable end-of-the-world as we know it prognosticator, who invariably looked rattier than the squirrels. She liked the flowers well enough. Someone actually planted them, rather than them just sneaking up out of the ground when nobody was looking. And in addition to the weird chirp of a bird or buzz of some blood-sucking insect, came the comforting grumble of traffic. I'm not tromping all over Battery Park in these heels. Eve glanced down at the towering pumps in glossy tones of rust picked out in gold. Why do you wear them if you can't walk in them? I can walk in them just fine, thanks, but I'll be damned if I'll hike in them. Nadine plopped down on a bench, crossed the legs that ended in the no-hiking shoes, folded her arms. What's this about, and why the hell couldn't we deal with it on the link? My schedule's blown to bits now. You're going to want to add something to the bits. Nadine simply gave her the steely eye. Do you have any idea what goes into setting up a multi-part special like this? The scheduling, the travel, the writing, the conceptualizing, wardrobe? Added to it, I'm doing the interviews, writing the questions, the setups, the narration, and I'm the Christing executive producer. So, speaking of producers, Eve said mildly, as she dropped down on the bench, I need you to get Steinberger to agree to an interview. You can dig into his thoughts of Harris's murder, how it feels to be a suspect, how he and the others are handling her death while they continue to produce the vid. Like that. Now you're telling me how to do my job? Temper spiked up over stress. I swear to God, I may just try to kick your ass after all. In those shoes? Eve snorted. Your ankles would snap like twigs. Listen, Dallas, the media's jammed with this already, and Steinberger, like the rest, is towing the company line. Shock, upset, sorrow, and the show must go on. I've already talked to all of them on record. If you've got something new, an angle I can work with, fine. Otherwise, it's just reprise until you feed us more info. Unless you're going to tell me Steinberger strolled up to the roof and killed Harris. Off the record. Nadine's eyes narrowed, flashed. Oh, to borrow from you, Dallas, bite me. You drag me all the way downtown, lay out a tease like you suspect one of the most respected, successful, and revered producers in the business might have killed one of his most bankable, if difficult, actors? And you expect me to go off the record? Off the record. Or you take a hike in those ankle killers, and I take one in my new comfortable boots. God, you piss me off! Nadine studied Eve's boots and sulked. They're nice boots. Eve shot out her legs, gave her boots a study in turn. I guess they go with the coat. I'm not even discussing the coat because it should be mine. I'd appreciate its soft leathery goodness and superior lines a lot more than you. I like it. She waited a beat. So, do you want to sit here and talk about our clothes, or are we off record? Damn it! Hold that thought. Eve rose, strode over, and grabbed a skinny guy in a baggy jacket and camo pants by the arm. "Look, you and I both know that woman's an idiot for carrying her purse that way." "What's your deal?" He shoved at her, tried to yank free. Eve just shifted and tightened her grip. "She's an idiot, and so's the woman with her, but they're probably from Wisconsin or somewhere, so snatching their bags in the park is just bad public relations for the city." He sneered, fisted his free hand in warning. "Get out of my face, lady, or I'm calling the cops." "Okay, so you're an idiot too." "I am a cop, moron. I'm sitting right over there and I'm watching you scope your mark. It's insulting." "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." But his fisted hand fell back to his side and his voice took on a whine. "I'm walking here. I'm just walking here." "Do us both a favor. Just walk somewhere else. Now." When she let him go, he didn't walk. He ran like a rabbit away from the two women, possibly from Wisconsin, who strolled with their handbags dangling from careless fingers. Eve walked back, sat on the bench. "Sorry for the interruption. Now, where were we?" "How did you know he was a purse snatcher?" "He's been stalking those two women for the last few minutes, keeping pace, eyeing the bags, trying to gauge if he could do a double snatch or just go for the one. I think he was going for the double. Anyway, if you want to know what I know, say the magic words." "God damn it." "Those aren't the magic words." "All right, but it damn well better be good. It better be gold." "We're off the record." Steinberger not only killed Harris and A.A. Asner, he's killed at least 7 other people. I think it's more, but we're sticking with the 9 total right now. He's been killing people for 40 years. Nadine blinked once, slowly. Joel Steinberger. Academy Award-winning, Kennedy Center honoring, Big Bang Productions founding Joel Steinberger. A killer for 4 decades. Starting with one of his housemates in college, and ending, if I have anything to do with it, with Asner. Fuck me sideways. Thanks, but you're just not my type. You're sure? I'm sure men are my type, but if I went for women, I'd do you. Nadine gave Eve a punch on the shoulder with the heel of her hand. About Steinberger. Of course you're sure. You wouldn't tell me if you weren't sure. Jesus, Jesus. I actually have to hike. She pushed up, strode along the path, back and forth in her crazy high glossy shoes. This is huge. It's bigger than huge. It's a monster story. It's Godzilla. And a book, oh yeah, the follow-up bestseller with a guaranteed vid to follow with the Hollywood scandal connection. And only 9 people, give or take, had to die. Just give me a minute, would you? I'm restraining myself from doing the mambo over this, and that's taking some work. Joel Steinberger, producer in death. Maybe you can brainstorm your titles after we put 'em away. Nadine sat again. All right, I'm finished with the glee portion of my reaction. It probably wouldn't have been quite so gleeful, except I don't like him. I expected to, wanted to. The man's producing my book in a major screen event. I admire his work a lot, but I found him pushy and petulant and a little on the grabby side. He's an ass-patter, Nadine explained. Tries to make it come off avuncular, but that didn't wash for me, so I've kept my ass at a distance. Sex and money are big elements of his makeup, and the need to exert power. Ass-patting women is just a way to show he's the one at the wheel. You tracked him back to his housemate's death? In college? The working hypothesis is the housemate did his papers, or sold him papers at a fee, or found out Steinberger was buying his grades to keep from getting the boot. Steinberger pushed him down the stairs at their off-campus place. Or, possibly, it was an accident, then covered up. But when you dig in, There have been a lot of accidents resulting in death connected to him over the years. Too many. And I just got a recant, on record, from his alibi on the night Angelica Caulfield OD'd. Angelica Caulfield? Oh, God. Fuck me inside out and sideways. Mind mamboing! You think he killed Angelica fucking Caulfield? I know he did. Just have to prove it. And there are more. Eve ran them through quickly as Peabody came to the bench with a jumbo sleeve of popcorn. Absently, she tossed some to a squirrel. He was immediately joined by a swarm of his buddies. Jesus, Peabody! Eve drew her legs back in. He looked hungry. Now he's an army, and here comes the frigging Air Force. Pigeons swooped, so squirrel and bird gave each other the beady eye as they jostled for position. Get that out of here, Eve ordered, before they mount the attack. I think that one's got a weapon. Looking aggrieved and a little frightened, Peabody waded through the massing squirrels and pigeons and made a dash away with her sleeve. It's the free ager in her, Eve muttered. There's been speculation over Caulfield's death and the paternity of the fetus for years. All the while. You can't prove any of this, yet, or you wouldn't be talking to me. Peabody contacted the water cops before she decided to play fairy godmother to the wildlife. They'll send divers down. We're going to find the electronics. Some of them, anyway. We've got him connected to the boat, and the owner of the boat, his alibi for Caulfield, recanted with a detailed explanation of why she initially lied. I can and will bury him in circumstantial up to his neck. There's the partially open dome in his aversion to smoke. I can confirm that. Marlowe and I had a couple of herbals in her trailer one day when we were going over a scene. He came by an hour later. You'd have thought we'd burned hazardous waste in there. We'll be tracking down wits from all the murders. I should have the case file and the electronics on the Buster Perlman suicide by the time I get back to Central. This afternoon we'll hold a media conference, and I'll announce that we're investigating new information, new evidence, and believe we're close to making an arrest. Trying to smoke him out? He'll worry about it. Try to backtrack his steps, figure out if he made a mistake. Off balance, he's more likely to make one now. Mira's worried, and I think she has cause, that he may go as far as offing one of the others to throw suspicion onto them. He's done it before. With the business partner. So you want me to add to the pressure? Give him more of a nudge by pushing for an interview. If you get one, you go in wired. Wait a minute. For your own protection, Nadine, he may decide you're the one to off. Oh, bull. Why would he target me? We barely brush by each other. I only went to the set a handful of times, to another handful of table readings or meetings. She pressured you to expand her part, to change some of the scenes, to twist the actual facts of the case to suit her desire for more screen time. I wouldn't say pressured, but she pushed for it, went to Roundtree, to Steinberger, who would probably be happy now to detail an argument he umped between you. Once both of you are dead and unable to say it never happened or not that way. She claimed your work was inferior, that you were, after all, just a reporter, not Hollywood, not someone who really understood how to translate the story onto the screen. She never... Not exactly. Besides, she wasn't going to get it. But she went at you the night of the party. Drunk, obnoxious, insulting. Maybe she gave you a little physical push. You responded. You didn't mean to kill her, but things got out of hand. Hey! Now you're riddled with guilt, trying to cope with it by throwing yourself into another project, but it's eating at you. You know, even though we're friends, I'm sniffing it out, and I'll do my job. You can't face that. the scandal, the pressure, the threat of doing time. So you take the easy way out and kill yourself. I do not. You know damn well I'd never kill myself, and you'd vow to avenge my death, should it happen, while fighting tears over my beautiful, stylish corpse. I wouldn't go that far. The point is, he doesn't know either of us well enough to know I'd never buy that you offed yourself. You could be, for him, a very convenient, beautiful, and stylish corpse. I get your point. I still think there are more convenient corpses. So do I, but since I don't want to have to spend my time avenging your death and fighting tears, why take chances? You go wired. I'll get the interview, and I'll go wired on the condition I get an exclusive one-on-one with you and a full hour with you on Now. For form, Eve scowled. This isn't about media scoops and ratings, Nadine. It's about stopping a killer who's not only slipped the law for 40 years, but profited from it. If it wasn't about the media, you wouldn't be talking to me or asking for my help. You need the media on this. You need me. And I'll play it your way. You just have to play the aftermath mine. Maybe I should let him off you. You like me too much. Plus, there's that whole protect and serve thing. She dug her notebook out of her bag, made a few quick notes. I'm also going to need your cooperation with the book I'll be writing on this, and for that, I'll be putting my considerable resource skills into those other murders. And I'll share. She slid the book back in her bag, closed it, gave Eve her cat smile. You know and I know it's going to take research, resources, and manpower to put together the evidence to build all those cases. Eve frowned down at the toe of her boots as if reluctant. All right, deal. But it has to be today, right after the media conference. Done. We were both going to agree to all this anyway, but it was a nice break in the park. Nadine got to her feet. I'll be at the conference, and I'll let you know as soon as I've set up the interview with Steinberger. Eve watched her walk away on her impractical shoes, then got up to find Peabody and make sure she hadn't been eaten by squirrels. Back at Central, she issued a request, through 2 uniforms she sent to the studio, for Valerie to come into Central, answer a few more questions. We'll go to her if she balks, Eve told Peabody, but I'd rather do it here. Make it formal, a little disturbing, and before the media conference. We'll let her know we're making an announcement shortly. And she'll spread that word at the studio. I wouldn't want Steinberger to miss it. I want someone on him. We can't trail him at the studio, but when he leaves, someone's on him. We need to know if he approaches any of the others. He doesn't get a chance to add to his kill score. Baxter and Trueheart? Yeah, if they're not on something hot. Soft close. Fill them in. I'll alert Feeney and EDD about Nadine's wire and update the commander. She checked the time. And let's keep on top of the water cops and the divers. It didn't take long. She added a check and confirm with Kyung, began to skim the case file, delivered efficiently from California, then smiled at Peabody's text regarding Valerie. The publicist was in the house. A few props never hurt, Eve decided, and gathered some files, tucked them under her arm. She walked out to the bullpen. Where did we put her? Interview A, Peabody told her. Let's do this. Brisk and formal, she added, as they headed toward interview. Clarifying. We have this media thing shortly. Want to make sure we have all the correct information. And when I go in on her, feel free to look somewhat distressed on her behalf. It'll be good acting practice for my cameo. Preston just sent me a message. I have a line. It's the police. I could say it like that, like a statement. Or maybe like I'm alarmed. It's the police. Or maybe sort of like a question. It's the police? Yeah, that's a puzzler. Well, I want to do a good job. Maybe with a little hesitation. It's the police. My family's completely juiced about this. They're going to let McNabb do it with me, like we're standing together, and I say it to him. We're going to be a couple. Of what? Eve pushed open the interview room door. Miss Xavier. Eve gave Valerie a nod as she called for record on, then read in the particulars. Thank you for coming in, she began, then continued before Valerie could respond. You've already been read your rights on this matter. Do you require me to read them to you again? No, but I'm not sure why you asked me to come. Eve sat, laid down her files. Unlike on-screen, actual murder investigations involve a lot of repetition and routine. I want to confirm a few points from your previous statements and make sure we have an accurate record of your version of events. My version? 5 people see the same event. Every one of them is going to report it with variations. Nobody sees the same thing the same way, do they? So you're asking everyone to come in again? Eve said nothing, only glanced down as she opened a file. Would you like something before we start, Valerie? Peabody offered a smile, in contrast to Eve's chilly formality. No. I'd like to get this done. We're very busy right now. We're a little busy around here, too. Eve's tone could have frozen a fiery pool in hell. What with investigating a couple of murders and dealing with the media you and your associates are so fond of. We're doing another media conference today. Peabody oozed enthusiasm and naivete. We get to announce we have new information and expect an early arrest. Peabody? Sorry, Lieutenant, but Valerie's in the media business, so she knows how it works. Dallas doesn't like to show our hand, Peabody told Valerie. But the brass wants the buzz. Of course. You're going to arrest someone. You know who killed Katie? We're Peabody. This time Eve snapped it out. We're not here to discuss confidential and official details of the investigation, nor will those details be given to the media. Whatever buzz the brass wants. I might be able to help. It is my field, and we're covered. Eve took a slim tablet out of the file, swiped it on. You stated you were seated here during the screen show in Roundtree's Theater on the night of Katie Harris's murder. Is this correct? Valerie leaned forward, studied the seating chart Eve had created. Yes, I think so. I was seated toward the back and to the right. To the best of your recollection, is the rest of this chart accurate? I really didn't pay that much attention, but I do remember Marlowe and Matthew moved over to this corner, where you have them, and Roundtree was in the front, near you and your husband. Joel was behind me, as was Julian, so it looks correct there. And in your statement, given the night of the murder, you said you didn't notice anyone leaving the theater during the show. I didn't. You were seated toward the back and to the right. Now, the area outside the doors had the lights on low, but there were lights on out there, and when the doors opened, as we know they did, more than once during the screen show, as it is a fact that the victim, the killer, Nadine First and Connie Burkett exited the theater, the light from the opening door would angle over your seat. Those doors opened several times, but you didn't notice? I was, as I said before, doing a little work, which is why I sat in that area. And I may have been a seat over. It's hard to remember exactly. Which was it? Here? Eve tapped the screen. Or here? Or maybe here? I'm not sure. Now you're not sure. Eve sat back, eyes cool, nodded. Yet you seemed sure when you gave your initial statement. I didn't know the exact seat would be so important. You didn't know where you were seated, if you were seated, if you saw someone leave, if you left yourself, would be important to a murder investigation? I never left that theater. A trace of panic threaded through her voice. Julian or Joel would have seen me if I had. They were behind me. You're sure of that? Yes, but not of where you were seated. You know where two other people, and from previous statements, where the Vic sat, but you can't quite remember where you were. I was here. Agitated, Valerie slapped her finger on the tablet. Now you're sure? Yes. You were seated here, but never noticed the light from the opening door. No, I didn't. It's funny, because I ran a reconstruction, and putting myself in this seat, the seat you're now sure you used, I sure as hell noticed the brief wash of light from the door. Obviously, you're more observant than I, or more sensitive to a change in light. That must be it. It couldn't be that you're lying. Valerie tried for insulted, but that panic slipped through again. I don't have any reason to lie. You have your career. I bet it's important to you. Moving on. You've also stated that you were at Joel Steinberger's New York residence at the time of A.A. Asner's murder. Are you sure about that? Of course. Just checking. Neither you nor Mr. Steinberger left the residence at any time that evening, that night, and through to the morning? No. You're sure, because you spent every minute of that time together. We worked late, until after midnight, nearly 1 a.m., trying to get ahead of the story, anticipate the angles. I stayed in the guest quarters as it was so late when we finished, and we agreed to put in some time in the morning. How much do you get paid for that kind of overtime? Excuse me? I wonder what you get for putting in all that time. My job requires flexibility and often entails long and odd hours. I don't see how that's relevant. Cops are nosy. I'm nosy. So I wonder if the time you put in explains the $50,000 Mr. Steinberger transferred to your account yesterday morning. Agitation switched to shock. Covered fairly well, Eve thought, with sputtering outrage. You looked into my personal finances. What right do you have to every? This is murder. What did you do for 50 large, Valerie? My job. Joel values exceptional work, which I provide. Handling the fallout from Katie's death has involved a lot of extra time, extra hours, and some innovation. He gave me a bonus. But you said your job requires flexibility and often entails long hours. It does. And how often are you given a $50,000 bonus for doing your job? Because unless it was in cash and went unreported, which would mean you didn't pay taxes on it, I didn't see anything comparable in the last 2 years. I can only speculate Joel felt these circumstances and my handling of them warranted the bonus. She looked away, and her throat worked. You'd have to ask him. Yeah, I'll do that. Are you sleeping with him again, Valerie? I am not. I don't have to sleep with an employer to advance my career. But you had sex with him before. It had nothing to do with career advancement. It was just a momentary weakness on both our parts. We started and ended it before we came to the New York studios. Good for you. Speaking of advances, I just got this wild hair and checked with the hotel. You've moved up to a VIP suite. That's a major upgrade from a standard room. I needed the extra space and the upgrade for the work. And the, what do they call it? Maitre d'étage service, the personal gym and private elevator. I needed a larger workspace, Valerie said stubbornly now. The studio approved it. You know what fancy digs and a fistful of cash says to me, Peabody? Well, it says bribe. Cops are suspicious and cynical as well as nosy. I haven't done anything but my job. I came in here voluntarily, but I don't have to stay and be insulted. I wonder what it's like running media interference for people who make, easily 10 times what you do. More for some of them. For people who get all the perks as a matter of course, get all the attention, while you labor away behind the scenes, scrambling to show them all off in the best light. Then have to spin or cover up their fuck-ups, their stupidity, their indulgences, their sins, their crimes. I do what I do, and I'm good at it. I work for one of the most successful and prestigious studios in the industry. I have a staff of 6 who report to me, and I report directly to one of the icons of our business. Did the icon ask you to lie for him, Valerie, or for someone else? I've given you my statement. I don't have anything else to say. That's a no comment? You're free to go, but I think we're going to talk again. Really soon. Right now I have a media conference to prep for. Any advice? Sarcastic bitchiness doesn't go over well on camera. Eve smiled to herself as Valerie swept out of the room. Interview end. I'm a sarcastic bitch. No comment, Peabody replied. And she's a scared liar who doesn't know whether to shit or spin. She'll be dumping this on Steinberger ASAP. In fact, I'll wager EDD's gonna get an earful before she gets all the way out of the building. We may have to put her head on the block, Dallas. If he kills her, the upgrade in money only look more suspicious. We'd push at him for accessory, push the compensation as a bribe or payoff. He's smarter to keep her alive, back up her version of the bonus and the need for bigger digs. But we'll keep an eye on her. How? Eve pulled out her link. Dallas, she said when Connie answered, I need you to do something. What do you need? Contact Valerie and tell her to meet you. I don't care where, but I need you to keep her busy and with you or your husband for the rest of the day. All right. Can I ask why? You can ask, but I'm not going to tell you. That's annoying, but I could actually use some help this afternoon. The studio heads decree I should speak at KT's memorial, and Mason should give the main eulogy. Between that and... well, I could use the help. When do you want me to send for her? Now. Now! Now! And don't tell anyone we spoke about this. I'll be in touch later. But... Eve clicked off, the better to avoid questions. Valerie can't say no to Connie, the vid star, the director's wife. The memorial's a lucky addition. You trust her, Connie? Trust is a strong word, Eve considered. But since she didn't kill either of our Vics, it'll do for the moment. She checked the time again. Let's go drop our bombshell on the unsuspecting public. She pulled out her communicator when it signaled. Dallas. Steinberger just took a tag from Xavier, Feeney told her. She sounded a little out of sorts. Is that so? And she had uncomplimentary observations about you. My feelings are hurt. I'll send a copy of the transmission to your files. Thanks. For now, just give me the gist. About you being really rude and offensive? Or the part about you being a bully with bad hair? How about the part where she tells Steinberger I'm looking at her new job benefits? Oh, that part. You had some nerve looking at her personal financial data and questioning her hotel accommodations, trying to scare her. My take? You didn't try. You succeeded. Steinberger grilled her on it, wanted chapter and verse, which I'll skip over since you were there. He told her she didn't have a thing to worry about, stroked and petted, said how she did just right, and the studio, and he personally, was grateful for her discretion and loyalty. He grilled her again when she told him you were making a new statement to the media on further info and an upcoming arrest. Then he told her to hold on. He had an incoming. He didn't. Needed some time to pull it together. That's my take. Left her holding for 73 seconds. Had himself cool and collected when he came back on. Told her not to worry. Both of them were only doing what was best for the project in the studio, and when everything settled down again, he'd show her his appreciation. She buy that? She thanked him, and then said she was going back to the hotel to work. That she'd watch the media conference from there and work out an official studio response. She's going to be busy for the next several hours and out of his reach. Let me know what else you get. We're going into the media deal in a few minutes. Better you than me, Feeney said, and broke transmission. Eve glanced over, saw that Peabody had stopped, and stood with her own communicator. A wide grin spread over her face as she put it away. Divers are bringing up some electronics from the coordinates we gave them. They'll run the serial numbers when they get them in. But one of them reports he got lucky and found a link. A red link engraved with the initials KTH. We got his ass, Peabody. Contact Rio. Fill her in. Tell her she's got her goddamn sliver and to get us the search warrants. Chapter 21. She played the media by the book. It wasn't hard to look mildly disgruntled or show flashes of impatience. She felt more than mildly disgruntled, giving the same answer. We can't give specific details on the investigation at this time, over and over again. She wanted to talk to the water cops, to Rio, to get her warrants and completely ruin Steinberger's day, along with the rest of his miserable life. She could only hope her statement at least gave him indigestion. I'll say again, while I can't comment on specific details, the investigation is moving forward, and with new information that has come to our attention, we believe we're close to making an arrest. But close isn't good enough. So as I've said all I'm free to say, my partner and I are going back to work. She stepped away from the podium, glanced briefly in Nadine's direction. While a number of other reporters continued to shout out questions, hope sprang, Eve supposed. Nadine rose, gave Eve the most subtle of nods. Even as she walked to the door, Nadine pulled out her pocket link. She's putting the arm on Steinberger now, Eve told Peabody. We'll want to confirm where she meets him for the interview. When the warrants come through, we'll start wherever he's not. No point in tipping him to the search until we have to. He could tell Nadine no interview, or put her off. She won't take no. She won't be put off. She's like a ferret, and he won't have Valerie for cover, Eve added. He'd look weak and stupid if he tried to haul her in away from Connie. He can't look weak or stupid. I think he's both. But there's somebody who isn't. Ever. Eve watched Rourke approach. He can be stupid. Keep on the water cops, Peabody. Maybe another sliver will move Rio's ass on the goddamn warrant. Lieutenant, detective, you both looked somber, official, and attractive for the media. Nice boots, Peabody. Don't encourage her. I knew pink was a mistake. On the contrary, they look charming. Unable to stop herself, Peabody did a little runway turn. I love them. Use your pink boots to walk, Peabody. Water cops? Love them, Peabody said again, with a quick grin for Rourke, before she used the boots. Charming, Eve muttered. Charm isn't cop, and she's threatened to wear them every day. She has worn them every day this week. It's nice to know a gift's appreciated. I made some time as I feel a personal interest in this investigation. That old excuse. He smiled at her. I thought Feeney might have something interesting for me to do. He's tapped into Steinberger's comms, and we're going to be monitoring Nadine when she boxes Steinberger into an interview. But better, we've got Perlman's electronics. I'm hoping EDD can track back, using the buried account you found, link the embezzlement to Steinberger. See? Enough fun for all. I'd like finishing out the financials. And you? Waiting for Rio to get me search warrants. Then I'm going to turn the bastard's residence, vehicle, and office inside out until I find something to put his murdering ass away for several lifetimes. Even more fun. I'd enjoy poking and peering into someone's private belongings. You've got plenty of experience. She considered. You could be useful. My mission in life. It would spare Feeney and E-Man if I had my own geek along to deal with Steinberger's electronics. That's your favorite poke and peek area anyway. You know me so well. Once done, you could dig into the Perlman angle. He's bound to have data on the BB Joel account on his comp. A man must monitor his money, after all. I guess he must. She caught him up on the morning's work as she led him to the conference room instead of her office, then just stood with him, studying the board. That's both efficient and disturbing. It needs updating. We found the boat he used. As she added to the board, she brought Rourke up to date. And still not enough for an arrest, Rourke commented. I can't prove he used the boat. I can only show he had the means, knew the codes. I can't prove he bribed Valerie. I can only show the money. And it shows pattern. It begins to add up, piece by piece. Eve tucked her thumbs into her pockets. And Valerie? I can break her. A couple more shots and she'll crack. Right now, she's protecting herself, thinking it through. What's best for Valerie? I get a little more on him, push it in her face, bring up accessory to murder, she'll roll on him like an Elsie on a John. Do you think he plans to eliminate her? Oh, yeah, but not now. Too many questions for him if he gets rid of her now. Down the road, she'll have a terrible accident, or OD, whatever suits best. He can't try to implicate her, as she'd turn on him like a rabid dog. So I figure she's safe enough, but Connie's a good buffer in the event he panics. Who will he implicate, or allude to? I'm wondering about that. Connie works. The scene at dinner, the private talk after. And she admitted to leaving the theater, so that gives her opportunity. He doesn't know about the dome, and the fact that it's not going to stand very steady in court without a whole lot more. But it's a detail, and he'd figure we could leapfrog to Connie killing Asner because Harris hired him, and he had to have something on her or on Roundtree. She knows the boat owner. She'd do, Eve concluded. The same in general fits for Andrea, and we know there was the issue with the godson. He'd know that too. Marlowe and Matthew, very unlikely, as he'd have to implicate both of them. That gets tricky and sticky. But Julian would work. I wondered if you'd get to him. Drunk, embarrassed, the issue of the underaged banging. Finds out Asner has the goods, too. Pissed. Kills Harris, cleans up with Asner. The thing is, the guy doesn't have killing in him. Not the Asner kind, anyway. Not the planned-out, follow-through, beat-the-living shit out of somebody kind. And he's just not smart enough to have pulled off 2 murders in 2 days. I feel mildly insulted. He'd have screwed up, and he'd bury himself in guilt and fear. Amused, she gave Rourke a sidelong look. He ain't you, Ace. And still mildly insulted. Rourke laid a hand on her shoulder, rubbed. You need all of them. You need to take him down for all of them. You could bring him in on what you have now and sweat him. You could break Valerie, add to that sweat. You'd have a good chance of closing it down on Harris and Asner. Pretty good. And she'd thought of it. Weighed it in. Yeah, pretty good. Not a sure thing, and not anything but circumstantial, coincidence, speculation at this point on 7 others. Even the recant by Holmes doesn't equal proof. just adds suspicion. More if we can dig back 30 years and prove he didn't go to Mexico that night. We can manage that, Rourke promised her, but that doesn't equal proof he killed Caulfield either. It would add more weight. Enough weight, joints and muscles start giving way. Maybe I won't get them all. Odds are slim. You have to try. I can't turn away from those faces. The young, the old, the famous, the ordinary, she thought. It may be that all I'll be able to do is let him know I know. Let him know I'll keep digging until I bury him. But before I settle for that, I'm gonna try for a grand fucking slam. She snatched out her link. Dallas. Warrants coming through, Rio told her. And believe me, even with your slivers, it was a job. How the hell was I supposed to know the judge I tapped is a major vid buff with great admiration for Joel Steinberger? Jesus. Maybe he'll make more vids from his cage. I'll get back to you when we find something. She clicked off, smiled fiercely at Rourke. Batter up. Nadine settled into the club chair in Steinberger's office, flashed her best camera-ready smile at him, and crossed her legs. The man, she thought, wasn't thrilled with the situation, but he covered it well. He sat across from her, a small table with pretty flowers between them, and one of his Oscars on display in the background. He sat back, hands on the wide arms of the chair, the picture of a man in charge under difficult circumstances. I appreciate this, Joel. I know how busy you are, especially now. But because of especially now, it's important, I'm sure you agree, to talk about what's going on, how you feel, how you're handling it. As head of the studio, everyone looks to you. He lifted a hand off the arm of the chair in a what-can-you-do gesture. We can't put up walls between ourselves and the public. Exactly. Are you ready? Any time. Good. She glanced at her camera, gave him the nod. And we're rolling. This is Nadine First. I'm with acclaimed producer Joel Steinberger in his office at Big Bang Studios, New York. Joel, thank you so much for agreeing to talk to me today. It's always a pleasure, Nadine, even under these circumstances. I know the murder of K.T. Harris has shaken to the core the industry and the cast and crew of what will tragically be her last vid. Joel, you're well known for your hands-on, involved approach to projects like the iCove agenda, and I know you and K.T. work closely together on her role. How are you holding up? It's a raw wound, Nadine, a raw wound. To know that this talented actress, this fascinating, layered woman, this friend is gone, cut off from us in such a needless and tragic way, it's incomprehensible. He leaned forward then, eyes slightly damp but intense, and she wondered why he'd never tried his hand on the other side of the cameras. K.T. was so invested in this role, the reality of it, the complexities of the character. She worked tirelessly to perfect her performance, to bring out the very best in the rest of the cast. I can't begin to measure how much she'll be missed. And the production continues. Of course, K.T. would have accepted no less. She was a consummate professional, with a reputation for being difficult. He smiled now, with a hint of sorrow. So many of the greatest stars earned that label because, in my opinion, they settle for no less than perfection. Yes, it can make for some fireworks on the set, but that light, that energy is what makes brilliance. Would you share one of your memories of her with us? She let him go on, honestly believing he was making up the amusing anecdote as he went. But it served her purpose, relaxing him, lulling him. She'd softballed him, let him find that easy rhythm. Your insight into her, Nadine continued when he wound down, as an actor and a woman, is a tribute. It's important, from my perspective, to understand all sides of the people I work with. We become, for a time, a family, and that means intimacy, conflict, jokes, frustrations. I think of myself as the father figure, one who sets the tone, guides the wheel. I have to anticipate and understand the needs of my family in order to draw out the best in them. We've lost one of our family now, suddenly and shockingly. We all feel it keenly. You've dealt with loss before. As that father figure, it must help you and the others. The fact that you endured, survived, and coped. The tragic death of Sherry Wendell. You and she had been a Hollywood power couple during your marriage, and both dealt with the media microscope during your tumultuous divorce. You were no longer together when she died, but the loss must have been devastating nonetheless. Sherry was one of the most intriguing women I've ever known, and loved. And talent again? He shook his head. Who knows what she would have accomplished had she lived? You were in Cannes, both of you, when she drowned. Had you and she made peace before her death? He shifted. Just an instant's discomfort. Oh, I think we had. Great love often equals great conflict. We had both. The accident, again, senseless, tragic. A slip, a fall, and a drowning death. It, in some ways, mirrors KT's death. That must resonate with you. One an accident, the other murder. But yes, both brilliant stars, gone too soon. Another brilliant star you lost, we all lost, but a personal loss for you again. Angelica Caulfield. You were close, friends and colleagues. Some claim more than friends. Nadine saw the way his fingers tightened on the arms of the chair, the sudden rigid set of his jaw. The camera would see it too. Angelica was a dear friend, a troubled woman, too fragile, I fear, to hold all the talent, to survive the needs of that talent and the appetite of the public. There remains endless speculation as to whether her death was suicide or accident, and of course over the paternity of the child she carried at the time of her death. You were close, as you said. Were you aware of her state of mind? Had she confided in you about the pregnancy? No. He said it sharply, too sharply, then regrouped. I was, I fear, too involved in my own life. My wife was expecting our first child. I've always wondered if I'd been more in tune, less wrapped up in my own world. Might I have seen or felt something? I wish she'd felt able to confide in me, had turned to me as a friend. If she'd contacted me, but she did come to see you, according to the reports at the time, just a few days before her death, at the studio. Yes, she did. In hindsight, I have to ask myself, and have, did she seem troubled? Should I have noticed her rising despair? I only know I didn't. She hid it well. She was an actress to the end. Then you believe it was suicide. As I said, she was a fragile, troubled woman. I only ask because, again, according to reports and statements you've made in the past, you were adamant about her death being the result of an accidental overdose. He was sweating now, lightly but visibly. I have to say that with time, with healing, comes more clarity. Still, I can only say, with certainty, her death was a terrible loss. Now, Nadine, if I could just circle this back. 3 women, talented women, celebrated women, all part of your life in some way. An accident, an apparent suicide, and a murder. Yet another suicide with your partner and longtime friend, Buster Perlman. He tensed at that, visibly, and Nadine kept her eyes trained on his. You've had more than your share, Joel, of tragedy and personal loss. Even going back to the accidental death of a friend and college housemate, and of course the tragic accident that took the life of your mentor, the great Marlin Dressler, does it weigh on you? His silence held a beat, then two. Life is to be lived. I consider myself fortunate to have known them, fortunate to be in a position to have work I love that allows me to know so many talented people. I suppose when a man has worked over half his life in an industry peopled with so much talent, along with the egos, the fragilities, the pressures, loss is inevitable. Loss, yes, but murder? Let's hope murder isn't an inevitability. I certainly didn't mean to imply it was, but it is, unfortunately, a reality in our society, in our world. And fodder for our entertainment, as KT's role as then Officer Peabody in the screen adaptation of the infamous Icove case is what brought her and you to New York at this time. Lieutenant Eve Dallas, along with Peabody and the resources of the NYPSD, broke that case. Dallas is also heading the investigation into KT's murder. Today she announced they've uncovered new information. She claims she believes they're close to making an arrest. What do you think about that? I hope it's not theater. Theater? I understand the pressure from her superiors and the media has been intense. I hope the investigators are, indeed, close to learning who killed KT. It will never make up for the loss, but it may give us all a sense of closure. And relief, Nadine said with a hint of a smile. As one of the select group in attendance at the Roundtree Burkett home that night, you're a suspect. As are you, he shot back. Not guilty, Nadine said, raising her right hand. I know I'll be relieved when Lieutenant Dallas makes an arrest. It's disconcerting, don't you find, Joel, to be under suspicion, and to have friends and colleagues on that same list? I can't and won't believe any of us killed KT, our sister, our daughter, our friend. I suspect this new information deals with an outsider. An outsider? Someone who gained entry by posing as catering staff or valet or what have you. A disturbed fan, perhaps. So yes, I'll be relieved when this is cleared up, the questions answered, and our lives return to normal. I understand Lieutenant Dallas is doing her job, but to focus on us, absurd. After all, we were all gathered together in one place at the time KT was killed. You were there yourself. I have to believe someone else followed KT up to the roof, and tragedy followed that. If, off the record, Nadine eased back, nodded to her camera, but said nothing, as she knew the wire she wore would keep things very much on the record. I'm not going to cast suspicion or aspersions on my friends and colleagues on screen. I understand. It's bad for business, he said flatly. I'm sticking to it being an outsider, on the record. But I'm worried. I'm very worried something happened that night between KT and one of us. You suspect someone? Nadine widened her eyes. Joel! I'm not going to discuss that, even off the record. It's probably just the nerves of dealing with all this. The fact is, if she hadn't gone up to indulge in the filthy habit of smoking, she might still be alive. They do say even the herbals are bad for our health. Worse yet, when it's one after the other mixed in with sense-dulling illegals like Zoner. He waved a hand in front of his face. The combination reeks. I'm sorry. I'm upset, tired. I don't want to speak ill of the dead, and you don't want that either. It's bad for business as well. Joel, I was there, too. To enhance that connection, she leaned forward to lay a hand over his. Solidarity. I'm part of this. If you have reason to believe... If you think you know who killed her, tell me. I won't go public. I don't feel right about it. Give me a day or two. He turned his hand over, gave hers a pat and squeeze. I need to think it through. I'm probably making too much of things. Now, Nadine, I really need you to wrap this up. It's been a very long day. Of course. She settled back, signaled the camera again. She lobbed a couple of easy ones to reset the tone, put him at ease. And decided straight interview or undercover, it was going to play very well. Again, thank you so much for doing this. I know it's a terrible time for everyone. Life and work go on. I'll walk you out. You don't need to bother. I'm heading out myself. As I said, long day. When he opened the door, Julian stopped pacing outside, hurried to him. Joel. Sorry, Nadine. I need to talk to Joel. No problem, Julian. Struck, she lifted a hand to his cheek. You look so tired. Everything feels off. I can't work like this. I can't handle all this. Joel... Come on into my office. We'll sit down, talk this out. Good night, Nadine. As he turned, he sent her a long, sorrowful look over his shoulder. What the hell was that? She muttered when Joel closed the office door. What the hell? Inside, Julian began to pace again. Sit down, for Christ's sake, Julian. You're wearing me out. I can't sit. I can't work. I can't think or sleep. I'm one tangled nerve, Joel. Did you see Dallas? Hear what she said? She's going to make an arrest. What am I going to do? I should go talk to her. Go talk to her and explain. You'll do no such thing. Pull yourself together. I told you I'd take care of things, didn't I? It was an accident, and there's no reason for you to pay any price for an accident. Will it bring her back? No, but do you want to risk going to prison, Julian? No, God, no, but and ending your career? Giving up everything you have, can have, for what? I don't know! Julian pushed at his hair, clamped his hands on his temples as he paced and prowled. It's all so confusing. It keeps playing back in my head, but it doesn't make sense. You were drunk, Julian. You can't be expected to remember clearly. Drunk, then in shock. My boy, Steinberger said with such sympathy that Julian stopped, let out a long breath. Listen now, it's not your fault. You said you'd do as I said. You said you'd trust me. I do trust you. I don't know what I'd do without your help, your support. Then do what I tell you. Go back to your hotel. Pour yourself a glass or two of that very nice wine we had a bit of last night. You said not to drink any more. That was last night. Joel gave Julian a bracing pat on the back. You're not on the call sheet tomorrow. Indulge yourself. A nice glass of wine while relaxing in your whirlpool. I know this has been a terrible strain on you. Put all this out of your mind for a while. It's all so mixed up, Joel. I know. Follow my advice. Wine and whirlpool. Wine and whirlpool, Julian sighed, then repeated it with a nod when Steinberger stared at him. Yes, I will. Wine and whirlpool. You'll see. It's exactly the right solution. Tomorrow, everything will be fine. Just fine again. It doesn't feel like it ever can be. Grief, guilt, sorrow swam in Julian's eyes. Joel, I've never hurt anyone before. I've never... She hurt herself, Steinberger said flatly. You remember that. Tell you what. I'll give you a lift. My driver's ready for me. I'll drop you at your hotel. Okay. Maybe you could come up for a while. I hate being alone. Best thing for you. We agreed, didn't we? You followed Dr. Joel's prescription tonight. Tomorrow we'll have dinner and we'll talk it all through. If you're not feeling yourself again, we'll talk about alternatives." "All right, yes. Alternatives. Thanks, Joel." "What are friends for?" Eve stood in the master bedroom of Steinberger's apartment. She listened to Feeney's roundup of Nadine's interview while Rourke searched the dressing area. Together with the search team, they'd already picked their way over the living area, the dining area, office, kitchen, even the terrace. She had higher hopes for the second floor, but so far they'd scored a fat 0. "Okay, keep me in it," she told him, then stuck her communicator back in her pocket. He told Nadine he was heading home. Tired, long day. But he tagged a friend, some other producer, talked him into drinks and dinner out. "So we've more time before he gets here and expresses his outrage." "Yeah." Could be he wanted company. Could be he wanted an alibi. Nadine did a number on him, according to Feeney. Tied the dead ex-wife, the pregnant lover into it, even the business partner, college pal, the first wife's great-grandfather. Made him sweat. Rourke glanced over as she came in. "Which you'll enjoy watching, but that's not what's got that glint in your eye." He asked her to go off-record. All keyed up. She's smart. She had her camera turned off, but didn't voice an agreement. Lawyers might quibble about the wire, but we had a warrant for it. Anyway, he tried to play her. How he might know something, how he's worried he knows something but can't say, won't cast stones at his friends, and so on. You think he's picked his patsy? I think he's got to move on it pretty soon, yeah. I shook him with the imminent arrest, then Nadine piles it on. But better yet, he slipped. Trying to cover for this alleged friend, he said Harris would still be alive if she hadn't gone up to the roof to smoke. Rourke paused, lifted a shoulder. "That's true enough, and a matter of record. But the zoner isn't a matter of record, and he brought it in. How the combination of herbal and zoner reeks, his term. Foolish to let his abhorrence of the habit slip him up. Still, not to put a damper on that glint. If it was common knowledge she mixed in illegals, it's not particularly damning. It keeps adding up. One after another, he said too. If he wasn't up there, how does he know she went through multiple laced herbals inside the dome? She tripped him up some on the pregnant lover, too. Little trips. They add up to a fall. She turned, walked back to the bedroom. He's organized. In how he thinks, how he lives, how he works, how he kills. Not obsessively so, but careful. Still, there are little things. Too many sex enhancements and toys. Can there be too many? From his supply, he's never met one he didn't like. Sex is power. He's got his awards and kudos in every single room. He has to see them wherever he goes in here. He's got files of what appears to be every article, blurb, mention, photo with his name or face in it throughout his career. We've got his BB Joel account on his comps here, just as you predicted. Which should help making the embezzlement connection when I get my fingers into it again. Until then, it's simply a secondary account, taxes meticulously paid. Damned if he wasn't dulling her glint. But she pushed on. And there's the file you found, with background checks, deep bio on everyone involved in this project, right down to the last gopher. That's power tripping again. But not illegal. No, not illegal. But this might be. What have you got? She pounced, nearly bowled him over as he turned. Easy, darling. False bottom in this cabinet, and beneath that a small safe drawer, which I've handily opened, and in that... Codes. Passcodes, swipe cards, keys, all nicely labeled. Here's the code for the marina gate, for the boat security. Oh, baby! Codes for Roundtree's home, studio, office, his vehicle. You may have found your Patsy. Can't use Roundtree, but his wife's a strong possible. Still, there's a lot of other people in here. That's the pal he called tonight. She gestured. That's his home's passcode, swipe card for the guy's country club locker. Codes for all the trailers, as far as I can tell, being used on this production. Nosy bastard, isn't he? He has to control it all. Won't be shut out. Has to have access and the power it gives him. Plus, useful for setting someone up to take a fall. It appears Steinberger has some explaining to do. Big time. This proves he had access to the boat. And see this here? Not labeled. 3APIS2C. AAA, AA Asner, Private Investigation, Suite 2C. I'm betting that's the code for Asner's vehicle. Maybe he tossed it in here just in case, or wanted it to remind himself of what he pulled off, but that's more explaining to do.
This is the end of disc number 10. Please continue listening on disc number 11. This is disc number 11.
I'm betting that's the code for Asner's vehicle. Maybe he tossed it in here just in case, or wanted it to remind himself of what he pulled off, but that's more explaining to do. She went back to the bedroom for an evidence bag. I dumped these on him, add in the zoner, the list of murders, the boat. I'll break him down. She sealed the evidence, labeled it. I'm gonna let the team handle the vehicle. We'll go swing by the studio office. Then we'll pay a visit to ce soir. He thought she looked like a warrior, coolly prepared for battle. I can get us a good table. I happen to know the owner. You happen to be the owner, but we're not eating. We're going to interrupt Steinberger's meal and ruin his fucking night. Sounds promising. We can get something from vending while he sweats an interview. Sounds disgusting. It's not that bad. Hold on. She pulled out her link. Dallas. Listen, Dallas, Nadine, even though we established you're not my type, I may do you after all. You killed that interview. I'm a quiver. You've seen it already. No, but Feeney summed it up. I could get him to do you, too. Oh, you're too good to me. What about Rourke? No. But not good enough. Listen, Dallas. I was nearly to the station, but I hopped out of the van, grabbed a cab. I'm heading back downtown to the hotel, Julian's hotel. I've got this nagging feeling. About what? Did Feeney tell you how Steinberger hinted around, off the record, about being afraid something happened between one of them and KT, how he was worried? Yeah. You think he meant Julian? Julian was waiting outside the office. He looked terrible, which isn't easy when you're that gorgeous. Tired, upset, strung out. Scared. Once I started thinking, I think scared. And Joel took him into his office, but as he did, Joel sent me this look. And it's nagging me. I think he was setting it up, Dallas. Giving me a look that said, this is who I'm worried about, trying to protect, and if I'm right, then he's planning for Julian to have an accident or off himself due to guilt. We'll check it out. Where are you? Steinberger's place, and we found a few interesting items. It'll take you longer to get there than me, but will you come? Even if I'm wrong, I think Julian knows something, and I think he's vulnerable enough to spill it. Leaving now. Do me a favor. Get hotel security to go up with you. Make something up, but don't go up there alone. Julian wouldn't hurt me, or anyone. But all right. I trust her instincts, Rourke said when Eve frowned at the blank screen. So do I. We'll skip the office for now. Go straight to Julian's hotel room. I'll let Peabody know the status. As she contacted her partner, Eve wondered just how the hell Steinberger could kill or induce a man to suicide while he himself enjoyed a fancy dinner with a friend on the other side of town. Chapter 22. In the back of the cab, Nadine tried Julian's link again. Stupid, she told herself, as she knew it would go straight to message, as it had the other 3 times she'd tried it, and he'd set the room links on Do Not Disturb. Why hadn't she followed up sooner, she asked herself. Why hadn't she listened to that niggling concern and gone straight back to Steinberger's office, or at least grabbed a cab blocks earlier and headed to the hotel? Because she'd wanted to get into the studio, review and edit the interview, to lick her chops, do her victory boogie. God damn it, she muttered, as guilt drove the niggling toward full-blown fear. The way they were snagged in traffic, Steinberger could kill Julian, have a drink, plan the memorial, and write the frickin' eulogy before she got there. Stupid, she thought again. It was probably nothing, just nerves, which had shifted from the good, on-your-mark type for the interview to sweaty palm stress during this excuse for a cab ride. "Can't you get through this?" she demanded. The cab driver continued to dance his fingers over the wheel in time with the hideous music blasting through the speakers. "Sure, lady. Just let me activate the transport beam and we'll shoot through the wormhole and pop out clear." "God damn it," she repeated, swiped her card for payment. "I'll walk from here." She bolted out of the cab, squeezed through bumpers, and scrambled to the sidewalk where the pedestrian traffic surged like a sea. She dodged, weaved, cursed the gorgeous heels that made running a death wish, and which she was no doubt trashing. She cursed New York traffic, cursed tourists who didn't know how to get out of the damn way, cursed what she tried to convince herself was her overblown imagination. But she kept running. Inside his hotel room, Julian ignored the link he'd tossed on the table. He didn't have the energy to get up, power it down. He didn't think he had the energy for that whirlpool either, not when it felt so good to just sit there, sprawled in the chair, drinking some wine, letting everything go. Just go. Joel had been right, of course. You could count on Joel. He counted on Joel, now more than ever. Somebody smart, steady, good in a crisis. Somebody who could tell him what to do. It didn't seem so horrible. Not after 2 glasses of wine, and with another going down so smooth. Still, maybe he should talk to Eve. Just explain everything. Well, not everything, because everything was so mixed up he couldn't actually explain it to himself. But just talk to her. Tell her what happened, what he remembered, anyway. She'd understand. He knew she would. He knew her. She was fair and brave and just and sexy. Joel was wrong about her, Julian thought as he sipped, as his not-quite-Rourke blue eyes drooped. She wouldn't do whatever it took to put him in prison. It wasn't just about the arrest, about the... what was it? The collar. No, not for his Eve. He thought as his mind and vision blurred. It was about justice. But Joel was smart. If he was right... He couldn't think about it now. His brain was so tired, and he needed to start the whirlpool. Hadn't he promised? Had he? Funny. He couldn't remember exactly. Too much to drink. He needed to stop drinking so much. But he was so upset, so unhappy, and a little bit scared. No more wine, he ordered himself. A nice, hot, relaxing tub and some music. Then maybe he'd tag Andy or Marlo or Connie. He didn't like being alone. He wanted a woman to talk to. Women always listened. He tried to get up, intending to put the wine aside, go start the tub. Drunk, he thought, disgusted with himself. Determined, he shoved to his feet, managed one staggering step. The glass flew out of his hand, shattering against the table as he went down. Winded, reasonably sure her feet were bleeding, Nadine made a beeline for the front desk. "Nadine first. I need your head of security." The woman on the desk smiled pleasantly. "Good evening, Miss First, and welcome back. May I ask what you require security for?" "Listen, you know I'm on the cleared list for Mr. Birmingham's suite." She used the alias Julian used to protect his privacy. "Yes, Miss First, you're on Mr. Birmingham's approved visitors list. I need security to go up to his suite with me." "Is there a problem?" "There will be if you don't get security now." "Just one moment, Miss First. I'll get the manager." "I don't want the manager. Hell with it. You send security up, or you, Marie," she said, reading the name tag, "and this hotel are going to be the subject of a scathing expose on now." She turned, loped toward the elevators. He was probably there, cozied up with his femme de jour, she thought, as she jumped on the elevator. And she was about to make a fool of herself. He'd be amused, she decided, and very likely invite her to join the party. And he wouldn't really be kidding. They'd have a quick laugh over it. Please. She closed her eyes, struggling to find her usual cool. Please let him be with the woman. Let them have a quick laugh. Let this horrible sense of dread and panic be the product of working too long on the crime beat, seeing potential murders everywhere. She bolted out of the elevator, raced on feet now thankfully numb to the end of the corridor. Ignoring the Do Not Disturb light, she punched the buzzer, added several hard knocks. "Julian! Open the door! It's important! It's Nadine!" He couldn't hear her, of course, unless he engaged the intercom, but she continued to call out as she buzzed and banged. And with every second, the panic and dread swelled. "Miss First." The manager strode down the hall with the big dark-suited man at her side. "Please, you're disturbing our guests." "They'll be a lot more disturbed if you don't open this door." "Miss First, Mr. Birmingham has requested not to be disturbed. If you'd like to leave him a message, I'll—" "Open the damn door!" "I'm going to have you removed. If you and Mr. Birmingham have had a tiff, this is no way to—" Nadine braced on her numb feet, slitted her eyes in dire warning. "Try to have me removed, and you won't be able to get a job managing a dog kennel. Julian's in trouble, and it may already be too late. The police are on their way. Open the goddamn door. If there's nothing wrong, you can have me arrested. If I'm right, and something happens to Julian because you won't open the door, I'll do everything I can to persuade Lieutenant Dallas to arrest you for accessory to murder." Either murder or Eve's name had the manager stiffening. "I don't appreciate the threats. And you can be assured we will press charges." She nodded to security. "Open it. I'm sure Mr. Birmingham will wish to press charges as well." "Just hurry! Hurry!" "I'm going to ask you to step back, ma'am." The security chief swiped his master, eased the door open slightly. "Security!" he called out. Nadine ducked under his arm, shoved through. "Julian!" She rushed across the room, dropped to the floor beside him. "Call an ambulance!" She turned him from his side to his back as the security man crouched beside her. But even as he felt for a pulse, Julian stirred. "Julian, wake up! Talk to me! Julian!" Tired. He slurred it out. Too tired.
Julian, what did you take? She saw the wine bottle, the broken glass. What did you put in the wine?
Wine. Sleep.
No, stay awake. Let's prop him up. Nadine shook her head, reared back, and cracked her palm across Julian's face. Stay awake! She slapped him again.
Go away. Tired. Sick. Didn't mean to do it.
Don't touch that, Nadine snapped at the manager as she crossed toward the broken glass. Don't touch anything. This is a crime scene. That's my line. Eve strode in, laid a hand on Nadine's shoulder as she checked Julian's pulse, then peeled up an eyelid to check his pupils. ODing. Keep him talking. Get him on his feet. Try to make him walk. Rourke, start looking for the drugs. They'll be somewhere we can find them without too much trouble. He's got a better chance if we can tell them what he took. You were right to get the field kit. Saves the trip back down. You! She pointed at the white-faced manager. Go down, get the medics up here quick and fast, and don't come back. She shoved the woman out the door. Sleeping pills. In with the wine bottles. Empty. K.T. Harris's prescription. Rourke glanced back as Eve bagged the wine bottle. He didn't miss a trick. She brought over an evidence bag. Seal up if you're going to touch stuff. How bad is it? Rourke murmured, as Nadine and security dragged a nearly unconscious Julian around the room. His pulse is weak, barely there, and his pupils are the size of Pluto. It's pretty damn bad, but it would be over if Nadine hadn't tuned in. Where the hell are the MTs? Determined, she marched back to Julian, shoved her face into his. Walk, goddammit! Don't you fucking die on me! Where did you get the pills? Where did you get the wine? His head fell forward. Eve shoved it back. Stay awake, she ordered, as Rourke stepped over to take Julian's weight from Nadine. Sleeping pills. She glanced at Rourke. Somnipotin. She considered options, went with instinct, and plowed her fist into Julian's belly. Dallas! I'm not sticking my fingers down his throat unless I have to. He coughed, gagged, slumped. She hit him again, and nipped back to save her new boots when he doubled over. He vomited heroically. Lovely, Rourke muttered. It's one way to pump a stomach. Keep him walking. He moaned now, staggered a bit as she took a sample of puke into evidence. The MTs are coming, Nadine called out. About damn time. Walk him into the bedroom. And Rourke, stay with him. They can work on him in there. Keep clear of my crime scene. She pulled out her communicator. Time to call in the team. As the medics rushed in, she pointed to the bedroom door, shook her head at Nadine. You don't want to be in there. It's not going to be pretty. And I don't want him talking to you yet, if he starts to talk. Rourke, stay with him. Do you think he's going to make it? I thought he was dead when I finally got that tight-ass bitch to open the door. I think he's going to make it. I know if you'd gotten here a half hour later, he'd have been dead. You saved his life. Nadine swiped at her damp eyes. I didn't make him puke. I have that effect on people. Sniffling, Nadine found a seat, peeled off her ruined shoes. Do you think I can get a drink, a real drink, from room service? Fine with me. Just don't drink anything from in here. Nadine limped over to the link. Yes, I want a vodka martini, dry as the Sahara, 3 olives, and I want it pronto. She sat again. How did Steinberger get him to take the pills? Let's hope Julian's able to tell us. Got some blisters working there, Eve noted. Nadine winced, continued to rub her feet. Shut up. Since you earned them in the line,
Let's see if the MTs have something for them." Even as Eve spoke, one of the medics stepped out of the bedroom. "Status." "Cleaned him out good. He's conscious, feeling like serious crap and stabilizing. We got him hooked up to an IV, get some fluids back in him. He doesn't want to go to the hospital." Eve glanced over as Peabody in 2 uniforms came in. She gestured toward Nadine, turned back to the MT. "Does he need to?" "Guy downs a bunch of downers with his Cabernet or whatever. He needs some help. That's auto into psych for eval and observation. 24 hours. It wasn't attempted suicide." She tapped her badge. It was attempted homicide. The MT looked dubious, but shrugged. "You say so." "I say so. Is he recovered enough physically to stay here?" "Guy hadn't barfed most of it up before we got here. You wouldn't be asking. He needs to have somebody with him to monitor, but he's stable enough. Pretty fried, but stable. Somebody will stay with him, and I'll have a doctor examine him." The MT looked around, glanced over to where Peabody took Nadine's official statement. "Guess that's it, then. Thanks for your help." Eve stepped into the bedroom. Rourke sat on the edge of the bed with Julian propped up on a mountain of pillows. His face remained nearly as white as the linens as they carried on a halting, murmured conversation. "You can tell her," Rourke said. "She'll help you." Rourke rose. "The MT said clear liquids would be fine for now. I'm going to go order him something up." "All right." She moved over to the bed, looked down at Julian. "Record's on. Do you need me to read you your rights again, Julian?" "No." His voice rasped out, and he winced as he swallowed. "Throat sore." "I bet. Where did you get the pills?" "I swear to God, I didn't take any pills. I just had a couple glasses of wine." "Where did you get the wine?" "Joel brought it over last night. He knew I was upset. We only had 1 glass each. I've been drinking too much since, you know. I drink too much, I guess, when I'm upset." "So Joel brought you the bottle of wine, but you didn't finish it last night?" "Just 1 glass each, and it was fine, just fine. I don't know why it made me so sick tonight. I guess maybe I caught a bug or something." "You nearly caught an OD. The wine was full of somnipotin." "Sleeping pills? No, I didn't take any pills. I told the MTs. I didn't take any medication." Agitated, he tried to sit up straighter. "I have some of my own sleeping pills. Dolorix, but I didn't take any. I don't think." He rubbed a hand up and down his throat, closed his shadowed eyes. "I don't think I did," he repeated. "I don't remember taking any. Things get mixed up when I drink too much." The sleeping pills were K.T. Harris's prescription. The empty bottle was in with the other wine bottles. His brow furrowed in a combination of puzzlement and pain. "That doesn't make any sense. I didn't take her pills. Did I? Why is this happening?" "You talked to Joel tonight before you came back here. What did you talk about?" He looked away. "I was upset. I've been upset, and I can't think straight when I'm upset. He said I should come back, have some of the wine he gave me, take a whirlpool, relax. He said specifically, for you to drink the wine he gave you. Yes, it's a nice wine, and I promised him I'd have a couple of glasses. I'd have a glass of wine while I relaxed in the tub, but I just didn't have the energy for the tub, so if you had, you'd have drowned, just like KT. I don't understand. Not any of this. I guess I'm being punished." He let out a shaky breath. I told Rourke." "What did you tell Rourke?" "That I killed K.T. "Julian, are you confessing to the murder of K.T. Harris?" "I didn't murder her. I didn't, but—" He let out a breath again, but this time it was an exhalation of relief. "I killed her." "How?" He stared at Eve with red-rimmed eyes dull against the grey cast of his skin. "I'm not sure." "You're not sure? How do you know you killed her?" "Because I knocked her down. I didn't mean to, but she pushed me and I pushed her. Not hard, but I shouldn't have. I never put my hands on a woman in violence. Never, never." He had to stop, squeeze his eyes shut a moment while he calmed his breathing. "There's no excuse. I know that. Drinking's not an excuse. Being upset isn't an excuse. But she was screaming at me, and she shoved me, and without thinking I pushed her back. She slipped, and she fell back and hit her head." "Back up a little, okay? You went up to the roof with K.T. Harris on the night of her death?" "Yes. I should have told you, but Joel Steinberger told you not to tell the police. You told him what happened, and he advised you to lie to the police." "He was just trying to help me, protect me. It was an accident. I got drunk after dinner. It was such an ugly thing," she said, "and she got me aside after. I told you about those 2 girls from the club. I didn't know they were underage. She said she was going public with all of it if I didn't—" "What?" "She said to meet her up on the roof, and she'd tell me what I had to do. I shouldn't have gone up. I wish I hadn't, but I was goddamn sick of her threatening me. Everyone. So I did." "Was the dome to the pool open or closed?" "What?" "Ah, closed. I remember that. I can remember that because she was smoking, a lot, and it was too warm under the dome. I thought about having a toke, to tell you the truth, but all I had to do was stand there and breathe." "Why didn't you open the dome? Get some air?" I didn't think of it. But I don't know how, anyway. I was so pissed off. She said I had to get Marlowe in my trailer. I was supposed to give her a drink, and it would have some rabbit in it, so she'd want to have sex with me. I said I wouldn't. I'd never do that to Marlowe, to anyone. But Marlowe, she trusts me. We're friends. Jesus, Jesus. He passed a shaky hand over his face. "I'd never slip any woman rabbit, but especially a friend. It just made me so mad when she said that's what I had to do. How could she want anybody to do that?" "You told her no." "I told her to go to hell. I think. It's all mixed up. But I know we yelled at each other. I think I said some really hard things to her, and she slapped me, then she shoved me. I shoved her back, and she fell. I think the strap of her shoe broke and she fell. There was blood, and I couldn't wake her up. I got so scared. I was going to run down and get help, call an ambulance or something." "Is that what you did?" "I started to. Then Joel said—" He rubbed at his face, hard this time, as if to scrub the memories to the surface. "It's all mixed up. He said not to worry. It would be fine. But then he said she must have gotten up or tried and fell into the pool, and she drowned. He said it wasn't my fault, but you'd say it was, because busting a celebrity for killing a celebrity made you a celebrity. And I'd go to prison, even though it was an accident. I'd lose everything and go to prison forever. Listen to me. Look at me." He met her eyes, pressed his lips together. "Am I under arrest?" "I could arrest you right now, starting with obstruction of justice. K.T. didn't get up and fall into the pool. She was dragged in while she was unconscious." "I didn't do that." His breath began to hitch and tear. No, I didn't do that. I couldn't have. I know I was mad and I was drunk, but I couldn't have done that. I don't remember. I was going to get help. You got Joel. I don't know. Did I? No. That's what's so mixed up, because I didn't go get him. He was there, and he said he'd take care of it. Then you said she was dead. I didn't drown her. I couldn't have done that to her. I never hurt women. I shouldn't have pushed her. I'd never have pushed her if I hadn't been drinking, if she hadn't said those things about Marlowe, but I'd never have put her in the water. It was an accident. No, it was murder. But you didn't kill her, Julian. Joel did. That's crazy. Please, it had to be an accident. It was murder, and if Nadine hadn't come, he'd have killed you tonight, setting you up to take the fall for him. Not Joel. You're wrong. I'm right. Tell me, was he ever alone last night, out there? Did he ask you to get him something out of another part of the suite, after you both poured that one glass of wine? He wanted to see the pages for the scene we were doing today. I keep them in the bedroom. I always read the pages one more time, last thing. And that gave him the time to add the pills to the wine, plant the bottle. Even put the bottle away so you wouldn't be tempted to have more until he had a solid alibi. He made me promise not to drink any more last night, but... No. Then she saw it begin to sink in. It all got tangled. What I thought happened, pieces I remembered, what he said happened. It didn't fit right, but he said... He was just there when I ran out of the dome to the lounge. I told him what happened. He said he'd take care of it, not to tell anyone, not to spoil the evening for the others. He killed her. He was going to kill me. Why? Why? It's kind of his hobby. She looked over as Nadine opened the door. Can he have a break? Some food? Yeah, we're done for now. Joel, Julian said quietly, staring hard at his own hands. Joel. He's almost like a dad. He let me think I killed KT. He let me think I did that, and it made me sick to think I had. Am I going to be arrested? No, but don't lie to me again. She walked over to Nadine. First, contact the house doctor, or if you want to call in a favor, tag Louise. He should have a doctor look him over. I already tagged Louise. Okay. Second, he's going to talk to you, and you're going to get fodder for that book you're thinking about. Keep it under wraps while I go nail this fucker closed. But you can leak in, say, 30 minutes, that Joel Steinberger's been arrested. Eve walked out. Peabody, with me. You too, she said to Rourke. If you want to. Always. I bet Steinberger's having brandy and dessert about now. Let's go spoil his after-dinner liqueur. Since Rourke owned the place, with all its raw brick, deep wood paneling, and dark red leather, Eve knew she didn't have to badge her way in. She just wanted to cause the sort of scene that drew an audience and tipped tags to the media. She glanced at her wrist unit. Nadine had a 5-minute head start. She'd earned it. Sir. Spotting Rourke, the maitre d' sprang to attention. I'll have a table ready in just a moment. Joel Steinberger. Eve held up her badge. Of course. Mr. Steinberger and Mr. Della Cora are enjoying dessert. I'll show you to their booth. Eve had already spotted him. A rear corner facing out. See and be seen, she thought. He swirled brandy, an important and satisfied look on his face as he spoke with his wiry, wild-maned companion. "I see him." Ignoring the maitre d', she crossed the restaurant. Steinberger's expression changed when he saw her approach. The furrowed brow, she thought, a mix of annoyance and concern. Then the polite resignation, as he set down the brandy, started to rise. "Lieutenant." "Nick, this is the genuine article. Lieutenant Eve Dallas, Nicholas Delacora." "A pleasure," Delacora began. "It's probably not gonna be. Sorry to interrupt." "Has there been an arrest?" Steinberger asked. "Funny you should ask. Joel Steinberger, you are under arrest for the murder of K.T. Harris, for the murder of A.A. Asner," she continued, spinning him around, yanking his hands behind his back as he blustered, "and the attempted murder of Julian Cross." "He didn't die," she added. Dishes clattered. The murmur of conversation turned to a buzz. "You've lost your mind." "Oh, and we've got more." She cuffed him. "A lot more. Hope you ate hearty, Joel, because you won't be dining in style for the rest of your life." "You have the right to remain silent," she began, and reeled off the revised Miranda while diners gaped. "Officers." The uniform she'd called in took Steinberger by both arms. "Book him, Peabody. Additional charges to come." "My pleasure, sir." "I'll be along shortly." She enjoyed a great deal watching the cops perp-walk Steinberger out. "Sorry about dessert," she said to Delacora. "It looks good, too." "Is this a joke?" he demanded. "No, it really does look good." She frowned when she saw Rourke talking to the maitre d', walked to him. "Look, I'm sorry if arresting a murderer puts people off their dinner, but, on the contrary, I think it stirred some appetites, including mine. I'm hungry, and I'm not risking food poisoning from Central's vending machines. I don't have time to sit down to a fancy dinner. We're getting it delivered." "Oh." She angled her head. "Good idea." Chapter 23. Naturally, he ordered enough for everybody, but Eve couldn't complain since she was stuffing rosemary chicken in her mouth while she stood in observation. "I can't believe he didn't lawyer up yet." Peabody scooped up a fingerling potato. "He's too pissed for a lawyer. Yet. And he needs to prove he's in power. He's Joel fucking Steinberger. He's still thinking of spin, too, I bet. Let's take Valerie first. Let him soak it in a little longer." "She's scared," Peabody told Eve. "The uniform said she shook all the way here when they picked her up on accessory, and cried all the way through booking. Then we've primed the pump." Tears began to trickle down Valerie's cheeks the minute Eve and Peabody walked into the interview room. "Please, you've made a terrible mistake. This could ruin my career." "Gee, I bet KT felt the same way when you and Steinberger killed her." "What are you talking about? We did no such thing. I'm getting a lawyer." "Okay." Shrugging, Eve rose again. "That's going to take a few hours, given the time. Peabody, take Valerie back to a holding cell." "No, no!" As if to anchor herself in place, Valerie gripped the table. "Don't put me in there again." "That's where you wait until your lawyer clears. Meanwhile, we'll be talking to Steinberger. I'm sure he'll have fascinating things to say about you." "This is crazy! I haven't done anything!" "Sorry, we can't talk to you once you've requested a lawyer until your lawyer is present. Peabody?" "No, I'm not going back in that cell. I'll talk to you now." "You are waiving your right to a lawyer." Yes. Let's just get this straightened out. Who left the theater on the night of K.T. Harris's death?" "K.T." Valerie hunched her shoulders, gripped her forearms. "I saw her go out as soon as the house lights dimmed. Julian went out a few minutes later. I'm not sure how long, but a few minutes. And then, well, a few minutes later, Joel went out. Anyone else? Yes. Connie went out the side door. I only noticed because I was going to move over to her, ask her some questions about the buffet for a story. But she slipped out even before KT, and Nadine first, she went out. That was after everyone else. Now try reverse. Who came back? Connie, but close to the end of the show. And Nadine. I don't think she was gone long. 10 or 15 minutes, maybe. I wasn't paying attention. Keep going. KT and Julian didn't come back, but Joel did. He was only gone a little while. 15 minutes, maybe. Not much longer than that. But I'm not sure. Honestly, I was getting some work done, that's the truth. Why didn't you give us this information before? Joel asked me not to. He said Julian and Katie had argued, and she'd had an accident. When did he tell you this? That night, the night it happened. We were working on a statement for the media, and I said something about seeing people going in and out. I asked if he'd dealt with Julian, and how he wanted to handle it if he leaked he'd passed out drunk. And I was upset. Anyone would be. And I wondered if the police were going to push at Julian because he'd left and hadn't come back. That's why I wanted to know if Joel had been with him. And Joel said? He said we all had to do what was best now for each other, for the project. We had to protect each other. And then he told me what had happened. That it had been an accident, one she'd brought on herself, but one Julian would pay for if the police knew he'd gone out after her. He said he'd take care of everything, and all I had to do was say I hadn't seen anyone leave. So you covered up a murder. He said it was an accident. He said you'd twist it into a murder because you'd get more play out of it, with all the stars involved. You'd ride on it for months. Besides, KT was a hideous excuse for a human being, all right. I worked my ass off to keep the worst of her out of the media, and she never had a good word to say to or about me. Julian's a sweetheart. So when Joel Steinberger asks me to keep quiet to keep Julian's head off the block, I keep quiet. For a price. Her mouth thinned. He offered the bonus. Yes, I understood it was a bribe. I would have done as he asked without it, but I wasn't going to turn down the money. So you lied for him again the very next day. I was at his place. I was working, but... He did go out, at least for a while. He said he had a date and he wanted my discretion. He and his wife are estranged, but he's still married. It's perfectly understandable he didn't want anyone to know he was seeing someone. He's entitled to a private life. What time did he come back? I don't know. I swear. She covered her face with her hands. God, how did this get to be such a mess? Lying and covering up will do that. I was just trying to do my job. That night I went to bed about midnight, and I checked, but the lights were still on in the foyer. The next day, before you talked to us about the detective, Joel called me into his office. He pointed out it would be easier, less complicated, if both of us had an alibi for the night before. As it was, neither of us did, and that would mean we'd stay under suspicion for the death of this man neither of us even knew. He said he knew he could count on me, and he said he'd arranged for the VIP suite, since I'd be so busy, and that my creativity and loyalty would be rewarded. He makes and breaks careers. He was making mine. And because you lied, Julian Cross almost died tonight. Shock radiated as her voice pitched in panic. What are you talking about? What happened? Is he all right? Think about it. Think about how many lives your career's worth. Eve walked out, leaving Valerie weeping. "Are we going to stick her with accessory after the fact?" Peabody asked. "We'll leave it to Rio and her boss. Ready for the main feature?" "Oh, yeah. There's creme brulee. I hid some so it wouldn't get scarfed down. I'm counting on this interview to work enough calories off for me to eat mine." "Then you take the first shot at him." "Hot dog! Bad cop?" "No, Peabody." "Damn it." Peabody's face fell. "You want me to soften him up so you can come in for the kill. Let's stick to our strengths and nail this bastard. Then creme brulee." Then creme brulee. Peabody went in first, alone. She worked on looking slightly intimidated as she read the data into the record. "Lieutenant Dallas will be here in a few minutes. Can I get you something to drink, Mr. Steinberger?" "I don't want anything but an explanation for this outrage. I'll be speaking not only to your commander, but the chief of police and the mayor." "Yes, sir." "I should let you know that, well, there may have been some discrepancies in your statements. I realize this may seem like jumping in with both feet, but there are those discrepancies." "What are you talking about?" He slapped a hand on the table. "Be specific." "Well, specifically, we've spoken with Valerie Xavier. She now states she saw Julian and you leave the theater for a time after the victim exited same, and she further states you told her the victim had an accident prior to the discovery of the body. So, and you take her word over mine." "I'm sorry, sir, but she was pretty, well, specific. And then there's the $50,000 you transferred to her account, and the fact that you had an account under an assumed name, Peabody looked through the files as if searching for the name, "B.B. Joel. I do that for privacy, and Valerie had earned a bonus, though I'm rethinking that matter now." "Yes, sir." "She also mentioned that you went out on the night A.A. Asner was killed." "She's mistaken." "She was reluctant to give us that information. The lieutenant believes her, especially with the incident tonight involving Julian Cross." "What incident? Be specific." This time, he pounded his fist on the table. "I was having dinner with a friend tonight, as you very well know. I haven't seen Julian since I left the studio late this afternoon." "But you went to see him last night." When Steinberger hesitated, Peabody pressed, gently. "You'd be on hotel security. You took him a bottle of wine." "He wanted company. He didn't want to spend the evening alone. So I took over a bottle of wine, and I limited it to 1 glass, as he's been drinking more than he should. He hasn't been himself." Playing me, Peabody thought, and felt those calories burn. He ingested 2 or more glasses of that same wine tonight, along with an as-yet unknown amount of somnipotin. "Oh, my God! Is he all right? Is he in the hospital? I should have known! Should have known he might—" "You were afraid he might try to harm himself?" Steinberger shook his head, looked away. In observation, Rourke sipped from his own glass of wine. "You're not supposed to drink alcohol in here," Eve told him. "Arrest me. But let me finish this first. Aren't you going in?" She's playing him like a flute. He thinks he's manipulating her, running the show, setting it up so, dead or alive, Julian takes the fall. But she's calling the tune. She's doing a damn good job. "Wine?" Rourke said, lifting the bottle. "No, Jesus!" Then she took his glass and a minute sip. "Pretty good stuff. I'm going to let her string him a little longer. So, want to open another bottle when we get home and have half-drunk sex? I think of nothing else every waking moment. He dropped an arm around her shoulders as they watched Peabody work. "Sir," Peabody said, honesty shining from her eyes, "I've got to be straight with you. You're in some trouble here. The conflicting statements, the money, and, well, what I want to say is, if you know something, now's the time to tell us. Me, the lieutenant's running hot. Then she should cool off. You expect me to turn on a friend, on someone who counts on my support? Maybe that friend needs help. Maybe he needs to get that help if he may not make it, Mr. Steinberger. It doesn't look good. Julian's in a coma, and the doctors say he may not come out of it. God! Oh, God! Let me do what I can here, while I have the chance." Julian. He covered his mouth with his hand. Poor Julian. I shouldn't have left him alone tonight. He said he would be fine, that he wanted time to rest. He's been torn up about KT. It wasn't his fault, Detective Peabody. You have to understand it was an accident. What was? Let me explain. He drew in a breath. Let me explain what happened. When Julian didn't come back to the theater, I got concerned. I knew he and KT were at odds, and both had been drinking. I went up to the roof. Why the roof? It's where KT went to smoke those damn herbals she's addicted to. When I got there, it was too late. He reached across the table. She was floating, face down, and Julian was in shock. He was washing blood off the pool skirt and barely able to speak. She was in the pool, face down, when you got to the roof? Yes, yes. And you didn't attempt to pull her out? It was too late. She was dead. How do you know? Julian said. He said she'd fallen. They'd argued and struggled, and she'd fallen. And when he tried to get her up, he passed out. He thought he'd blacked out, you see, and when he came back to himself, she was dead in the pool. I'm afraid that while he was in shock, under the influence, he dragged her into the pool. He tried to cover it up. He couldn't clearly remember, you see. What did you do then? I took him downstairs. He was in no shape to talk to anyone. He all but passed out on the sofa. You didn't go for help. It was my help that was needed, Detective. I wanted to protect Julian. He needed my protection. It was too late for KT. It was an accident, Detective Peabody. Let me get the details straight so we can lay this out for Dallas. You followed Julian up to the roof where he'd met KT. In the pool area, under the dome, right? Yes, yes. The dome was closed. Yes, of course, it's October. The entire area reeked of KT's herbals. It was sickening. I guess you didn't think to open the dome. Connie prefers it closed in the fall and winter. She swims every morning. See? That's another discrepancy. The dome had been opened, then closed again, but the thing is, the mechanism's faulty. It doesn't close all the way. It wasn't closed all the way after the body was discovered, and there wasn't any scent of smoke in the dome. It had been aired out. Maybe I opened it. I was in shock myself, you understand. Sure. So, did you open the dome? Now that I think about it, yes, I did. The smell was horrible. I needed fresh air. When did you open it? Before you dragged KT Harris's unconscious body into the lap pool or after? Oh, snap it. Eve slapped a fist into her palm. That's my cue. Eve walked out of observation into interview. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, entering interview. You should have choked down the smoke, Joel. And you should have lifted Harris up rather than dragging her. You shouldn't have said Harris was already floating face down when you got there. She set a box on the table, pinned Steinberger with a look. 1. It looks really bad you made no attempt to get her out, to revive her. 2nd, it throws your timing off. If you'd come out after Julian allegedly dragged her in, went to get the bar rag, came back, started washing up the blood as you stated, she wouldn't have been floating. The body would have sunk first when the lungs filled up with water. They're like sponges, and it takes some time for the gases to expel and all that nasty stuff before the body floats up again. Added, she said, and dropped a recording on the table. You should have destroyed this, rather than tucking it into your safe. You took that out of her bag after you killed her. I guess you wanted to keep it out of the media, yeah, but you wanted to watch it. Perv. She dropped KT's link on the table. And you took this, which you subsequently dumped, along with a variety of electronics from Asner's place, which you took after you killed him. We know the boat you borrowed, the time, the coordinates. The divers expect they'll pull up more tomorrow. You're keeping the water cops busy. I have no idea what you're talking about. I see what you're trying to do, believe me. You're desperately throwing everything you can think of against the wall, hoping something, anything, will stick. Oh, it's stuck, Joel. You also lifted Harris's sleeping aid prescription using one of your handy passkeys. You kept the vehicle code you lifted off Asner's dead body. We've got you, Joel. There's no explaining all this. She dumped the entire bag of codes and swipe cards on the table. And last night, you sent Julian out of the room, added the pills to the wine you'd so considerately brought him, corked it, put it away, so that tonight he'd be a good boy and follow your orders. Have himself a couple glasses of wine in his whirlpool tub. The irony of him drowning would be good media and add to your frame job. He killed himself out of guilt for killing her. Steinberger continued to stare at the pile of codes and cards. An angry flush worked up from his throat to his hairline. You went through my home. Yeah, home, office, car. And the California cops are doing the same back there. You had access to the boat, to the trailers, to homes, to offices. Of course I have access. I'm entitled to go where I need to go. Do you understand who I am? Perfectly. You're a murderer. Oh, but you didn't add to the tote board tonight. Julian's doing a lot better than Peabody indicated. I did exaggerate his condition a little. He told us everything. So did Valerie. Julian would say anything to cover up what he did, and Valerie's lying for him. She's in love with him. I don't think so. No, Valerie lied for you because she's ambitious and a little greedy. Julian did what you told him to do because he trusts you like he'd trust a father. And you, Joel, murder's just second nature to you. Julian would only have been the last in a long line that started with Bryson Kane, your college roommate. She walked behind him, leaned down close to his ear. And we're going to take you down for every one of them, hand to God. You have nothing. Kane got tired of you buying your way through college, and because he'd had enough, wouldn't cooperate anymore, he got a trip down the stairs and a broken neck. She pulled out the crime scene photo of Kane's body, tossed it on the table. Marlon Dressler, old, rich, and breathing, stands in the way of money and power you want, and maybe he wasn't as keen on having you marry his great-granddaughter as he should have been. She tossed Dressler's photo in turn. A push off a cliff takes care of that. Angelica Caulfield, pregnant, won't let go, threatens to tell your wealthy, also pregnant wife. Eve added Caulfield's photo to the others. She gets what we'll call the Julian Cross treatment, only it worked with her. I can keep going, right down the line. The media's gonna crucify you. And I'm going to pass them the hammer and spikes while my partner and I lock you in a cage for every life you ended. Who do you think they'll believe? I'm the most powerful man in the industry. You're just a cop who married money. You're right. I'm just a cop. I tried to help you, Peabody said, sorrow in her eyes now. We have a witness who saw you entering Asner's office on the night he was murdered. You're lying. No one saw me. Peabody nodded. Sometimes people work late. If you think anyone will take some cheap lawyer's or sleazy bail bondsman's word over mine, you're mistaken. How do you know who has the other offices on Asner's floor? Eve asked him. Oops. You were there, Joel. On that floor because you contacted Asner and arranged to meet him at his office. He happened to be with someone when you contacted him. I have her statement, too. You contacted him, arranged for the meet, then you killed him. That's absurd. I went to speak with him because KT told me she'd hired him. I only went to speak with him, to buy back any data he might have gathered. Was he already dead, too? No. Yes. Yes. No. Yes. It's hard to think under pressure, isn't it? Hard to think when it's all coming down on you. You usually have more time, more space. You get to plan things out better. You didn't wipe the bird off as thoroughly as you thought. One lie, Eve thought, deserved another. Why not add a phantom print to Peabody's phantom wit? He attacked me. It was self-defense. I only protected myself when he came at me. Beating his brains out when he was on the ground? I don't think so. Neither will the jury. You beat him to death, Eve said, leaning in. Then you took his files, his electronics, his link, and that contact you made to it will be there. It's amazing what EDD can do. And you stole your friend's boat, took it out, dumped it all. Your friend, Violet, she recanted, on the record, her alibi for you on the night of Caulfield's death, and stated you asked her to do so. That's ridiculous. Vi's simply angry with me since she's only been able to get home screen roles. I can hardly prop up the career of every washed-up actress I've known. She didn't sound angry, did she, Peabody? Just the opposite. She's really fond of you, Mr. Steinberger. She was really grateful for the break you gave her way back, paying her so she could hire that mag consultant. She really thought it was sweet of you to want to surprise your wife with a big party. I mean to say, she really believed that's why you asked her to cover for you, so she was glad to lie about you being with her and the consultant. On the night you killed Angelica Caulfield. Your alibis are tumbling down, Joel. Violet's, Valerie's, with the $50,000 in bribe money also on record now. Electronics are coming up from the river. Oh, and also from the coast. We've got Perlman's comps on our EDD now. Technology's advanced since you framed him, staged his suicide. We're tracking the skimmed funds back to that private account of yours. Angelica was a neurotic, unhappy woman with a taste for drugs and alcohol. Perlman was weak and greedy. All that may be true, but neither of them self-terminated. You got rid of them, like you got rid of a nosy paparazzo and a young assistant who got too clingy, an ex-wife who maybe pushed the wrong buttons. I've got 9 on your scoreboard, Joel, and I'll be looking for more. If they're there, I'll find them. You'll find nothing. He reached up, loosened his tie slightly. There's nothing to find. Maybe, maybe not. But you're done. You're over. I've been in this business longer than you've been alive. I have more power, more influence than you can dream of. I'll crush you. You're done, she repeated, watching his color rise again. You're over. Unexpected wits, sloppy murder weapon wiping, a botched kill tonight with Julian alive to spill everything. Eve let out a half laugh, eased a hip on the table, disrespect and light contempt in every gesture. And you just had to bitch to Nadine. She was wearing a wire, by the way, about the stench zoner added to Harris's herbals. When that was one of those little details we kept back. You got cocky. Getting away with murder for so long, you got overconfident. Trying for 2 in 2 days, then following it up with a third? Hey, nobody could expect some slick Hollywood type to pull that off. You'll never prove it. I will. All of it. She held up the bag of passcodes. This? Stupid. We're smarter than you, Joel. I didn't know how much smarter until this. He shoved up, started to lunge at her. She was on her feet in a finger snap. Come on, she invited. Take a shot. We'll add assaulting an officer to the mix. I don't mind a bit. I would have made you. He trembled. Not from fear, Eve saw. From rage. I would have made you with this production. You'd have been one of the most famous women on or off planet. The most admired policewoman in their history. Thanks, but I'm just a cop, and that's good enough. It felt good to kill Asner, didn't it? You don't get to go that physical nearly often enough, do you? The pounding, the blood, the release of it, the power of it. No one says no to me. He swiped a hand through the air, balled it into a fist, wrapped it on the table. I told him to give me everything he'd gathered on Marlowe and Matthew, on me. And he refused. A sudden conscience. Going to take it all to the police? The fist slammed again. Who did he think he was dealing with? Did he think he could blackmail me for more money? Stupid? He was stupid. He was the stupid one. So you beat him to death. I protected myself, my reputation. It's the same as defending my life. KT had to go too. Same reason. I made her. She had no loyalty, no gratitude, no respect. I did what had to be done, and that's the end of it. Not the end. You set up Julian to take the fall. He's a fool. Talented, but a fool, and weak. He'd have gone to you eventually. He wouldn't have been able to stay strong. He'd have ruined himself and me. He'd be better off dead. So you were doing him a favor. Disgust surfaced, smeared his voice. He couldn't even die without being told how. I protected myself, my investment, my reputation. One I've built for more than half my life. I had every right. No, you didn't. And that's the end of it. Power has responsibility and privilege. You married a man who'd know that. I married a man who knows more about real power than you ever will. I have nothing more to say to you. My lawyers will deal with you from now on. Fine with me. She began putting the evidence bags back in the box she'd brought in. Be sure to tell those lawyers you're charged with multiple counts of murder, 1st and 2nd degrees, and get ready for the media roasting. Eve smiled now. You're going to be a whole new kind of celebrity now, but your new status won't get you into the VIP lounge. Go ahead and arrange for him to contact his lawyers, Peabody, then put him in a cell for the night and go get your creme brulee. That's a big yes, sir. Eve walked out, passed the box to the officer waiting to take it back to evidence. She smiled as Rourke strolled down to meet her. I didn't think he'd actually confess. He couldn't help himself. All those names, the data, the evidence came at him too fast. It scared him, and he can't be scared. And I made him look stupid and weak. Another unacceptable condition. Murder makes him feel powerful. He needed to feel powerful. I'd say he's about to suffer a major power outage. Oh, yeah. You know what? They walked to her office, where she retrieved her coat. We closed 2 murders and 1 attempted, and are well on the way to closing 7 other murder cases. And nobody tried to punch me in the face, stab me, stun me, or blow me up. I think it's a record. It looked dicey for a minute in there. She made a pfft sound as they headed out. He wouldn't have gotten a shot in. Plus, I avoided getting puke or blood on my boots for an entire day. Obviously, we need to celebrate. Rourke trailed a hand down her back as they walked. Half-drunk sex? Works for me. On the way toward home and half-drunk sex, Eve contacted Nadine to give her the rest of the story. It seemed only fair. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Celebrity and Death by J.D. Robb. Copyright 2012 by Nora Roberts. Performed by Susan Erickson. Directed by David Colaci. Performance copyright 2011 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number: 1-800-222-3225 or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.